Welcome, dear friends, to tonight's bedtime story. We're so grateful you've chosen to spend your evening with us, nestled in the warmth of your cozy nook. After a beautiful spring day, let your imagination gently drift into whimsical worlds as our soothing narration carries you away. Settle in, snuggle up, and remember, you can enjoy these tales ad-free on Patreon. Sweet dreams await, and we hope your night is as lovely as the day has been. Story 1. The rain whispered secrets against the window pane, a soft pit-pat that made the fire in the hearth seem all the brighter and warmer. It was on just such an afternoon that a young woman named Cora found herself in her grandmother's attic, a place that smelled of cedar and forgotten summers. She wasn't looking for anything in particular, only shelter from the dreary weather and the quiet company of memory. The air was thick with dust motes dancing in the single slanted beam of gray light from the round window. With a gentle creak, she opened an old sea chest banded with tarnished brass. Inside, nestled atop a bundle of letters tied with faded ribbon, was a compass. But it was unlike any compass she had ever seen. Its case was made of warm, honey-colored wood, worn smooth by countless touches. The glass was slightly cloudy, and the needle, instead of pointing north, drifted in slow, lazy circles as if dreaming. When Cora picked it up, it felt neither cold nor warm, but simply present. A soft, humming vibration, like the purr of a contented cat, thrummed gently against her palm. Beneath the compass lay a note in her grandmother's elegant script, for the journey that matters. Just then, the needle stopped its wandering. It quivered, then pointed steadfastly not toward the attic door, but toward the far wall, where an old tapestry depicting a forest hung. As Cora watched, bewildered, the embroidered trees in the tapestry seemed to shiver, their threads shifting from muted woolen greens to the vibrant, living hues of a sun-dappled wood. A scent of damp earth and pine resin drifted into the attic, overlaying the smell of cedar. This was no ordinary journey. This was a journey of the heart. Taking a deep, steadying breath, Cora stepped toward the tapestry. Instead of rough fabric, she felt a cool, misty air. She took another step, and the attic melted away behind her. The pit-pat of rain was replaced by the gentle rustle swish of leaves in a breeze and the distant, melodic chime of a single bell, ringing somewhere far, far away. She stood in a forest glade. The light was perpetual twilight, soft and kind to the eyes. In her hand the compass hummed, its needle now pointing down a path carpeted with moss. This was her beginning. She hadn't walked for more than a few minutes when a voice, dry and raspy as autumn leaves, spoke from beside her. "Lost are we." Cora turned to see a badger, his fur grizzled and his eyes bright with shrewd kindness. He was sitting on a tree stump, polishing a pair of tiny spectacles on his waistcoat. "I'm not sure," Cora said honestly, showing him the compass. "I'm following this." The badger, whose name was Barnaby, perched the spectacles on his nose and peered at the device. "Ah," he said, his voice a low rumble. "The heart compass, it doesn't lead you to a place, you know. It leads you to what's needed." He offered her a small, reassuring smile. "The path can be tricky. It has a habit of fading. I shall accompany you if you'll have me. I know a thing or two about things that are needed." So Cora and Barnaby walked on. The moss path was soft underfoot, and the air was filled with the soothing sounds of the forest, the chitter-chatter of unseen squirrels, the burble gurgle of a hidden stream. Barnaby told her stories of the woods, his voice a steady, grounding presence. After a while, the path began to waver. The clear trail of moss grew patchy, then dissolved altogether into a tangle of thorny brambles. The gentle twilight dimmed, and the friendly forest sounds grew quiet. Cora felt a prickle of uncertainty. "The path is gone," she whispered, her courage wavering. "The path is only gone if you believe it is," Barnaby rumbled. The compass knows the way, trust it. Cora looked down. The needle was trembling, pointing directly into the thickest part of the brambles. It seemed an impossible way forward. Just as despair began to knot in her stomach, a new sound reached them, a soft, rhythmic thump-thump-thump. From behind a large, moss-covered stone, a rabbit appeared. She was a plump, motherly creature with one ear that drooped charmingly and a knitting basket hooked over her arm. Oh dear, she clucked, her voice as warm as fresh milk and honey. The fading thickets, they spring up whenever a heart loses its certainty. I'm Matilda. She looked at Cora's worried face and then at the brambles. Thorns are stubborn things, you cannot force your way through, but they do respond to patience. Matilda sat right down, pulled out a pair of knitting needles, and began to knit with a soft click-clack, click-clack. She didn't knit with wool, but with strands of the fading light, weaving them into a soft, glowing cord. Sit, my dears, she said. We must be still and quiet, watch the thorns. So they sat. Cora focused on the steady hum of the compass in her hand and the soothing click-clack of Matilda's knitting. Barnaby sat patiently, occasionally sniffing the air. They didn't push or pull. They simply waited, their kindness and patience creating a quiet, cozy pocket of safety in the uncertain wood. And as they waited, a wonderful thing happened. The thorns, deprived of the fear and frustration they usually fed upon, began to grow sleepy. One by one they softened, their sharp points curling inward like ferns at dusk. They rustled gently, a sound like a sigh, and slowly they parted, creating a narrow, arched doorway through their midst. There now, Matilda said, tying off her glowing cord and tucking it into Cora's pocket. A little light for the next dark patch. And with a wave of her paw, she hopped back behind her stone. The way was clear. Cora's courage, which had felt so small moments before, now felt deep and strong, forged not by fighting, but by waiting. The journey continued, the compass needle leading them to the base of a great, silent mountain. A set of ancient, crumbling stairs carved into the stone face wound upwards into a cloak of mist. The distant bell chimed again, louder now, a clear, silvery note that seemed to beckon them upward. Ah, Barnaby said, adjusting his spectacles. The stairs of remembrance, each step is a little heavier than the last. Are you ready? Cora nodded, and they began to climb. It was just as Barnaby had said. With each step a gentle weight settled on her shoulders, not a crushing burden, but the soft, solemn weight of memory. She remembered small sadnesses, moments of doubt, words she wished she could take back. The higher they climbed, the thicker the mist became, until she could barely see Barnaby at her side. The world had shrunk to the next step, and the next. She felt a profound loneliness. The compass hummed in her hand, a constant, gentle reminder of her purpose, but her feet felt like lead. Then a new sound joined the echo of their footsteps and the ever-present chime of the bell, a deep, resonant purr. Winding its way through the mist, a large, sleek cat with fur the color of moonlight appeared. Its eyes were the pale green of sea glass. The mist confuses everyone, the cat said, its voice a velvety rumble. It brushed against Cora's legs, its purr vibrating through her, a sensation that was deeply calming. You are looking at the steps, but you are listening to the wrong things. Listen to the bell. Follow the sound, not the stone. The cat, who introduced himself as Alistair, walked beside her, his purr a steady engine of comfort. Cora closed her eyes for a moment, letting the weight on her shoulders simply be. She stopped fighting the memories and just let them exist. And she listened. She focused past the sound of her own labored breathing, past the purring, to that single clear silver chime. Bong it rang, pure and true. She took a step, guided by the sound. Bong. Another step. Bong. The heavy feeling began to lift, not because the memories vanished, but because they were no longer burdens to carry. They were simply a part of her, and she was strong enough to hold them. The mist thinned, and she found herself at the top of the mountain, on a small, flat plateau. Barnaby and Alistair stood beside her, their presence a quiet comfort. Before them stood a simple stone pedestal, and on the pedestal was a single, perfect silver bell. The compass in Cora's hand grew warm. The needle, which had guided her all this way, spun one last time and pointed directly at her own heart. She understood. The journey measured in courage was over. She had found what was needed. She reached out and gently rang the bell. Bong. The sound did not echo out across the mountains, but inward, through her very being. It was a sound of wholeness, of peace. It was the sound of a heart that had faced uncertainty with kindness, had met obstacles with patience, and had walked through loneliness with the courage to accept help. As the final note faded, the forest, the mountain, and her gentle companions began to shimmer like a mirage. Barnaby tipped his spectacles. Alistair gave one last, rumbling purr. They didn't say goodbye, for their friendship was now a part of her, a warmth she would always carry. She blinked, and she was back in the attic. The rain still whispered pit-pat against the window. The fire in the room below crackled softly. The tapestry on the wall was once again just threads and wool. But in her hand the compass was different. The needle now pointed steadily, peacefully, to the letter H. And when she looked more closely, she saw that the points around the dial were no longer N, S, E, and W, but H for home. She wasn't sure how long she had been gone, but she felt different. Lighter, yet fuller. She carried the cozy safety of the glade, the patient wisdom of the badger, the gentle comfort of the rabbit, and the guiding purr of the cat within her. The extraordinary secret of the ordinary object was that the greatest adventure was not out in the world, but in the landscape of one's own heart. Cora placed the compass back in the chest, closed the lid with a soft thump, and went downstairs to put the kettle on, the lingering sense of resolution as warm and comforting as the firelight that danced on the walls. The journey was over. She was home. Story 2. In the heart of the whispering woods, nestled between two sloping hills carpeted in soft moss and clover, lay the village of Stillwater. It was a place where the air always smelled of damp earth and baking bread, where the houses were built around the trunks of ancient trees, and where a gentle, silver rain fell most evenings, pattering softly on the leaf-thatch roofs. At the center of the village stood a great old clock tower, its face made of polished moonstone, its chimes as soft and deep as a cello's lowest note. For as long as anyone could remember, the clock had ticked in perfect harmony with the world, its hands moving forward with gentle certainty. But one morning the baker's daughter, a quiet girl named Cora with eyes the color of twilight, noticed something peculiar as she fetched water from the village well. The hands on the clock tower were not pointing to 7, as they should have been. They were pointing to 6. And as she watched, the larger hand gave a soft click and settled on the 59-minute mark. She didn't think much of it at first, assuming it was a simple mechanical hiccup. But the next day the village awoken not to the rosy fingers of dawn, but to a sky that was still a deep, star-studded indigo. The clock tower read 3 in the morning. Time, it seemed, was flowing backward. The village was abuzz, not with fear, but with a profound and curious confusion. Flowers that had been in full bloom the day before were now tightly furled buds. The freshly baked loaves in the bakery seemed to unbake themselves, the crust softening and the dough returning to a raw, lumpen state in its bowl. The most peculiar thing of all, noticed by the old star watcher who lived in the loft above the library, was that a single bright star was missing from the constellation of the Silver Swan, leaving a small, dark gap in its celestial shape. Cora, a child who preferred observation to outcry, decided to investigate. She was a listener, a noticer of things. She heard the secrets the wind told the pine needles and understood the language of the shifting light through the forest canopy. Her method was not one of frantic searching, but of quiet empathy. She believed that if something was out of place, it was because it was lonely or lost or had forgotten its purpose. Her first clue came from an old nursery rhyme the village children sang while skipping rope, a rhyme so ancient no one remembered what it meant. When the swan loses a feather bright, and the clock forgets the morning light, seek the map the rain has drawn, to find what's lost and bring the dawn. Cora pondered this as she walked through the village, the gentle plink, plink, plink of rain from the eaves the only sound. The swan was the constellation. The clock was forgetting. But what was the map the rain had drawn? She spent the afternoon watching the rain fall. She noticed how it traced delicate paths in the moss, how it gathered in tiny streams that trickled between tree roots. It was a map, but not one you could hold. It was a map of flow, of direction. Following the path of the rainwater, she was led away from the village square, down a slope carpeted in bluebells, to a part of the woods she rarely visited. There, tucked behind a curtain of weeping willow branches, was a small, forgotten grotto. This, she thought with a thrill, must be the answer. But the grotto was empty save for a single, perfectly smooth stone and a family of sleepy, unbothered tree frogs. It was a red herring, yet a delightful discovery all the same, for in the peace of that hidden place, Cora found a sense of calm clarity. The frogs blinked at her slowly, and she felt they were trying to tell her she was on the right path, but looking in the wrong way. Returning to the village as the false evening began to fall, the clock now reading what should have been noon, she went to visit the old star watcher. His name was Alistair, and his home was a wonderful clutter of telescopes, star charts, and cups of perpetually cooling tea. "The star is gone from the swan's tail," Alistair murmured, his finger tracing the empty spot on a parchment chart. "Its name was Lyra. It was the star of harmony, they say, that kept the rhythm of the heavens." Cora looked from the star chart to the window, where the clock tower stood silhouetted against the strangely timeless sky. Rhythm, harmony, the clock, the stars, they were all connected. She remembered another fragment, a line from a lullaby her mother used to sing. "The heart of the sky and the heart of the town beat as one, or the world turns upside down." "Mr. Alistair," she said softly, "what if the clock tower isn't just a clock? What if it's connected to the stars?" Alistair's bushy white eyebrows rose. He shuffled to a different cabinet and pulled out an even older, more fragile map. It was not a map of the land, but of the village itself, drawn by its founders centuries ago. And there, etched in faint silver ink around the base of the clock tower, were tiny, intricate constellations, mirroring the ones in the sky above. "The founders built this place in harmony with the cosmos," Alistair breathed, his voice full of wonder. The clock was the earthly anchor for the celestial rhythm. But the anchor was failing. Cora knew why. The missing star, Lyra, was part of the pattern. But why would a star go missing? Stars didn't just wander off. Perhaps, she thought with a sudden burst of empathy, it wasn't missing. Perhaps it was hiding. She went back to the nursery rhyme. "Seek the map the rain has drawn." She had followed the water's path on the ground. But what about its path in the sky? That night, as the soft, almost silent chimes of the clock tower counted backward, she lay on her back in a meadow, watching the sky. The rain had stopped, leaving the air clean and sharp. And then she saw it. The path the rain had drawn in the sky. It was the Milky Way, a shimmering, river-like spray of countless stars arching over the village. Her eyes followed this celestial river, this map of spilled light, until they found the constellation of the Silver Swan. And there, just a little ways off from the dark gap, nestled within the soft glow of the Milky Way itself, was a tiny, twinkling star she had never noticed before. It was pulsing with a faint, sad light. It was Lyra. The Harmony Star had drifted from its place and become lost in the great river of the sky, too timid to find its way back. The next day, Cora gathered the villagers in the square. The clock now read what should have been the middle of the night, and a strange, quiet twilight hung over everything. "The star is lost, not gone," she explained, her voice clear and calm. "It's lonely and scared in the big river of stars. It's why the clock is confused. Their hearts are no longer beating together." She proposed a plan. That evening, as the sky began to darken, or what passed for darkening in this backward day, every villager was to bring something that shone. Lanterns, candles, polished stones that gleamed, even the fireflies they caught in gentle jars. They gathered in the meadow, the very spot from which Cora had found the lost star. Under Alistair's direction, they used their collective lights to create a gigantic, glowing replica of the silver swan constellation on the ground, with one light placed precisely where the missing star, Lyra, belonged. Then, as one, they began to hum. It was a low, soft, harmonious sound, the kind that vibrates in your chest and feels like safety. It was the sound of a community united, a gentle call across the vastness. Cora looked up. High above the little lost star, Lyra seemed to hear the hum. It flickered, then brightened. Slowly, gently, as if being guided by an invisible hand, it began to drift from its lonely spot in the Milky Way, moving with tender purpose back toward its home in the wing of the silver swan. As it slotted perfectly back into place, a collective sigh seemed to ripple through the universe. And then in the village square, the clock tower gave a deep, resonant bong. The sound was different. It was sure. It was forward-moving. The hands on the moonstone face shuddered, then began to sweep clockwise once more. The strange twilight lifted, and the true, golden light of a late afternoon sun broke through the clouds, setting the raindrops on the leaves ablaze with a million tiny rainbows. The flowers in the window boxes unfurled, the bread in the ovens rose and browned, and the world sighed back into its rightful rhythm. The peculiar happenings were over. The village of Stillwater was not just restored, it was renewed. The shared mystery and its gentle resolution had woven the community closer than any festival ever had. They now understood the deep, silent connection they shared with the world around them and above them. That night, as a true and proper darkness fell, Cora lay in her bed, listening to the comforting sounds of her world restored, the gentle rain pattering on the roof, the deep, regular chimes of the clock tower marking the passage of the night, and the soft, contented whisper of the wind through the whispering woods. High above, the silver swan shone in its entirety, its stars twinkling in perfect, harmonious time with the village below, a promise that as long as there were kind hearts to listen, no lost thing would stay lost for long. And with that cozy certainty wrapped around her like a blanket, she drifted into a peaceful and dream-filled sleep. Story 3. The first spark rose from the embers of the evening fire, a tiny amber seed drifting upward on the warm breath of the night. It was followed by another, and then another, until a whole garden of glowing motes floated toward the velvet darkness above. A young woman named Lyra watched them ascend, her fingers tracing the worn velvet of the small pouch she always carried at her belt. It was filled with dried lavender from her grandmother's garden, and its scent was the very definition of home. As the sparks climbed higher, they did not fade. Instead, they gathered, swirling into a luminous, swirling path that arched across the sky, a bridge of light beckoning from the known world into the unknown. A soft, melodic hum, like a distant choir of crystal bells, drifted down from that glowing road. Without a second thought, but with a heart full of a quiet, certain curiosity, Lyra stepped onto the path of sparks. It felt not like stone or air, but like walking on solidified sunlight, warm and resilient beneath her bare feet. The path carried her upward, through layers of mist that smelled of rain-kissed petals and old, sweet honey. She arrived in a city woven from clouds. The buildings were not rigid structures, but soft, billowing forms in pearlescent whites and dove grays, their edges shimmering with captured twilight. The streets were pathways of gentle, resilient vapor that yielded softly underfoot. This was Nimbus, the city afloat. The inhabitants were the Zephyrs, beings of light and air who communicated not with words, but with the gentle music they created by stirring the wind through hollow, flute-like reeds that grew from the cloud spires. A Zephyr approached Lyra, its form a shimmering outline of a person, filled with swirling pastel colors. It lifted a hand, and a breeze touched Lyra's cheek, carrying a melody that was both a question and a welcome. The tune was one of gentle inquiry, asking of her origin and her purpose. Lyra, unsure how to respond, simply opened her velvet pouch. The scent of lavender bloomed in the air, rich and earthy, a stark contrast to the ethereal sweetness of the clouds. The Zephyr's light brightened, and its musical reply was a chord of understanding and delight. It gestured for her to follow. They led her to the heart of the city, to a great, swirling plaza where the cloud spire stood. It was not a tower, but a living, growing fountain of mist and light, and it served as Nimbus's waypoint and clock. But Lyra saw that the spire's light was flickering weakly, and the music of the Zephyrs had a mournful, discordant thread running through it. The Zephyr beside her brushed its luminous hand against the spire, and a sad, minor-key melody shivered through the air. The great landmark was fading, and with it, the stability of the cloud city. A series of gentle touches and melodic phrases conveyed the problem. The spire was connected to other wonders across the enchanted realm, and a disharmony in one affected the others. To heal the spire, one had to travel to the other great landmarks and restore their balance. The Zephyrs, bound to their sky home, could not make the journey. They needed a wanderer, someone with a connection to the solid earth, to help them. Lyra understood. Her reason for exploring was no longer simple curiosity. It was a need to help these gentle beings and their beautiful, fragile home. She tucked her lavender pouch safely away, the scent a comforting promise of the home she would return to, and nodded. The Zephyrs swirled around her in a grateful, harmonious dance, their lights brushing against her skin with the warmth of a sunbeam. From the edge of Nimbus, the Zephyrs showed her the next part of the path, a cascade of liquid starlight that poured down through a hole in the cloud floor, leading to the world below. Taking a deep breath, Lyra stepped into the cascade. It was not a fall, but a slow, graceful drift, surrounded by the sensation of cool, silk-smooth water that smelled of ozone and myrrh. She descended into the deep, silent earth. She landed softly in a cavern so vast its ceiling was lost in darkness. But the darkness was not empty. This was the Oralit labyrinth. The walls, smooth as polished jet, were covered in slowly pulsing runes that glowed with the colors of the northern lights, emerald, violet, and rose. The air was cool and carried the clean, sharp scent of crushed mint and wet stone. The only sound was a soft, resonant hum that seemed to come from the earth itself. Here the inhabitants were the Glimmerkins, small, six-legged creatures whose bodies were like living obsidian, etched with the same shifting, auroral light as the walls. They communicated through the patterns of light that danced across their backs, complex, silent stories told in color and motion. They moved with a delicate, skittering grace, and as Lyra walked, they gathered around her feet, their lights pulsing with soft, inquisitive patterns. They led her through the winding corridors of the labyrinth to its center, the geode heart. It was a cavernous space where the walls were not smooth stone, but gigantic, crystalline structures that jutted out in facets of amethyst, citrine, and celestite. In the center of the room was a pool of perfectly still water, and reflected on its surface was not the ceiling, but a swirling, silent aurora. This was the landmark, the mirror of the sky deep in the earth. But the reflection in the pool was dim, its colors washed out and sluggish. The Glimmerkin's lights flickered with patterns of concern and sorrow. They nudged Lyra gently toward the pool. She knelt, and as she did, a single dried petal of lavender fell from her pouch and landed on the water's surface. Where it touched, a tiny, vibrant ripple of indigo light spread out, and for a moment the reflected aurora brightened. The Glimmerkin's lights flashed in a brilliant, hopeful cascade. They understood. The geode heart needed a touch of the world above, a memory of the open sky and growing things to rekindle its connection. Lyra carefully took a few more lavender petals and scattered them upon the water. Each one became a tiny anchor of earthly essence, and with each one the aurora in the pool grew brighter, its colors deepening, swirling with renewed energy. The hum in the cavern shifted, becoming richer, more resonant. The landmark was healing. In gratitude, the Glimmerkins gathered around her. One, slightly larger than the rest, touched its smooth, cool forehead to her hand. A feeling of profound peace and ancient knowledge flowed into her, not as words, but as a deep, quiet certainty. They then showed her to a wall that was not a wall, but a curtain of soft, dark moss that smelled of rich loam and ancient forests. Parting it, they revealed a tunnel that smelled of old paper, dust, and ink. This was the entrance to the next wonder, the Library of Echoes. The tunnel opened into an impossible space. It was a library, but one that existed between the pages of reality itself. Endless shelves stretched in every direction, including up and down, populated by books that were not books, but captured moments, memories, and dreams, their covers made of solidified light and shadow. The air was warm and still, filled with the faint, comforting scent of vanilla and aging parchment. The only sounds were the soft rustle of turning pages, though no wind stirred, and the distant, harmonious whisper of 1,000 stories being told at once. The librarians here were the quill wisps, silent, floating entities that looked like living ink, constantly shifting into beautiful, calligraphic shapes before dissolving back into formless smoke. They communicated through the gentle touch of their wispy forms, imparting knowledge and emotion directly into one's mind. One such wisp floated to Lyra, its form brushing against her arm. In that touch she felt a wave of immense, calm intelligence, and an image formed in her mind, the cloud spire of Nimbus flickering. The library, she understood, held the stories of all the landmarks. The disharmony had caused a story to go unwritten, a page to remain blank. The library needed to hear the story of the healing to complete its records, and in doing so, strengthen the connection between the realms. Lyra sat on a floating step that felt like firm, warm velvet. She closed her eyes, held her lavender pouch, and she began to tell the story. Not aloud, but in her heart. She thought of the sad music of the zephyrs, the warm resilience of the cloud paths, the cool touch of the Glimmerkins, and the brightening of the geode heart's aurora. As she remembered, a blank book on a nearby shelf began to glow, and golden script, the color of her own thoughts, flowed across its pages, writing the tale of the mending. When she was done, the book snapped shut with a soft, final sound, and its light stabilized into a gentle, constant glow. The quill wisp brushed against her again, and this time the feeling was one of deep gratitude and completion. The whispers in the library grew momentarily louder, a chorus of appreciation, before settling back into their peaceful hum. Her journey was nearly complete. The wisp guided her to a final archway, this one framed by 2 weeping willow trees whose leaves were made of shimmering silver thread. As she passed through, she felt a gentle pull, and found herself standing once more on the path of sparks, now brighter and more stable than before. It carried her swiftly back past the scents of honey and mist, down to the edge of the quiet, familiar field where her small fire still smoldered. She looked up. The bridge of sparks was dissolving, each one winking out like a satisfied firefly. But high above, where the city of Nimbus would be, the stars seemed to twinkle with a new musical rhythm. And deep in her soul, she felt the steady, resonant hum of the geode heart and the quiet, wise presence of the library stories. Lyra sat by the fading fire, the night air cool on her skin. She opened her velvet pouch. The lavender was still there, its scent as comforting as ever. But now, nestled among the purple petals, were a few tiny, crystalline shards that glowed with a soft, internal light, a gift from the geode heart. And when she closed her eyes, she could still feel the gentle brush of the zephyr's melody on her cheek and the quill-wisp's grateful touch on her arm. She had gone seeking wonder and had found a purpose. She had helped heal a world not her own, and in doing so had discovered that home was not just a place you came from, but a feeling you carried within you, a quiet melody, a remembered scent, a story waiting to be told. The Enchanted realm was not a distant land, but a layer of reality just a step away, forever connected to her own world and forever a part of her. And as she drifted to sleep under the familiar stars, she knew she was not just Lyra from the field, but Lyra, the mender of clouds, the friend of light, and the teller of tales. And that was the most wonderful discovery of all. Story 4. In the velvet expanse where star systems swirl like sugar in cosmic tea, there drifted a small, forgotten observatory named the Starlight Haven. It was not a place of cold metal and blinking lights, but a structure grown from a single benevolent crystal seed, its walls pulsing with a soft, internal luminescence. Its wide, transparent dome offered a perfect view of the celestial dance outside. It was here, by chance or perhaps by a deeper design of the universe, that two very different souls found one another. The first was a being from the world of Chroma, a planet where communication happened not in words, but in a breathtaking symphony of shifting colors and light patterns that bloomed across their soft, gelatinous forms. His name, in the silent language of his people, was a gentle pulse of cerulean blue fading into a warm, sunrise gold. For simplicity's sake, we shall call him Azure. He was a Chroman artist, a weaver of light, who had come to the Starlight Haven to study the pure, undiluted colors of distant nebulae. The second was from the world of Resin, a place of deep, humming canyons and whispering forests. The resonants were slender bipedal beings with large, delicate ears and skin that shimmered like mother-of-pearl. They spoke through a complex language of harmonic tones, clicks, and vibrations that resonated not in the air, but in the very bones of those who listened. Her name was a soft, three-note chime that promised comfort. We shall call her Chime. Their first meeting was a silent ballet of confusion. Azure, upon sensing another presence, had flooded his body with a brilliant, inquisitive magenta, a color that on his world was a friendly, "Hello, who are you?" To Chime, the sudden flash of intense color was startling, even aggressive. On Resin, such a vivid, unmodulated visual signal was a warning of immediate danger. She responded instinctively, letting out a high, sharp harmonic tone that made the very crystal of the observatory walls vibrate. Azure, interpreting this piercing sound as a threat, dimmed his light to a fearful, murky gray. For a long moment they simply stared at one another, two creatures separated by an ocean of misunderstanding, adrift in a sea of stars. It was Azure who made the first move towards peace. Remembering his purpose, to find beauty, he slowly, carefully began to replicate the soft, swirling lavenders and deep blues of the Veil Nebula that spun gracefully outside the dome. He painted the air between them with light, a silent offering of the wonder he felt. Chime, her initial fear subsiding, watched the beautiful display. The colors were meaningless as language to her, but their gentle, rhythmic flow was undeniably peaceful. Tentatively, she responded not with a word, but with a low, soothing hum, the same frequency her people used to calm the skittish, six-legged grazers in their forests. The hum resonated through Azure's gelatinous form, a sensation both strange and profoundly comforting. he pulsed a soft, grateful gold. This was the beginning of their friendship, a conversation built not on vocabulary, but on shared feeling. They learned to communicate in a pidgin of gentle hues and calming vibrations. A warm, buttery yellow from azure meant he was content. A soft, warbling trill from chime meant she agreed. A flicker of concerned orange from azure would be met with a steady, grounding drone from chime. Their shared shelter, the starlight haven, was beautiful but sterile. It was chime who had the idea to create something new, a space that was truly theirs. In a secluded corner of the observatory, where the light from a nearby binary star filtered through the crystal walls in a dappled pattern, she began to hum a specific, complex melody. It was a growth song, a resonant secret. From a small pouch at her side, she sprinkled a fine, iridescent dust onto the floor. As her song continued, the dust began to shift and swell, growing into smooth, mushroom-like stools and a low, curved table, all humming softly with the residual energy of her music. Azure watched, mesmerized. When she was finished, he glowed with a brilliant, admiring white. He then floated to the other side of the nook and, concentrating deeply, began to pulse with a soft, rhythmic light. From the tips of his amorphous body, he released tiny, self-contained orbs of gentle illumination, not harsh electric lights, but captured starlight, which drifted up to hover near the ceiling like a constellation of captive fireflies, casting a cozy, dreamlike glow over their new sanctuary. They had created a garden of comfort, a place that was part resonant melody and part chromin-luminescence. They called it their quiet nook. Of course, their cultural differences still led to moments of delightful misunderstanding. One day Azure, feeling particularly fond of his friend, projected a sudden, spectacular shower of sparkling silver light all around Chime, the highest compliment a chromin could pay, akin to calling someone a constellation. To Chime, being unexpectedly surrounded by a chaotic, blinding glitter was deeply disorienting and slightly alarming. She let out a short, startled click and ducked. Azure immediately dimmed his light, pulsing a confused, questioning gray. Chime, realizing his intent was pure, began to laugh, a sound like wind chimes dancing in a gentle breeze. She then gently took his semi-solid hand and hummed the story of how, on her world, such a display was what the sky did right before a dramatic and very loud electric storm. Azure responded by flashing a sequence of embarrassed but amused pink spots, and they spent the next hour talking about their planet's weather, a conversation made of rumbling hums for thunder and flickering whites for lightning. Another time, Chime offered Azure a drink from a flask of what she called stardew, a liquid that shimmered with captured nebula gases. It was a great honor to share it. Azure, not having a mouth, was baffled. He prodded the flask with a curious, pseudopod-like extension. Chime then understood. Nourishment for him was absorbed through light. She held the flask up to one of his captured starlight orbs, and the liquid inside seemed to brighten, its energy transferring to him in a way he could use. He glowed with a deep, satisfied violet. They had shared a meal. Their deepest connection, however, was forged in the quiet moments. They would often sit together in their quiet nook, side by side, watching the cosmos unfold. As a triple star system set in the distance, painting the void with ribbons of saffron and rose, Azure would slowly shift his own colors to match, a living canvas of the sunset. Chime, in turn, would hum a low, wistful melody that seemed to harmonize with the silent music of the spinning galaxies. They didn't need to translate these moments. The shared awe was their common tongue. One cycle, a cloud of dark, interstellar dust drifted past the observatory, blotting out the starscape. The inside of the haven grew dim and quiet. A profound loneliness, a feeling they had both traveled far to escape, began to creep back in. Azure's light faded to a dull, lonely blue. Chime's natural hum became a mournful, minor key lament. It was then that they truly understood the language they had built. It wasn't about colors or sounds. It was about kindness. Azure floated closer to her. Instead of trying to paint a cheerful picture, he simply glowed with a steady, warm, golden light, the same color as a comforting hearth. It was a light that said, "I am here, you are not alone." Chime, feeling the intention in that simple, warm glow, stopped her sad song. She leaned her head gently against his softly illuminated form and began to produce a quiet, rhythmic pulse, a vibration so soft it was almost a purr. It was the sound her people made to soothe their young to sleep, a resonance that spoke of safety and unconditional love. In that dark moment, surrounded by the void, they had everything they needed. The universal language of kindness had bridged the gap between light and sound, between gel and bone, between two worlds. They had not just found a shelter in the starlight haven, they had built a home in each other's friendship. And as the dust cloud finally passed, revealing a billion diamond stars brighter than ever before, they sat together in their quiet nook, one a softly glowing beacon of gold, the other a source of a comforting, resonant hum, watching the endless, wonderful universe content in the knowledge that no matter how vast the cosmos, the smallest act of kindness could create a sanctuary that would last a lifetime. Story 5. The fire crackled softly in the great stone hearth, casting dancing shadows across the room that seemed to breathe in time with the sleeping house. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees, but inside, all was warmth and quiet. And it is here in this cocoon of comfort that our story begins. A story about a boy who felt cold in places no fire could reach, and the journey that taught him how to kindle his own light. His name was Leo, and he lived with his grandmother in a cottage at the edge of a vast, whispering wood. His grandmother was a woman whose hands were mapped with the lines of many years, and whose smile was as warm as the hearth she tended. But Leo carried a quiet chill inside him, a loneliness that had settled deep in his bones since his parents had sailed across the sea a year ago, leaving him in his grandmother's gentle care. He missed them with a constant, hollow ache, and though the cottage was full of love, he often felt like a candle that had been snuffed out. One evening, as a particularly brisk autumn wind moaned under the eaves, Leo's grandmother beckoned him to sit beside her on the worn rug before the fire. "The wind sings a lonely song tonight," she said, her voice a soft rumble like distant thunder. "It puts me in mind of a story about the hearth glow." Leo tucked his knees under his chin. "What's the hearth glow?" "It's not a what, my dear," she said, poking the fire with a long iron. A shower of embers spiraled upwards, glowing like a flock of tiny, restless fireflies. "It's a place, or perhaps a state of being. They say that deep in the whispering wood, where the oldest trees stand guard, there's a hidden world. A place where the very air is warm and the light doesn't come from the sun or the moon, but from the living heart of the world itself. It glows with the gentle, steady light of perfect embers. They call that place the hearth glow." Leo's eyes, which had been dull with sadness, kindled with a spark of interest. "Has anyone ever been there?" "Some have sought it," she said, her gaze growing distant. "They say you can only find it when you need it most, and only if you can follow the emberpath." "The emberpath." His grandmother pointed to the fire. "Watch the embers, Leo, see how they dance. Sometimes, for those who know how to look, they don't just dance at random. They form a path, a fleeting, glowing trail that leads from a lonely heart straight to the warmth it seeks. But the path is fragile. It requires faith to see it and courage to follow it." That night, long after his grandmother had gone to bed, Leo lay awake, watching the dying fire. The logs had collapsed into a bed of pulsating coals, breathing slowly in shades of ruby and gold. He thought of the hearth glow, a place where the cold inside him might finally melt away. He thought of his parents, and his chest tightened. He felt his need, a great, yawning thing. And as he stared, half dreaming, something miraculous happened. A single bright ember popped from the fire and did not fade. It hung in the air, shimmering. Then another joined it, and another. They drifted not towards the chimney, but towards his window, arranging themselves in a delicate, hovering line. A path of shimmering orange lights that led from his bedside, through the closed window pane, which they seemed to pass through like mist, and out into the deep, dark belly of the whispering wood. The ember path. His heart hammered against his ribs. It was real. Without stopping to pull on a coat or second-guess the magic, Leo slipped out of bed and followed the glowing trail. The embers bobbed gently ahead of him, and as he approached the window he felt not cold glass, but a sensation of warm honey, and he passed through into the night. The woods at night were a symphony of shadows and sounds. The wind rustled the dead leaves, which chattered like old bones. An owl hooted, a low, mournful question. But the ember path cast a warm, golden pool of light around Leo, holding the deep dark at bay. The air within the path was surprisingly warm, smelling of cinnamon and baked apples, a stark contrast to the crisp, pine-scented chill of the autumn night. He walked for what felt like both minutes and hours, the path unspooling before him. The trees grew taller and more ancient, their gnarled branches intertwining overhead like the rafters of a great, natural cathedral. The ember path led him off the known trails, down into a gully where a stream giggled over smooth stones, and up the other side, where the roots of an enormous oak formed a staircase. It was as he was climbing these root stairs that he heard a small, shivering sound. It was a whimper so faint it was almost swallowed by the wind. Leo paused, and the ember path paused with him, the glowing orbs hovering patiently. He peered into the darkness to his left, beyond the warmth of his magical guide. There, tucked into a hollow between two mossy stones, was a tiny fox kit. It was no bigger than his hand, its fur the color of dried leaves with a white tip on its tail. It was trembling violently, its eyes wide with fear. It was lost and terribly cold. The ember path beckoned him onward, its light pulsing a little more urgently. The hearth glow was close. He could feel a new warmth radiating from deeper in the wood. But he looked at the shivering kit, alone and frightened in the vast forest, and his own loneliness echoed in his heart. He couldn't leave it. "Hello, little one," Leo whispered, his voice soft. He slowly knelt, making himself small and unthreatening. The kit shrank back, but it was too weak and cold to run. Leo, thinking of the warmth of his own hearth, gently cupped his hands and breathed into them, creating a small pocket of heat. He held them out towards the fox. The kit hesitated then, driven by its desperate need for warmth, crept forward and nudged its nose into Leo's hands. A tiny, grateful sigh escaped it. Leo knew he couldn't carry it along the ember path. The magic felt personal for him alone. But he couldn't abandon it either. He made a decision. He would take the kit home. The hearth glow would have to wait. As soon as he had the thought, the ember path flickered. One of the glowing orbs dimmed and vanished. Then another. A cold dread trickled down Leo's spine. He was losing the path. "No, wait," he pleaded softly to the fading lights. But then something else happened. The little fox, now nestled in the crook of his arm, lifted its head. From its chest, a soft, golden light began to emanate. It was a gentle, living warmth, like a tiny, fur-covered ember. The light pulsed, and where it touched the dimming orbs of the ember path, they glowed bright once more. The path wasn't just being followed, it was being fueled. Not just by Leo's need, but by his kindness. A new understanding dawned on him. The journey wasn't just about finding a magical place. It was about the steps you took, the choices you made along the way. "You're part of this, aren't you?" Leo said to the fox, who blinked its dark eyes up at him. He decided to name him Tinder, for the small spark that had helped rekindle his hope. With tinder glowing softly in his arms, the ember path now burned brighter and more steadily than before. It led them down into a deep valley shrouded in mist. The air here was still and silent, and the mist clung to them with cold, damp fingers. This was the Vale of Whispers, his grandmother's stories had called it, a place where doubts took shape and voices echoed. As they walked, the mist began to coil and form shapes. He saw the ghostly outline of a ship sailing on a rough sea, and he heard his mother's voice, faint and worried. Is he warm enough? Is he happy? He saw his father's face, etched with weariness. A cold voice, sounding like the wind, hissed in his ear. They left you, they have a new life across the water. You are forgotten. The warmth there is for them, not for you. The chill inside Leo, the one he had carried for so long, surged, threatening to extinguish the ember path. The glowing orbs wavered. Tinder whimpered, pressing his warm little body closer to Leo's chest. Leo stopped walking. He stood still in the middle of the cold, whispering mist, and let the feelings wash over him. The loneliness, the fear, the doubt. He didn't try to fight them. Instead, he acknowledged them, as one might acknowledge a cold draft from under a door. I miss you, he said aloud, his voice small but clear in the silence. He wasn't talking to the phantoms in the mist, but to the true memory of his parents. I miss you every day, and it's cold without you. As he spoke this truth, a simple, honest admission of his pain, a wonderful thing happened. The warmth from Tinder swelled, and the warmth from his own heart, a warmth he hadn't felt in a year, answered it. It was a small, steady flame of love and memory. It didn't erase the missing, but it began to thaw the icy fear that had encased it. The ember path blazed with a brilliant, sunny light, and the mist of the Vale of Whispers dissolved, not with a roar, but with a sigh, retreating to reveal a landscape bathed in a soft, golden radiance. They had passed through the coldest part of the journey. Now the path sloped upwards, towards a great, ancient willow tree whose branches swept the ground like a curtain of liquid gold. The light of the hearth glow was spilling out from behind it. The air was thick with the smell of warm bread, honey, and earth after a summer rain. It was the smell of pure, undiluted comfort. Leo pushed aside the golden willow fronds, and he and Tinder stepped through. He caught his breath. The hearth glow was not a palace or a city. It was a vast subterranean chamber, but it felt as open and airy as a meadow at dawn. The ceiling was a tapestry of roots from the great trees above, and from these roots hung thousands of luminescent mosses and fungi, glowing with the gentle, pulsating light of hearth embers. A soft, warm light emanated from the very soil, from the smooth, round stones that lined a meandering, warm stream, and from the flowers that bloomed without sun. In the center of it all was a great, still pool of water that shone with a light from its depths, as if a friendly star had fallen to sleep at the bottom of the world. It was beautiful, but the true magic was in the inhabitants. There were creatures here he had only heard of in his grandmother's tales, small, furry animals with coats that shimmered with their own inner light, wise-looking badgers whose stripes glowed like cooled lava, and birds that sang with voices like the soft crackle of a fire. They moved with a quiet peace, their eyes kind and knowing. An old badger larger than the others, with a muzzle of silver and stripes that glowed a deep, ruby red, ambled over to him. His voice, when he spoke, was the sound of logs settling in a well-built fire. You have followed the path, the badger said, his dark eyes twinkling. And you have not followed it alone. This is the true secret of the hearth glow. It is not a place one finds by being lost, but a place one earns by sharing warmth along the way. Leo looked down at Tinder, who was now gazing around with bright, curious eyes, his own little light mingling with the greater glow of the cavern. I almost didn't, Leo admitted. I almost kept walking when I found him. But you did not, the badger said gently. You stopped, you shared your warmth, and in doing so you kindled his, and see, he now shares his with you. The path is made of such exchanges. It is woven from compassion. The badger led them to the edge of the shining pool. Look into the water, child. Leo knelt and gazed down. He did not see his own reflection. Instead, the water showed a vision. He saw his grandmother sleeping peacefully in her chair by the fire, a soft smile on her lips. He saw his parents in their new home across the sea. They were not laughing or celebrating. They were sitting together looking at a painted portrait of Leo, their faces filled with a love so strong and steady it crossed the vast ocean and warmed him where he knelt. They missed him too. Their love for him was their own constant, glowing ember, never extinguished. The cold knot in Leo's chest, the one that had felt so permanent, dissolved completely. It was washed away in a wave of understanding and connection. He hadn't been left behind. He was being held in love from both sides of the world. The warmth he had been seeking outside himself had been inside him all along, waiting to be kindled by kindness and friendship. He spent what felt like a long, peaceful time in the hearth glow. He drank from the warm stream which tasted of spiced cider and shared a meal of glowing, sweet berries with Tinder and the old badger. He learned that the hearth glow was a sanctuary for all things that needed warmth, lost creatures, lonely hearts, and fading hopes. It was a living reminder that light and warmth were not finite resources to be hoarded, but infinite forces that grew when shared. When it was time to leave, he felt not sadness, but a profound peace. The old badger led him and Tinder to a different part of the cavern, where a simple, stone archway led out into the ordinary woods. The path inward is often a spiral, the badger said. You return to where you began, but you are no longer the same. You carry the hearth glow with you now. Leo stepped through the archway and found himself just behind his grandmother's cottage. The first hints of dawn were painting the sky with pale watercolors of pink and gold. The ember path was gone, but he didn't need it anymore. He carried its warmth inside him. He crept back inside through the window, Tittle still cradled in his arm. He placed the little fox on a soft blanket by the hearth, where the embers of last night's fire still winked sleepily. Tinder curled up, his own soft glow fading as the room grew lighter, becoming just a beautiful, ordinary fox kit who had found a home. Leo's grandmother found them there when she came down to start the morning fire. She didn't seem surprised. She simply smiled her warm, knowing smile and said, I see you found a friend to share the hearth with. I did, Leo said, and his voice was no longer hollow. It was full. And I found the hearth glow, grandmother. It's real. She knelt and put a new log on the fire, stirring the embers to life. I know, my dear, she said softly. It always is for those who learn how to carry it. As the new fire caught and began to crackle cheerfully, Leo sat with Tinder, watching the flames. He thought of his parents, and instead of the cold ache, he felt the steady, warm glow of their love, a constant ember in his heart. He thought of his journey through the dark wood, and how the warmth of a small, lost creature had made his own light burn brighter. The outside world was still turning, with its lonely winds and its vast oceans separating loved ones. But inside the cottage and inside Leo, there was a warmth that no distance or darkness could quench. He had learned that the greatest journeys are the ones that lead you back to yourself, and that the most magical light is the one you kindle by reaching out a hand to another in the dark. And as the fire settled into a steady, comforting rumble, and the sun rose fully over the whispering wood, Leo knew, with a certainty that warmed him to his very soul, that he would never truly be cold again. He had learned to build his own hearth, right there in his own heart, and that was a fire that would burn steady and true for all his days. Story 6. The first time Liam saw the sparks, he thought they were fireflies caught in an updraft. He was sitting on the creaking wooden swing his grandfather had hung from the old oak tree, the frayed rope rough and familiar under his palms. The evening was soft, smelling of cut grass and distant rain. But these weren't fireflies. They were tiny, shimmering motes of light, gold and silver and the faintest blue, rising from the forest floor beyond his garden gate and spiraling up into the violet dusk. They pulsed with a gentle rhythm, like a sleeping heartbeat. Drawn by a curiosity that felt both new and as ancient as the hills, Liam slipped from the swing. The back of his neck was warm where his grandmother's knitted scarf, a soft gray thing the color of a dove's wing, infused with the faint, constant scent of lavender from her garden, brushed against his skin. He never went anywhere without it. He followed the sparks through the gate, which swung shut with a quiet, final click. The path he walked now was not the one of packed earth and tree roots he knew. It was a bridge of woven moonlight, cool and slightly springy under his bare feet. The air lost the scent of rain and gained the fragrance of stardust and vanilla, of old paper and cold, clear streams. He was walking into the sky. This was the Etherium, a realm of cloud cities and whispered secrets. The path deposited him at the edge of a city, carved from cumulus and stratus. Towers weren't built of stone, but of cloud stuff dense and cool to the touch, their surfaces swirling with slow, pearlescent patterns. Streets were pathways of condensed mist that felt like walking on the most velvety moss. The air hummed a low, resonant chord that vibrated in his bones. This was the music of the Etherians. They were there all around him, though he hadn't noticed them at first. They were beings of light and air, their forms shifting like heat haze over a summer field. They had no mouths, no faces as he knew them. They communicated through the light that rippled across their bodies, complex, shimmering conversations of gold and rose and cerulean, and through soft, bell-like tones that seemed to emanate from their very cores. One drifted toward him, its light a curious, questioning silver. It extended a wisp of itself, and when it gently brushed his hand, a feeling of profound peace washed over him, along with a clear, wordless question, "Why are you here?" Liam, who had no light of his own to answer with, found his voice. "I followed the sparks," he whispered. I think I'm supposed to help." An image formed in his mind, not from the being before him, but from the collective hum of the city. He saw a great crystalline tree, its branches holding aloft not leaves, but tiny, captured constellations. He saw its light flickering, growing dim. And he felt the Etherian's sorrow, a cold, hollow note in the city's music. The starlight tree, the source of their harmony, was failing, and its silence was making their world slowly unravel. The Etherian who had touched him pulsed with a soft, hopeful blue. It gestured for him to follow. They led him to the edge of the cloud city, where a different kind of path began. It was a slide of shimmering air leading down, through layers of mist and cloud, toward a place where the ground was not sky, but something else entirely. The slide ended in the whispering woods, a forest where the trees were not wood, but living crystal. Each step crunched with a sound like tinkling glass, and the air was filled with a symphony of chimes as the wind stirred the crystalline leaves. The scents here were of ozone, like the air after a lightning strike, and of cool, clean rock. The light was a soft, fractured green, filtering through the gem-like canopy. Here the creatures were different. They looked like small, six-legged foxes, their fur a mosaic of polished stones, obsidian, jasper, and milky quartz. They did not make a sound with their throats, but when they moved, their paws tapped against the crystal floor, creating intricate, percussive rhythms. They circled Liam, their taps forming a curious, questioning beat. Tap, tap, a tap. 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 Liam stood very still. He didn't know their language. Then an idea came to him. He reached up and touched his scarf. The soft lavender sent a tiny anchor in this strange, beautiful place. He remembered his grandmother humming as she knitted, a simple, repeating tune. He began to hum it now, a soft, warm melody in the midst of the cold, chiming forest. The crystal foxes stopped. One, with a coat of glittering rose quartz, tilted its head. Then it began to tap its paws again, this time in perfect time with his hum. The others joined in, their rhythms layering, harmonizing with his simple song. They weren't hostile, they were musicians, and he had offered them a new melody. The rose quartz fox trotted forward and nudged his leg with its cool, smooth nose. Then it turned and led him deeper into the woods, the others falling into step behind him, their rhythmic tapping now a gentle, guiding escort. They brought him to the base of a colossal geode, its exterior rough and dark, but with a faint, violet light glowing from within. This was the Prism Gate, a landmark the Etherians' shared memory had shown him. It was the way to the next part of his journey. The fox tapped a specific sequence on the geode's surface, tap, 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 and a seam of light appeared, the geode splitting open with a deep, resonant groan. Inside was not rock, but a swirling vortex of colors. Taking a deep breath and holding the soft wool of his scarf tightly, Liam stepped through. The world melted away into a cascade of sensation. He felt he was floating, not falling, through a river of pure light. It was warm like sunlight on his skin, and it smelled of nothing and everything at once, a clean, elemental scent. Then, as gently as a leaf landing on a pond, he settled onto a soft, resilient surface. He was in the cavern of the sleeping auroras. It was an immense underground space, so vast he could not see the ceiling, only a darkness that felt like soft black velvet. But the walls were the wonder. They swirled with silent, sleeping northern lights. Great ribbons of emerald and magenta, sapphire and gold, lay draped across the stone like slumbering serpents. They were cold to the touch, sending a pleasant shiver up his arm, and they had a texture like slick, cool silk. The only sound was a faint, deep thrumming that seemed to come from the heart of the world itself. In the center of the cavern stood the starlight tree, just as he had seen it. It was magnificent, a trunk and branches of clear, flawless crystal, and within its limbs, nestled like birds in a nest, were the captured constellations, tiny, fiercely bright points of light. But now he could see the problem. A creeping gray moss, dull and fuzzy, was climbing the trunk, and wherever it touched, the crystal grew cloudy and the starlight within the branches dimmed. The tree's own light, which should have been pulsing in time with the cavern's thrum, was weak and erratic. The Etherian's sorrow made sense now. This tree was not just a wonder, it was a heart, and it was being stilled. Liam approached the tree. He didn't know any magic. He had no great power. All he had was his scarf, his grandmother's love, and the memory of the kindness he had found in the other realms. He reached out and touched the gray moss. It was dry and brittle, and it felt sad. It wasn't evil, it was a loneliness so profound it was leeching the joy from everything it touched. He remembered the feeling the Etherian had given him with its touch, peace. He remembered the crystal foxes harmonizing with his hum, connection. He thought of his grandmother's scarf, woven with patience and care, infused with the calming scent of lavender. He didn't try to scrape the moss away. Instead, he unwound the scarf from his neck. It felt warm from his own body heat. Gently, he laid it against the moss-covered part of the trunk. He closed his eyes and poured all his feelings into that simple woolen rectangle, the peace of the cloud city, the joy of the crystal forest's music, the comfort of his grandmother's love, his own hope for this beautiful, fading world. A soft gray light began to emanate from the scarf, the gentle, comforting light of a cloudy afternoon. It wasn't bright or forceful. It was patient. It seeped into the brittle moss. And as it did, the moss began to change. The gray lightened, becoming silver, then translucent. The fuzzy texture smoothed, becoming sleek and cool. The patches of moss transformed one by one into delicate living lichens that glowed with their own soft, internal light, silver, lavender, and the palest gold. They weren't draining the tree, they were adorning it, becoming a part of its beauty. As the last patch of gray moss transformed, the starlight tree gave a great, shuddering sigh. A pulse of pure, clear light shot from its roots to its highest branch. The constellations nestled in its arms blazed with renewed vigor, their light flooding the cavern. The sleeping auroras on the walls awoke. They uncoiled from the stone, rippling and dancing in a silent, glorious ballet of color, weaving around the tree and through the air, their cool light brushing against Liam's skin with the softness of a butterfly's wing. The deep thrum of the cavern strengthened, becoming a vibrant, joyful hum that resonated with the tree's new rhythm. The Etherians appeared then, drifting down from the darkness above, their forms blazing with colors of gratitude and celebration, sunset oranges, deep ocean blues, and vibrant spring greens. They surrounded him, their gentle touches filling him with a warmth that had nothing to do with temperature and everything to do with belonging. One of them hovered before him, its light forming the shape of a key. It then gestured to his scarf, which still lay against the tree, now glowing with the same soft light as the new, beautiful lichens. He understood. A piece of his home would remain here, a part of the tree's healing, a permanent reminder of comfort and connection. The Etherians led him back, not by the paths he had come, but on a river of waking auroras that carried him up, through the prism gate, through the chiming crystal woods, and back to the Cloud City. The city's music was no longer a sorrowful hum, but a triumphant, complex symphony of light and sound. They brought him to the moon bridge, the path that had brought him here. As he stepped onto it, he turned for one last look. The Etherium was restored, more vibrant and alive than ever. He could see the distant glow of the cavern, a new, gentle light woven into its splendor, the light of his scarf, the light of home. The bridge carried him back. One moment he was walking on mist, the next, his bare feet were on the cool, dewy grass of his own backyard. The oak tree stood silent, the swing motionless. The sky was dark, dotted with genuine, distant stars. He looked up, and for a moment he saw them, a fleeting, beautiful shimmer of green and gold and magenta, dancing at the edge of the atmosphere before fading away. He smiled, touching his neck where his scarf usually lay. It was gone, but he didn't feel its loss. He could still smell the faintest trace of lavender on his skin, and he felt a new warmth inside him, a quiet, humming joy. He was home. And he knew, with a certainty as deep as the cavern and as high as the cloud cities, that a little piece of this quiet, familiar world was now watching over an enchanted one, and a little piece of that magic was now forever a part of him. He climbed into his own bed, the sheets crisp and cool, and as he drifted into a deep and peaceful sleep, the last thing he felt was the gentle, rhythmic pulse of a distant, crystal heart, beating in perfect time with his own. Story 7. The fire crackled and whispered in the hearth, casting long, dancing shadows upon the walls. Each pop and hiss was like a tiny secret being told to the night. Outside, the wind murmured through the pines, a soft, distant lullaby. But here, in the warm circle of firelight, all was safe, all was still. So settle in, close your eyes, and let me tell you a tale of a quiet boy, a hidden world, and a light that glowed like a captured ember. In a small cottage at the edge of a great, whispering wood lived a boy named Leo. He was a quiet child with a heart full of wonder but a voice that often stayed tucked away, like a precious stone in a pocket. While other children shouted and played games of chase, Leo preferred the company of the old oak tree behind his home, or the patient, listening silence of the stream that gurgled over smooth, gray stones. He noticed things others missed, the intricate lace of a spider's web beaded with morning dew, the particular way sunlight fell through the leaves in late afternoon, dappling the forest floor in gold. One evening, as autumn began to paint the wood in shades of copper and flame, Leo was sitting on the back step, tracing patterns in the cool earth with a twig. The air was crisp, carrying the rich, earthy scent of decaying leaves and wood smoke from the cottage chimney. As the last of the sun's light bled from the sky, he saw something unusual. Deep within the gathering gloom beneath the ancient oak, a soft, pulsing glow caught his eye. It was not the sharp yellow of a firefly, nor the cool silver of moonlight. This was a deep, warm orange, the color of the heart of a fire, of a perfect ember just before it turns to ash. Curiosity, a gentle but persistent tug, pulled him to his feet. He crept across the grass, the blades cold and damp beneath his bare feet. The light pulsed again, a slow, steady rhythm, like a sleeping heartbeat. Nailing, he brushed aside a blanket of crimson and gold leaves. There, nestled in a cradle of gnarled roots, was a small, smooth stone. It was no bigger than his thumb, and it was perfectly round, like a marble made by the earth itself. And from within its depths, that warm, ember-like light glowed, pulsing softly. With a trembling hand, Leo reached out and picked it up. It was surprisingly warm to the touch, a comforting, living warmth that seeped into his palm. As he held it, the light within brightened, casting a gentle, sunset-hued radiance onto his face. He felt a strange sense of calm, as if the stone itself was breathing slowly, and its rhythm was slowing his own heart to match its peaceful pace. He took the stone inside, keeping it a secret tucked in his palm. That night he placed it on the windowsill beside his bed. Its soft glow painted the ceiling with shifting amber patterns, and for the first time in a long while, Leo fell into a deep and dreamless sleep, feeling not alone, but watched over by a tiny, silent sun. The next day and the day after that, he carried the stone with him everywhere. He called it his ember stone. He found that when he was feeling nervous or unsure, its warmth would seem to grow, a silent reassurance. It was a companion for his quiet nature. He would sit by the stream and hold it, and the light would pulse in time with the gurgling water, as if they were having a conversation only they understood. A week after finding the stone, Leo was following the stream further into the wood than he had ever dared before. The trees grew thicker here, their branches weaving a canopy that turned the daylight into a cool, green twilight. The air was still and fragrant with pine and damp moss. He was about to turn back when the emberstone in his pocket suddenly flared, its light bright enough to shine through the fabric of his trousers. He took it out. The stone was no longer pulsing slowly, but flickering with a quick, eager light. It seemed to be pulling him forward, towards a thick curtain of ivy that draped over a large, mossy boulder. The gentle tug he had felt before was now a firm, insistent pull. Hesitantly, Leo pushed aside the ivy. Behind it was not solid rock, but the entrance to a narrow passage, barely wide enough for him to squeeze through. The air that drifted out was warm and carried a scent he couldn't place, a mix of honey, old parchment, and blooming night flowers. Taking a deep breath the emberstone held before him like a lantern, he stepped inside. The passage twisted and turned, descending gently. The walls were not of cold stone, but of packed, warm earth, threaded with glowing roots that pulsed with a soft, blue-white light, illuminating the way. The sound of the stream faded, replaced by a new music, a delicate, chiming sound, like tiny crystal bells being stirred by a breeze. After a few minutes, the tunnel opened up, and Leo caught his breath. He was standing at the edge of a vast, hidden cavern. It was not a dark, dank place, but a world of its own. The ceiling was so high it was lost in a soft, misty gloom, from which hung thousands of the same glowing roots, casting a gentle, star-like radiance. The floor was a carpet of luminous moss that gave off a soft, green light, and in the center of it all flowed a slow, silent river that shimmered with reflected light, as if liquid silver had been poured between its banks. And there were people, or rather beings. They were small, no taller than his knee, with slender limbs and skin the color of birch bark or twilight shadows. Their hair was like fine moss or flowing lichen, and their eyes were large and luminous, reflecting the gentle light of the cavern. They moved with a graceful, fluid silence, tending to glowing fungi gardens or weaving garments from spider silk. They paused as Leo emerged, their large eyes turning towards him. He felt a flutter of panic and shrank back, clutching his emberstone tightly. But then, one of the small beings stepped forward. It was an older creature, his face etched with fine lines like the rings of a tree, and he carried a staff of polished driftwood. His eyes, the color of ancient amber, fell not on Leo, but on the stone in his hand. He spoke, and his voice was the rustle of leaves, the crackle of a distant fire. "The hearth glow," he whispered, a note of awe in his tone. "It has returned to us." The small being introduced himself as Rowan, the lore keeper of the Glimmer folk. He led Leo to a comfortable seat on a smooth, warm rock near the Silver River and began to explain. Long ago, he said, the heart of their world, a great crystal called the Sundrop, had shattered during a tremor in the earth. The largest piece remained, providing the main light for their cavern, but many smaller shards had been lost, their light fading from the world. These shards were called hearth glows, for they held the essential warmth and comfort of a home's heart. Without them, Rowan explained, his voice soft, our world has grown quieter. The music is not as bright, the moss not as luminous. A slow dimness has been creeping in. Your stone, he said, pointing a slender finger at the emberstone, is one of the lost shards. It must have found its way to the surface, and it has chosen you. Leo looked down at the warm stone in his hand. It had never felt like a mere rock. It had always felt like a friend. "Chosen me for what?" he asked, his own voice a small, hesitant thing in the vast, beautiful cavern. "To help us," said a new voice, softer and lighter than Rowan's. A young Glimmerfolk girl stepped forward. She had hair like a cascade of silver moss, and eyes the color of violets at twilight. "My name is Alara. The hearth glows respond to a certain kind of heart, a quiet heart, a noticing heart. They do not shine for those who rush and shout. They shine for those who listen." Alara became Leo's guide. Over the days that followed, he returned again and again to the hidden cavern. With Rowan's ancient maps and Alara's knowledge of the deeper, forgotten tunnels, they began their search for the other lost shards. The emberstone was their compass. When they drew near to another fragment, it would pulse and grow warm, its light flaring like a signal fire. Their journey was not one of great danger or fierce monsters, but of gentle challenges and quiet discoveries. They had to cross the river of whispers, whose waters stole the sound from your voice unless you sang a true and honest song. Leo, who rarely sang, found a simple melody rising in his heart, a song about the comfort of his small room, the taste of warm bread, and the joy of a secret shared. His voice, though soft, was pure, and the waters parted for them, their silent flow now humming with his tune. They had to navigate the caves of echoing memory, where every sound was caught and twisted into whispers of past fears and doubts. Leo heard echoes of his own voice, small and trembling, saying, "I can't," and "I'm not brave enough." But Alara was there, her hand a small, cool comfort in his. "Listen to the stone," she whispered. He held the emberstone to his chest, and its steady, warm pulse drowned out the fearful echoes, reminding him of the quiet strength he carried inside. In a grove of crystal flowers that chimed in a soft breeze, they found their first shard, nestled in the heart of the largest bloom. In a pool where the water was as black as ink but lit from below by glowing fish, they found another, resting on the sandy bottom like a fallen star. Each time Leo recovered a shard, he felt a little spark of warmth not just from the stone, but from within himself. He was speaking more, not in great speeches, but in small, sure sentences. He was leading the way through tunnels when Alara was unsure. The quiet boy was discovering that his quietness was not a weakness, but a different kind of strength, the strength of patience, of observation, of a deep and steady heart. The final shard was the most difficult to find. According to Rowan's map, it was in the highest part of the cavern, a place called the Area of Winds, where the air currents were strong and unpredictable. To reach it, they had to climb a series of natural stone pillars, slick with condensation. The emberstone glowed so brightly it was almost white-hot, pulling Leo upwards. The climb was arduous. The wind tugged at his clothes and whistled in his ears. Below, the glowing world of the Glimmerfolk looked like a miniature galaxy. Alara climbed nimbly beside him, her small fingers finding holds his could not. Near the top, Leo's foot slipped on a patch of wet moss. He scrabbled for a hold, his heart pounding in his throat. For a terrifying moment he was suspended, the vast drop yawning below him. Leo, Alara cried out. He looked at the emberstone, clutched so tightly in his hand, its shape was pressed into his palm. He thought of its constant, reassuring warmth. He thought of the friendship he had found with Alara, a friendship that asked for no grand words, only a shared purpose. He took a deep, calming breath, just as the stone seemed to breathe with him. He found a new strength in his limbs, a steady resolve. Carefully, slowly, he regained his footing and continued the climb. At the very top, in a small niche sheltered from the wind, lay the last shard. It was the largest of all, glowing with a fierce, joyful light. As Leo reached for it, the emberstone in his hand and the shard in the niche flared in unison, and for a moment he was bathed in a light so warm and brilliant it felt like being held by the sun itself. He gathered the final shard and carefully made the descent. When they returned to the main cavern, the entire population of the Glimmerfolk had gathered around the central crystal, the remaining piece of the sundrop. Rowan stood before it, his staff raised. Leo approached, and one by one he placed the recovered shards, including his own beloved emberstone, into a carved depression at the base of the great crystal. As the last shard clicked into place, a profound silence fell over the cavern. Then a deep, resonant hum began to emanate from the sundrop. The cracks that had marred its surface began to seal, glowing with molten gold. The light that burst forth was not blinding, but profoundly beautiful, a warm, golden radiance that filled every corner of the cavern. The moss on the floor glowed a deeper, richer green. The star-like roots on the ceiling blazed with renewed intensity. The chiming music in the air grew louder, sweeter, a symphony of pure, restored joy. The Glimmerfolk erupted into celebration, their movements fluid and joyful. They danced, and the very air seemed to dance with them. Leo stood with Alara, watching, a deep and peaceful happiness settling in his heart. Rowan approached him. "You have returned the heart to our home, child of the surface," he said, his amber eyes glowing. "You have warmed our world." He held out his hand. In his palm lay Leo's emberstone. It had not fused with the great crystal, it had been returned to him. "This one has bonded with you, it is yours to keep, a reminder of the light you carry within and the light you helped rekindle here." Leo took the stone. It felt familiar and comforting, yet somehow more. It was no longer just a companion for a quiet boy. It was a symbol of a journey taken, a friendship forged, and a strength discovered. Alara walked with him to the tunnel that led back to his world. "Will you come back?" she asked, her violet eyes earnest. "Yes," Leo said, and his voice was clear and sure. "I will." He squeezed through the passage, pushed aside the ivy, and emerged into the cool, night air of the familiar wood. The moon was high, casting a silvery light. He looked back at the ivy curtain, now just a normal part of the forest again. But he knew the secret it held. He walked back to his cottage, the emberstone a warm, gentle weight in his pocket. He slipped inside and up to his room, placing the stone back on his windowsill. Its soft, pulsing glow painted the familiar patterns on his ceiling. Leo was still a quiet boy, but his quiet was no longer the quiet of solitude. It was the quiet of a deep, still pool, which holds the reflection of the entire sky. It was the quiet of a heart that knows its own strength, a heart that has learned that even the smallest light can push back the dimness, and that the truest friendships are often found in the most unexpected places. He climbed into bed, the gentle warmth of the emberstone filling the room. Outside, the wind whispered through the pines, and the fire in the hearth downstairs settled with a soft, final sigh. Leo closed his eyes, his breathing slow and even, and drifted into a peaceful sleep, his dreams filled with golden light, chiming music, and the gentle, rustling voice of a friend. And so, with a warm heart and a quiet mind, may you too find such peace, and drift gently into your own restful dreams. The fire crackles its good night, and the story is done. Story 8. The attic was a kingdom of quiet things, where dust motes danced in the slanted afternoon light, and the air smelled of cedar and forgotten summers. It was there, on a day when the rain whispered secrets against the roof, that a young girl named Clara found the snow globe. It was tucked away in an old sewing basket, nestled between a pincushion shaped like a tomato and a tangle of faded ribbons. It wasn't grand or flashy. Its base was simple, polished wood, worn smooth by time. Inside the glass dome was a miniature forest, so intricately carved that Clara could see the delicate veins on each tiny leaf and the rough bark on the lopsided oak tree at its center. A little wooden bench sat beneath the oak, and on that bench sat two even smaller figures, a boy and a girl, their painted smiles forever fixed. There was no snow inside, only a stillness that felt deep and ancient. Tap, tap, tap went the rain on the attic window pane. Clara carefully picked up the globe. It was heavier than it looked, solid in her hands. She gave it a gentle shake. Instead of a blizzard, a soft, golden light bloomed from within the little forest, and a sound, faint and sweet, like the ringing of a distant silver bell, drifted into the quiet attic air. It was a single, clear note that hung for a moment before fading away, leaving behind a sense of profound peace. That evening, after the house had settled into its nighttime rhythms, the click of the thermostat, the soft hum of the refrigerator, Clara took the snow globe to her room. She placed it on her bedside table, and by the warm glow of her lamp, the miniature world seemed to breathe. She found that if she held it very still and listened not with her ears, but with a quieter, deeper part of herself, she could hear things. A rustle, like tiny feet through fallen leaves. A whisper, like the wind sighing through pine needles. It was on the third night that the true secret revealed itself. Clara was tracing the curve of the glass with her finger when the world around her seemed to soften and blur. The walls of her room melted away, and the sound of her cat, Barnaby, purring contentedly from the foot of her bed, became the gentle thrum of the earth itself. She was standing at the edge of the miniature forest, which was now life-sized and wonderfully real. The air smelled of damp moss and sweet, decaying wood. The leaves overhead rustled a gentle welcome. And there, sitting on the very same bench she had admired, was the little wooden boy from the globe. He wasn't wooden anymore, but a small fellow with a worried brow and eyes the color of the forest floor. "Oh," he exclaimed, jumping to his feet. "You've come, I'm Pip." "Clara," she said, her voice barely a whisper in the vast, quiet wood. "It's the silence," Pip said, wringing his hands. "It's growing." He explained that the snow globe was the heartwood, a place where all the gentle, happy sounds of the world were collected and kept safe. The sound of a cat purring, a kettle singing, a log crackling in a hearth, a mother's lullaby. The golden light and the bell-like tone were the sound of its heart beating. But a hairline crack had appeared in the glass dome of their world, a fissure so fine it was almost invisible. And through this tiny crack the silence was leaking in, swallowing their precious sounds one by one. "The lullaby brook has stopped its humming," Pip said, his voice thick with sorrow. "The chuckling stones by the meadow have gone quiet. If the heartwood's own sound is lost, the silence will become permanent. our world will be frozen, not in snow, but in utter quiet. Clara's own heart felt heavy. What can I do? You found us, Pip said, his eyes hopeful. That means you can't help. We must take a drop of the first dew to the heartwood tree. It's the only thing that can mend a crack made by silence. But the journey is not measured in steps, but in courage. The silence preys on fear. It makes the path confusing and the shadows long. Their first helper appeared as they set off down a path of soft, brown pine needles. A small, velvety mouse with whiskers that twitched nervously scurried out from behind a toadstool. Hello, the mouse stammered. I'm Mallow. I heard you talking about the silence. It's very loud in its own way. Mallow was a map maker, but his maps were not of places, but of safe sounds. He could point them toward the last patches of the forest where warmth and noise still huddled together. His constant, anxious shivering was counteracted by his incredible knowledge. Avoid the whispering dell, he'd whisper, pointing a tiny paw. The silence has settled there like a fog, but listen, you can still hear the firefly glade blinking. It's this way. Their little lights go fizz-pop, and it's a lovely sound. So they followed the faint fizz-pop of the fireflies, a trail of tiny, sonic breadcrumbs in the growing hush. The woods grew darker, the path less certain. The silence wasn't empty, it was a presence, a heavy blanket that muffled their footsteps and made their own breaths sound terrifyingly loud. Clara felt a prickle of fear. What if they were lost? What if the silence swallowed them too? Just as her courage began to waver, a deep, rumbling voice spoke from the shadows. The path is not lost, little traveler. You have merely forgotten to listen to your feet. A large, kindly badger emerged. He was called Torben, and he moved with a slow, deliberate grace. The silence feeds on hurry, he rumbled, his voice a comforting, earthy sound. It wants you to rush, to panic, then it tangles your thoughts. Be patient, like the roots of the great oak. Torben taught Clara to walk not with fear, but with intention, to feel the solid ground beneath her feet, and to listen to the steady, reassuring thump-thump of her own heart. He walked with them for a time, his calm presence a shield against the pressing quiet, until they reached the edge of a wide, silent meadow. The first dew collects on the petals of the moonshadow blossom, Pip said, pointing to a single, luminous flower glowing in the center of the meadow. But the meadow is where the silence is strongest. It was true. The meadow was profoundly still. No crickets chirped. No wind stirred the grass. It was a sea of quiet. To cross it felt like an impossible task. The fear returned, colder and sharper this time. It was then that their third helper arrived, not with a sound, but with a presence. A great silver owl alighted silently on a branch above them. Her name was Lyra, and her eyes were full of starlight. You are thinking of the emptiness, Lyra said, her voice a soft hoot that seemed to weave through the silence without breaking it. Do not fight the quiet, befriend it, fill it. With what? Clara asked, her voice small. With what you carry, Lyra replied. A memory of a sound, a happy thought, they are like tiny lights. The silence cannot exist where there is light. So, as Clara stepped into the meadow, she didn't try to run. She walked slowly, as Torben had taught her. And she began to remember. She remembered the crackle pop of the fireplace downstairs. She remembered the soft purr of her mother knitting in the evening. She remembered the cheerful ding-ailing of the bell on the bakery door. She held these sounds in her mind, painting them against the canvas of the silence. With each remembered sound, the path ahead seemed a little clearer, the oppressive weight a little lighter. Pip walked beside her, humming a little tune his grandmother had taught him, a tune about baking sunbeam pies. They were not loud, these tiny, brave noises in their minds, but they were bright. They were a string of lanterns guiding them through the dark. When they reached the moonshadow blossom, a single perfect dewdrop, shimmering with captured starlight, rested on its petal. Pip carefully collected it in a tiny acorn cup. The journey back to the great oak, the heartwood tree, felt different. The forest seemed to be holding its breath. When they arrived, they could see the problem clearly. A fine, dark line ran down the trunk of the magnificent tree, and from it seeped not sap, but a deep, sound-absorbing hush. "This is it," Pip whispered. But how to apply the dew? The crack was high up, far above their reach. They had no ladder, no rope. Clara looked at the dewdrop in the acorn cup. She thought of Lyra's words. The solution wasn't about force or height, it was about gentleness and precision. She noticed a slender, flexible branch of a willow tree nearby, its tip fine and brush-like. "Pip," she said, her voice filled with a sudden, clear certainty. "We don't need to climb, we need to paint." Using the willow tip as a brush, she carefully dipped it into the starlit dew. Then, with a patience she didn't know she possessed, she began to trace the hairline crack from the bottom, slowly, meticulously working her way up. She didn't just cover the crack, she tended to it. With every stroke she poured into it a memory of a cozy sound, the click of her cat's purr, the rustle of her own bedsheets, the drip 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 of the comforting rain outside the attic window. As she painted the final stroke at the very top of the crack, the dewdrop shimmered and sank into the wood. The dark line vanished. For a moment there was absolute stillness. And then, ding. It was the sound of a single, perfect silver bell. The sound rippled outwards, clean and pure. The lullaby brook began to hum its watery tune once more. The chuckling stones in the distance started their soft, gravelly laughter. The fireflies' fizz-pop became a joyful chorus. The entire heartwood sang with restored sound, a symphony of cozy, gentle noises. The golden light from within the tree pulsed warmly, bathing them all in its glow. Pip grinned, his worries gone. "You did it, you mended it with kindness." The world began to soften and blur again. The towering trees shrank, the sounds faded to a pleasant, distant murmur. Clara found herself back in her bed, the snow globe glowing softly on her nightstand. The hairline crack was gone. Inside, the miniature forest seemed more vibrant than ever, and if she listened very, very closely, she could just hear the faint, happy murmur of the lullaby brook and the cheerful chuckle of the stones. Downstairs, the grandfather clock chimed a deep, comforting note. Barnaby the cat, curled at her feet, let out a contented prrrp. Clara smiled, snuggling deeper under her quilt. She had journeyed far without ever leaving her room. She had learned that the greatest courage is often found in patience, that the cleverest solutions are born from kindness, and that even the smallest, quietest sounds, a purr, a memory, a happy thought, are powerful enough to mend a crack in the world. And as she drifted off to sleep, the soft, golden light from the snow globe kept watch over her, a tiny, steady heartbeat in the quiet of the night. Story 9. In the velvet expanse where star systems swirl like sugar dust in cosmic tea, there drifted a small, forgotten observatory station known as Starlight Haven. It was not a grand place by any galactic standard, but it possessed a gentle magic. Its domed roof was spun from a crystalline material that drank in the light of distant suns and nebulae, and by night it would glow with a soft, internal luminescence, like a lantern left burning in a window for weary travelers. It was to this quiet refuge that two very different souls found their way. The first was a being from the world of Lyria, a planet where the very atmosphere hummed with gentle harmonies. His name was Kalen, and he was covered in a coat of fur that shifted in color with his mood, a soft, swirling aurora that danced across his body. When he was content, it was the pale blue of a morning sky. When curious, it shimmered with flecks of silver and gold. He communicated not with words, but with a symphony of colors and soft, melodic hums that resonated from a small, crystal-like organ on his chest. He had come to Starlight Haven to listen. His people were archivists of cosmic song, and he was there to record the faint, musical whispers of dying stars. The second was a traveler from the silicate jungles of Xylos, a small, delicate creature named Pip. Pip's body was like living quartz, faceted and clear, and inside her tiny, glowing motes of light, her thoughts and feelings, drifted and swirled like fireflies in a jar. She spoke in patterns of light, a silent, shimmering language that painted pictures in the air. She had fled the noisy, bustling trade routes of her system, seeking a place of quiet contemplation, a place to watch the slow, beautiful dance of galaxies without interruption. Their first meeting was a symphony of confusion. Kalen was in the main observatory chamber, his fur a calm, steady blue, humming a low note to calibrate his recording sphere, when Pip tumbled through the portal, her internal lights flashing a frantic, startled orange. Kalen, surprised, flinched. His fur instantly bloomed into a brilliant, warning red, and a sharp, discordant chime erupted from his chest. Pip, interpreting the red and the loud sound as aggression, froze. Her lights dimmed to a fearful, pulsing gray. She retreated into a corner, her crystalline form clicking softly against the floor. For a long time they simply watched each other from across the room, a silent standoff between a creature of color and sound and a being of light and silence. The misunderstanding lasted for nearly a full cycle of the station's day. Kalen tried to approach once, his fur shifting to a tentative, questioning yellow. Pip responded by flashing a rapid, defensive sequence of white sparks. They were two songs in different keys, unable to find a harmony. The breakthrough came not from a grand gesture, but from a shared need. The station's environmental systems, old and slightly neglected, chose that moment to falter. A creeping chill began to seep into the observatory. Kalen's fur fluffed up, turning a worried, shivering violet. Pip's lights swirled slowly, a visible manifestation of her discomfort. Driven by the simple, universal desire for warmth, Kalen moved to the central heating conduit, a beautiful, organic-looking structure that pulsed with geothermal energy. He began to hum a low, coaxing melody and placed his paws on its surface. The conduit, responsive to sonic frequencies, began to glow a little brighter, emitting a gentle warmth. Pip, watching from her corner, saw the intent, not the aggression. Her fear light softened. Slowly, hesitantly, she drifted closer. She didn't know his songs, but she understood warmth. She extended a slender, crystalline hand towards the conduit, and the motes inside her began to swirl in a calm, rhythmic pattern. As her inner light fell upon the conduit, the device seemed to recognize her frequency too, and its glow stabilized, spreading a deep, comforting heat throughout the chamber. Kalen looked at Pip, his fur shifting from violet to a surprised, then appreciative, soft green. He let out a gentle, chiming purr. Pip's light sparkled in a soft, golden pattern that looked remarkably like a smile. That was the beginning. Their shared shelter, Starlight Haven, became their workshop for friendship. They found a neglected hydroponics bay, a room with a vast, transparent dome that looked out upon the swirling lavender and cobalt ribbons of the Serenity Nebula. Together, they decided to make it their own. Kalen, with his sonic gifts, would hum to the seeds they found in the station's archives, seeds for glowing moon moss and star petals that unfurled only in starlight. His melodies encouraged them to grow, to reach for the artificial sun lamps. Pip, with her light, would trace nurturing patterns over the soil, her inner glow providing a spectrum the plants seemed to love. Soon the bay was a thriving, miniature Eden. Silvery vines crept up the walls, bioluminescent fungi dotted the corners like tiny lanterns, and in the center, a pool of clear water reflected the nebula above. It was their garden, a safe space built not from grand designs, but from shared, quiet effort. Their days settled into a gentle rhythm, punctuated by moments of hilarious cultural confusion. Once Kalen brought Pip a drink he had synthesized, a bubbling, fragrant nectar that was a great delicacy on Lyria. He presented it with his fur glowing a proud, cheerful orange. Pip, touched by the gift, took a sip. Instantly her entire body lit up in a frantic, flashing rainbow, and she let out a silent, vibrating shudder. The nectar, it turned out, was intensely effervescent to her crystalline palate, creating a sensation akin to being tickled by 1,000 tiny feathers. Kalen, alarmed by her flashing lights, thought she was in distress, and his fur turned a panicked blue. It was only when Pip's lights settled into a pattern of wobbly, laughing spirals that he understood. His own fur melted into ripples of amused pink, and he hummed a laughing trill. They learned that day that Pip preferred still water infused with the faint light of distant quasars. Another time, Pip tried to show Kalen a Xylian game of thought patterns, creating intricate, shimmering labyrinths of light in the air for him to follow. Kalen, whose mind worked in melodies and colors, became hopelessly lost, his fur swirling in a frustrated, confused brown. Pip, seeing his struggle, gently dissolved the complex pattern, and instead painted a simple, glowing image of the two of them sitting in their garden. The gesture was so kind, so clear, that Kalen's confusion vanished, replaced by a warm, contented azure. But the most profound moments were the quiet ones. As the station rotated, their favorite spot became a cushioned nook in their garden, directly under the dome. There they would sit for hours, watching the cosmos perform its silent ballet. Pip would rest her crystalline head against Kalen's softly humming, warm side, his fur a constant, soothing blue. She didn't need to see his colors to know his mood. She could feel the vibration of his contentment through her form. He didn't need to see her light patterns to understand her feelings. He could sense the peaceful, slow drift of her inner motes. They learned to speak a new language, one that had no dictionary but was richer than any other. It was a language woven from the shared scent of their moon moss, the comfortable silence between them, the way Kalen would hum a specific, gentle lullaby when Pip seemed sad, and the way Pip would glow with a steady, reassuring gold when Kalen was recording a particularly beautiful stellar melody. It was a language built on patience, on observation, and on the simple, courageous act of offering kindness, without the expectation of it being understood in the same way. One evening, as they watched a meteor shower paint silver streaks across the nebula, a profound understanding settled between them. Kalen, his fur a deep, thoughtful indigo, began to hum a new melody. It was not a recording of a star, but a song of his own creation. It was a melody of meeting, of initial red fear, softening into yellow curiosity, blooming into the green of their garden, and finally settling into this deep, peaceful blue of companionship. As he hummed, Pip leaned closer. Her inner lights began to move, not in her native Xylian patterns, but in direct response to his song. She painted the air with light, creating swirling visuals of a red flash meeting a gray pulse, of them working side by side in the garden, of them sharing a laugh over the bubbly nectar. Her light dance was a perfect, silent translation of his sound song. They had not just learned to coexist, they had learned to harmonize. Illyrian's song and Xylian's light had become a single, beautiful expression of friendship. The universe is vast and filled with worlds of unimaginable difference. The languages are countless, the customs strange, the ways of being seemingly alien. But in a quiet observatory on the edge of a nebula, two beings proved that the one language that needs no translation is written in the heart. It is the language of a shared warmth against the cold, of a patient smile after a misunderstanding, of a quiet presence in the face of the immense, star-dusted dark. And as Kalen and Pip sat together, his hum a soft vibration in the air and her light a gentle glow in the night, the stars outside seemed to shine just a little brighter, as if they too were bearing witness to the simple, cosmic truth that kindness is the one signal that every soul, in every corner of the sky, can understand. The starlight haven was no longer just a refuge. It was a home, a testament to the bridge that can be built between any two worlds, so long as the architects are willing to build it with compassion, one gentle, understanding moment at a time. And in the great, quiet library of the cosmos, that is the most beautiful story of all. Story 10. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, sending dancing shadows across the room as the last light of day faded beyond the window. The warmth wrapped around you like a favorite blanket, and the scent of burning oak filled the air with a comforting sweetness. Tonight I want to tell you a story about a boy who learned that even the smallest light can guide you home, and that the most magical transformations happen not in grand explosions, but in the quiet, steady glow of a caring heart. In a valley cradled between sleeping mountains, there was a village where the lanterns were always lit before dusk. The people there were kind and hardworking, living in harmony with the gentle rhythms of the forest that surrounded them. And in that village lived a quiet boy named Leo, who had a habit of listening more than he spoke, and of noticing things others often missed. Leo's favorite place was the edge of the Emberwood, a forest so named because in the deepest parts of it, when the moonlight struck the moss just right, it was said to glow with a soft, warm light, like embers in a dying fire. Most villagers avoided the woods after dark, telling tales of whispering trees and shifting paths, but Leo felt a pull toward its mysteries. He would often sit on a large, smooth stone at the forest's edge, watching the play of light and shadow between the branches, wondering what secrets the old trees held. One afternoon, as autumn began to paint the leaves in shades of gold and crimson, Leo found something unusual near his favorite sitting stone. It was a small, smooth pebble, no larger than his thumbnail, but it pulsed with a gentle, warm light from within. When he cupped it in his hands, the light glowed a little brighter, casting a soft amber radiance that danced across his palms. It felt warm like a sunbeam captured in stone, and it hummed with a faint, melodic vibration that he felt more than heard. He showed it to his grandmother that evening as they sat by their own hearth. She was a woman with kind eyes and hands that told stories of years spent gardening and mending and comforting. She examined the pebble carefully, holding it up to the firelight. "This is a heartstone, Leo," she said, her voice as soft as the wool blankets she knitted. "I haven't seen one since I was a girl. They are said to be pieces of the forest's own soul. They glow for those who have a quiet heart and a listening spirit. They are guides, but they are also teachers. Keep it safe. Its light will show you what you need to see." That night, Leo placed the heartstone on the windowsill beside his bed. Its gentle pulse filled the room with a cozy light, and for the first time, he didn't mind the deep darkness outside his window. He fell asleep watching its steady rhythm, like a silent, sleeping heartbeat. The next day, a change came over the Emberwood. A strange, unseasonable chill clung to the air, and the birds were silent. The usual rustle of creatures in the undergrowth was gone, replaced by an unsettling stillness. Most noticeable of all, the forest itself seemed dimmer, as if its inner light was fading. That evening, Leo's heartstone flickered. Its warm, steady glow became uneven, pulsing erratically as if it were worried or in pain. Leo knew with a certainty that settled deep in his bones that something was wrong in the Emberwood. The forest was calling for help, and his small, glowing pebble was the answer. He packed a small satchel with a piece of bread, a wedge of cheese, and a flask of water. He wrapped the heartstone in a soft cloth and put it in his pocket, where it glowed warmly against his leg. As he stepped past the boundary stone and into the Emberwood, the air grew cool and carried the rich, earthy scent of pine needles and damp soil. The path, which was clear and sun-dappled by day, was now a tunnel of shifting shadows. But the heartstone in his pocket pulsed, and with each pulse it cast a small circle of amber light around his feet, showing him the way. He walked for what felt like hours, the only sounds the crunch of his own footsteps and the whisper of the wind through the high branches. The forest was ancient and vast, and Leo felt very small within it. Just as a knot of doubt began to tighten in his stomach, he heard a soft, snuffling sound from behind a thicket of ferns. He pushed the broad, green leaves aside and found a small, frightened creature. It was about the size of a rabbit, with fur the color of twilight and large, liquid eyes that shone like dewdrops. It had long, delicate ears that twitched at every sound, and it was shivering, curled up against the roots of a great oak. "Hello there," Leo said, his voice barely a whisper. He knelt down, moving slowly so as not to startle it. "Are you lost?" The creature looked up at him, its eyes wide. It made a soft, chirping noise, a sound full of fear and loneliness. Leo reached into his pocket and drew out the heartstone. As its light fell upon the creature, it stopped shivering. Its eyes widened further, not in fear, but in wonder. It crept forward one hesitant step at a time, and gently nudged the glowing stone with its nose. A feeling of understanding passed between them, wordless but clear. The creature was a lumine, a being of the forest's inner light. Its name was Pip, and it was indeed lost. The fading light of the forest had disoriented it, separating it from its family. "I'm looking for what's hurting the forest, Pip," Leo said softly. "Would you like to help me? Maybe we can find your family, too." Pip chirped happily and hopped onto Leo's outstretched arm, scurrying up to perch on his shoulder. It was light as a feather, and its fur was incredibly soft. With a new friend on his shoulder and the heartstone lighting their path, Leo felt his courage return. The journey was no longer a solitary one. Together, they ventured deeper into the Emberwood. The heartstone was their compass. When the path forked, it would glow more brightly in one direction than the other. Pip, with its keen senses, would point with a delicate paw or twitch its ears toward sounds Leo couldn't hear. The trickle of a hidden stream, the rustle of a leaf that wasn't stirred by the wind. As they walked, Leo shared his piece of bread with Pip, who nibbled it with delicate appreciation. In return, Pip led him to a bush laden with sweet, dark berries that Leo had never seen before. They were the most delicious thing he had ever tasted. It was a small moment, a shared meal in the quiet of the woods, but it warmed Leo from the inside out. This was what friendship felt like, a shared path, a shared hunger, a shared discovery. The mystery of the forest's fading light began to unfold like the petals of a night-blooming flower. They found patches where the moss, which usually held a faint luminescence, was gray and dull. The flowers that typically bloomed with soft, moon-pale light were wilted and closed. It was as if a blanket of sorrow had been draped over this part of the woods. The heartstone's glow became their only constant, a tiny, defiant sun in the growing gloom. Leo noticed that it didn't just light their way, it reacted to the forest itself. When they passed a particularly sad-looking, withering tree, the stone's light would flicker sympathetically. When they found a small, clear pond, the stone pulsed with a calm, steady rhythm. "It feels what the forest feels," Leo murmured to Pip, who chirped in agreement from his shoulder. Their journey led them to a part of the woods Leo had never imagined. The trees grew so close together their branches intertwined, forming a living archway. The heartstone flared brightly, and Leo pushed through a curtain of silvery willow branches. He caught his breath. They had entered a hidden glen, a secret heart within the Emberwood. In the center of the glen stood the most magnificent tree Leo had ever seen. Its trunk was wide and gnarled with age, and its branches spread out like a canopy protecting the entire clearing. But the tree was in distress. Its leaves, which should have been shimmering with a soft, golden light, were dim and drooping. A faint, unhappy sigh seemed to emanate from its very core. Dozens of lumini, creatures like Pip but of various sizes and shades, were gathered around its roots. They were humming a low, mournful tune, their own natural glow seeming to dim in sympathy with the great tree. Pip let out an excited chirp and leaped from Leo's shoulder, darting into the crowd. It was reunited with its family in a flurry of soft nuzzles and happy chirps. Leo felt a pang of loneliness for a moment, but then the entire group of Lumini turned their luminous eyes toward him. They didn't seem afraid, they seemed hopeful. An older Lumini with a coat of silvery gray and wise, kind eyes stepped forward. It didn't speak, but as it looked at the heartstone in Leo's hand, images and feelings flowed into Leo's mind. He saw the great tree, the guardian of the glen, which drew its light from the happiness and harmony of the forest. He saw how a recent rockslide in the mountains had blocked the main stream that fed the glen's central spring. The guardian tree was thirsty, and its life, and the light of the entire Emberwood, was slowly fading without the clean, cold water it needed. The mystery was solved. The fading light wasn't the work of a monster or a curse, but a simple physical hurt, a blocked stream. The solution, however, seemed enormous. How could one boy unblock a mountain stream? He looked at the heartstone. It was glowing steadily now, its light focused and determined. It wasn't just showing him the problem, it was telling him he could help. He looked at the gathered Lumini, their small lights flickering like a field of timid stars. He looked at Pip, who chirped encouragingly. "We can do this," Leo said, his voice firmer than he expected. "We just have to find the blockage and clear it." The Lumini understood. With the older one leading, they formed a glowing procession, with Leo walking in their midst. The Heartstone's light merged with theirs, creating a soft, warm bubble of illumination that pushed back the deep shadows of the forest. They didn't walk on a path, but through the untamed woods, following the dry, rocky bed of what was once a stream. The way was steep and difficult. Leo had to climb over moss-slick boulders and push through thorny bushes. His hands got scratched and his legs grew tired. There were moments he wanted to sit down and rest, to admit that the task was too big for him. But then he would feel the warm pulse of the Heartstone in his hand, or see Pip scrambling nimbly ahead and turning back to make sure he was following, and he would find a new reserve of strength. This was his transformation. It wasn't a sudden, dramatic change, but a slow and steady burning away of his doubts. With each step, he was leaving behind the quiet boy who only watched from the edge of the woods. He was becoming someone who walked into the heart of the mystery, who carried a light for others to follow, who persevered even when he was tired and scared. Finally, they reached the source of the problem. A recent landslide had sent a pile of earth and several large rocks tumbling into the narrow canyon where the stream originated, creating a dam. Water was trickling feebly through tiny gaps, but not enough to feed the thirsty forest below. For a moment, Leo felt despair. The rocks were huge. He was just a boy. But as he stood there, the Heartstone in his palm began to glow more brightly than ever before. Its light wasn't just a beacon. It felt like a kind of warmth that seeped into his muscles, easing his fatigue and filling him with a quiet resolve. He looked at the dam not as an impossible wall, but as a puzzle. The largest boulder was the key. It was wedged in a way that held all the smaller rocks in place. If he could just move that one. He put his shoulder against the cold, rough stone and pushed. Nothing happened. He pushed again, straining until his muscles trembled. The rock didn't budge. He was about to give up when he felt a gentle pressure against his side. It was Pip and the older Lumini, and then all the others. They gathered around him, not pushing the rock themselves, but pressing their small, warm bodies against him and the stone. Their collective glow intensified, wrapping around Leo in a cloak of soft light and shared purpose. It was that small, authentic moment, the feeling of his friends beside him, sharing his burden, that made all the difference. He took a deep breath, focused all his strength, and pushed one more time. There was a deep, grinding sound. The key rock shifted just an inch. Then another. With a final collective heave, the rock tipped over, rolling down the small embankment. Once it was dislodged, the smaller rocks and earth gave way. With a joyful gushing roar, the pent-up water burst through the gap, tumbling and sparkling in the combined light of the Heartstone and the Lumini. Leo stood back, breathless and smiling, as the stream reclaimed its path. The water was cold and clear, and the sound of its journey down the mountainside was the most beautiful music he had ever heard. The journey back to the Guardian's Glen was a celebration. The forest already seemed to be sighing in relief. The air felt lighter, and the oppressive chill was gone. By the time they arrived back in the hidden glen, a miracle was unfolding. The great tree was drinking deeply from the rejuvenated spring at its base. As they watched, its drooping leaves began to lift. A soft, golden light started at the tips of its branches and slowly spread inward until the entire tree was radiant, glowing with a gentle, life-giving luminescence that filled the entire glen. The light pulsed softly, in perfect rhythm with the Heartstone in Leo's hand. The Lumini began to hum again, but this time it was a tune of pure, unbridled joy. Their own lights brightened, shining like a constellation of happy stars come to earth. Pip scampered over to Leo and nuzzled his hand, its chirps full of gratitude. The older Lumini approached Leo. It placed a delicate paw on the Heartstone, and a wave of profound peace and thankfulness washed over him. He had not just fixed the stream, he had healed a heart. He had helped a friend find its family, and in doing so, he had found a courage and strength he never knew he possessed. As he left the glen, the Lumini gathered to see him off, their lights creating a brilliant, loving pathway back toward the edge of the woods. The forest was now alive with its restored magic. The moss glowed under his feet, the flowers bloomed with soft light, and the air was warm and sweet. When he finally stepped out of the Emberwood and back onto his sitting stone, the first rays of dawn were painting the sky in hues of rose and gold. He looked back at the forest. It no longer seemed mysterious or frightening. It felt like a friend. He walked home, exhausted but deeply content. His grandmother was waiting for him at the door, a knowing smile on her face. She didn't ask where he had been. She simply wrapped him in a warm hug and led him to the hearth, where a pot of porridge was simmering. Leo placed the Heartstone back on his windowsill. It still glowed with its warm, amber light, but it was different now. Its pulse was slower, deeper, and more peaceful. It was no longer a guide calling him to a journey, but a reminder of the journey he had completed and the friend he had become. That night, as you settle into the softness of your own bed, remember Leo's story. Remember that even the smallest among us can hold a great light. Remember that true strength is often found not in being the loudest, but in being the kindest and most persistent. And remember that the world is full of hidden friendships and gentle mysteries, waiting just beyond the edge of the familiar, glowing softly for those who know how to look. Let the memory of the Emberwood's restored light, steady and warm, fill your thoughts. Let the sound of the freed stream, a gentle, constant murmur, lull you towards sleep. You are safe, you are loved, and the world is full of quiet magic. Close your eyes now, and let your dreams be as peaceful and radiant as a forest bathed in starlight. The fire is burning low, its embers glowing softly in the dark, keeping watch over you as you drift into rest. Sleep well. Story 11. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the moon poured its silver milk upon the earth, and the stars sewed sequins onto the velvet cloak of night, there existed an ancient forest. This was no ordinary woodland. Here the very air hummed with a soft, old magic, a gentle thrumming that one could feel in their bones if they stood still enough to listen. The trees, gnarled and grand, were librarians of time, their bark etched with stories older than the oldest mountains. The streams sang lullabies in a language of gurgles and splashes, and the stones, worn smooth by centuries of rain and wind, held the deep, resonant memories of the earth. On this particular night, under a crescent moon that hung like a celestial cradle, a young fox named Rowan trod softly along a path of moss and moonlight. His coat was the color of autumn leaves kissed by frost, and his eyes held the curious gleam of one who listens more than he speaks. Rowan was troubled. A restless feeling had settled in his heart, a quiet ache he could not name. It was a feeling of being out of step with the world, a dissonant note in the forest's nightly symphony. He sought the grove of Lumina, a starlit clearing rumored to be a place of answers, guided by the gentle wisdom of the forest's nocturnal inhabitants. His journey began at the border where the familiar undergrowth gave way to the deeper, older part of the woods. The first to greet him was a family of hedgehogs, their noses twitching as they shuffled through a carpet of fallen pine needles that released a crisp, riciny scent with every delicate crunch. "The path is soft tonight, little traveler," murmured the eldest hedgehog, her voice like the rustle of dry leaves. "Listen to the earth beneath your paws, it tells you where to step." Rowan did as she suggested. He felt the cool, spongy moss, the firm, damp soil, the occasional sharpness of a hidden twig. The very ground seemed to speak to the pads of his feet, guiding him away from treacherous roots and toward the smoothest passages. It was his first lesson in listening, not with his ears alone, but with his whole being. Deeper he went, where the canopy wove so thickly that the moonlight fell in dappled, shifting coins upon the forest floor. Here he encountered a badger, a stout, solemn creature who was digging for roots near a particularly ancient oak. "The trees are speaking," the badger said, not looking up from his work. "Lean your ear against the trunk, do not listen for words, listen for the feeling." Hesitantly, Rowan pressed his furry cheek to the rough, cool bark of the great oak. At first, there was only silence. Then he felt it, a deep, slow, resonant vibration, a hum that spoke of deep roots drinking from hidden aquifers, of sunlight stored from 100 summers past, of a patience that measured time in the growth of rings. It was a language of stability and slow, unwavering strength. The restless feeling in his heart quieted just a little. His path soon led him to the banks of the murmuring brook. The water did not rush, it wandered, chuckling over polished stones and whispering secrets to the ferns that dipped their fronds into its cool embrace. Rowan crouched down to drink, and the brook seemed to sing directly to him. Over stone, under moon. All things find their time soon. The hurried drop wears the stone, but the patient one learns its tone. The water's babbling was a natural ASMR, a soothing, unstructured sound that washed over him, easing the tension from his shoulders. He understood then that his restlessness was like a pebble tossed into the brook. It would eventually find its place and be smoothed by the flow of time. It was near the brook that he found the first of the forest's bioluminescent wonders. A fallen log, softened by decay, was adorned with a galaxy of foxfire fungus. The mushrooms glowed with a soft, ethereal green light, pulsing gently as if breathing. As he watched, a trail of luminous millipedes, each segment a tiny blue lantern, processed solemnly across the log, adding their cool light to the warm green glow. It was a silent, beautiful display of life persisting and even thriving in the dark, a lesson in finding one's own light. Guided by these gentle lights, Rowan finally arrived at the Grove of Lumina. It was just as the stories had said. The clearing was a perfect circle, its grass silvered by the moon. In its center stood a single, majestic willow tree, its long, trailing branches creating a curtain of living silver. But the true magic hung in the air itself. Thousands of fireflies, their abdomens glowing with a soft, golden topaz light, danced in complex, silent patterns. They were not merely blinking, they were weaving tapestries of light, their movements telling stories of the day's end and the night's promise. The air was filled with the soft, peppery scent of night-blooming jasmine that climbed the rocks at the clearing's edge. And there, perched on a low-hanging branch of the willow, was the elder he sought. It was Alaric, the great gray owl. His feathers were the color of wood smoke and moonlight, and his eyes were vast, dark pools that held the wisdom of countless turning seasons. He did not turn as Rowan approached, but his voice, when it came, was a low, resonant hoot that vibrated through the clearing like a soft, warm wind. "You have been listening, little fox," Alaric said, his gaze fixed on the dancing fireflies. "I heard the brook teach you patience. I felt the oak share its strength. I saw you admire the light that grows in the dark." Rowan sat, wrapping his bushy tail around his paws. "I feel a stirring inside me, Elder Alaric, a discontent, as if I am a bud that cannot open or a stream frozen in mid-flow." Alaric slowly turned his head, a movement so fluid it seemed impossible. "What you feel is the seasonal magic of the self, Rowan. The forest does not bloom forever. The trees do not wear their leaves in the deep snow. There is a time for rustling activity, and a time for silent, deep-rooted rest. Your spirit is telling you it is the latter season for you." As if to emphasize his point, a gentle breeze swept through the grove. It rustled the leaves of the willow, creating a sound like a million soft, sibilant whispers, a natural ASMR that made the fur on Rowan's neck lie flat. The wind carried the scent of distant rain, clean and promising. "But how do I rest when the world feels like it is moving?" Rowan asked, his voice small. "Watch the fireflies," Alaric instructed. "They do not strive to create their light, it is simply their nature. They rest by day, hidden and still, so that they may shine by night. Your wisdom, your strength, your light, they are your nature. You cannot force them. You can only create the conditions for them to appear. Your journey here, your listening, that was you preparing the soil. Now you must be still and let the seed of peace sprout." High above, a soft cloud passed before the moon, dimming the silver light for a moment. In that dimness, the bioluminescence of the fungi and the fireflies grew brighter, more vivid. It was a beautiful, silent demonstration. The dark was not the enemy of the light, it was its canvas. "The secret language of this forest," Alaric continued, his voice blending with the whisper of the leaves and the distant chuckle of the brook, "is not one of complicated words. It is the language of being. The stone's language is stillness. The stream's language is flow. The tree's language is growth and release. Your task is not to find a new language, but to remember your own." Rowan closed his eyes. He listened to the symphony of the grove, the shhh of the willow, the plink-plink of dew beginning to fall from the leaves, the soft, rhythmic chirp of a single cricket hidden in the grass, the faint, almost imperceptible hum of the firefly's wings. He felt the cool, damp grass beneath him and the gentle, night air on his fur. The restless feeling, which had been a tight knot in his chest, began to loosen. It unspooled slowly like a vine relaxing its grip, and melted away, leaving in its place a profound and gentle calm. He was not a bud struggling to open. He was a seed in the dark, fertile earth, gathering strength for the spring that was inevitably his. He was not a frozen stream, but a deep, still pool, reflecting the starlight and preparing for its eventual journey to the sea. When he opened his eyes, Alaric was gone from his branch, leaving only a softly swaying twig in his wake. The lesson was over. It had not been a lecture, but a gentle guiding of his attention, a retuning of his spirit to the fundamental harmonies of the world. Rowan stood, feeling different in a way he could not fully describe. He was the same fox on the same path, but the forest around him seemed to glow with a new, intimate light. As he turned to leave the grove of lumina, a soft, warm rain began to fall. It was not a storm, but a blessing, a pattering of liquid silver on the leaves, a soothing percussion that cleansed the air and deepened the sense of moss and wet earth. He did not hurry for shelter. He walked slowly, feeling the cool drops on his fur, listening to the rain's gentle conversation with the forest, a lullaby of renewal. He knew the path home now, not because he remembered the way, but because the forest itself guided him. The moss felt more welcoming, the stones seemed to shift ever so slightly to make his passage easier, and the whispering trees pointed the way with their rustling branches. The journey back was not a trek, but a peaceful wandering, a seamless part of the night's gentle rhythm. When he finally reached his den, nestled between the roots of a friendly hawthorn tree, the crescent moon was dipping below the horizon, its work done. Rowan curled up in his cozy bed of dried ferns and soft feathers, the sound of the gentle rain a comforting blanket of sound outside. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a deep, soul-level understanding. He was part of the great cyclical dance, of activity and rest, of light and dark, of seeking and finding. And as he drifted into a peaceful sleep, the last thing he heard was the forest's soft, contented sigh, a whisper on the wind that sounded like, "All is well." Story 12. In the velvet expanse of the cosmos, where stardust gathered in swirling clouds of silver and amethyst, there drifted a small, forgotten observatory station known as the Starlight Haven. It had been built long ago by starfarers whose names were lost to time, a place of quiet contemplation now orbiting a gentle, rose-colored nebula. Its great crystalline dome, though dusty, still caught the light of distant suns, and scattered it into soft rainbows across its silent halls. It was here that two very different souls found refuge. Kalen was from a world of whispering forests and shimmering lakes, a planet where the very air hummed with gentle music. He was a slender being with skin the color of twilight moss, and his large, liquid dark eyes held the calm of deep, still waters. When he spoke, it was not with words, but with soft, melodic tones that rose and fell like a distant flute song. His people communicated through harmony, each emotion, each thought expressed in a unique sequence of notes. The other was Pip. Pip came from a small, rocky planet where the ground was crystalline and the skies were forever streaked with the auroras of 3 moons. Pip was a small, round creature, covered in a fine, iridescent fuzz that shifted color with every feeling. A cascade of joy was a burst of sunny yellow, a moment of curiosity, a shimmering, inquisitive blue. Pip's kind spoke through the language of color and light, painting their thoughts in silent, glowing hues upon their own bodies. Their first meeting was one of delightful confusion. Kalen had been tending to a small, hydroponic garden he'd started in the observatory's solarium, his flute-like notes encouraging the shy, starlight-responsive buds to unfurl. Pip, who had been exploring the station's abandoned crystal archives, tumbled into the room in a flurry of startled violet and gray spots. Kalen, surprised, let out a sharp, high note of alarm. Pip, interpreting the sound as aggression, flushed a defensive, fiery red. For a long moment they simply stared at one another, a silent musician and a living canvas of color, separated by an abyss of misunderstanding. Then Kalen, remembering the universal gesture of his people, slowly raised his open hands, showing they were empty. He then began to hum, a low, steady, reassuring tone, the same one he used to calm frightened forest creatures back home. Pip's red hue softened to a tentative, rosy pink. He waddled a step closer and projected a soft, pulsing indigo, a color of questioning curiosity. And so their friendship began. It was a conversation built not on vocabulary, but on patience. Kalen would play a lilting melody of discovery, and Pip would respond with a swirl of excited gold. Pip would flash a pattern of complicated magenta, representing a complex thought, and Kalen would answer with a harmonious chord of understanding, even if he didn't fully grasp the meaning yet. They learned each other's rhythms, the cadence of joy, the somber tones of remembrance, the bright colors of a new idea. Together they decided to restore the Starlight Haven, to make it a true sanctuary. This became their shared shelter, a safe space woven from their two cultures. In the great dome they cleared the dust from the enormous, multifaceted crystal that served as the main viewer. When starlight hit it just right, the entire room was filled with a breathtaking, slow-moving tapestry of light. Pip would often sit before it, his own colors blending with the cosmic display, while Kalen sat beside him, composing silent symphonies in his head to match the beauty. Their garden became a joint masterpiece. Kalen brought forth plants from his seed vault that responded to sound, their petals opening like tiny mouths to drink in the melody. Pip, from his own stores, planted luminous fungi and crystalline flowers that absorbed and reflected light, pulsing gently in time with Pip's own mood. The solarium became a room where music was visible as blooming flowers and light was audible as a soft, fungal chime. Of course, there were misunderstandings, each one a lesson wrapped in laughter. One day, Kalen was trying to express a feeling of deep, contented friendship. He played a long, sustained, and very low note, one that vibrated through the floor. On his world, this was the most profound sound of trust and bonding. To Pip, however, whose species used low-frequency vibrations as a warning of impending geological shifts, it was a signal of pure panic. He immediately turned a flat, terrified gray and scrambled to hide under console, thinking the station was about to be hit by an asteroid. It took Kalen nearly an hour of playing the most soothing, high-pitched, tinkling melodies he knew, the equivalent of a lullaby, to coax Pip out. When Pip finally understood, his relief was so immense he glowed a brilliant, embarrassed orange, which then melted into a warm, affectionate amber. They both shared a moment of silent, shared mirth, Kalen's shoulders shaking with noiseless laughter, Pip fuzz vibrating with a rainbow of chuckles. Another time, Pip, wanting to show gratitude, focused very hard and projected a sustained, vibrant pattern of zigzagging crimson lines. On his world, this was a formal display of thanks to an elder. To Kalen, whose people associated sharp, staccato red sounds with alarm and danger, it looked like Pip was having a medical emergency. He rushed over, his notes a frantic, worried trill, ready to help. Once the mix-up was untangled, they spent the rest of the evening developing their own word for thank you, a specific, gentle green glow from Pip, followed by a soft, two-note chime from Kalen. Their favorite times were the quietest ones. When the nebula outside the dome was at its most brilliant, they would float in the zero-gravity center of the observatory, side by side. Kalen would let a single, clear note drift from him, a tone of pure wonder. Pip would glow in a soft, steady lavender, the color of peaceful awe. They would watch distant suns being born in clouds of gas, see the slow, stately dance of planets, and feel the immense, quiet peace of the universe. In those moments there were no notes, no colors, no differences. There was only the shared, silent understanding of being small creatures in a vast, beautiful cosmos, lucky to have found one another. The lesson they learned, without ever speaking it aloud, was that the deepest understanding often begins not with knowing the right words, but with the willingness to listen. To listen not just with ears, but with the heart. To hear the friendship in a stranger's melody, to see the kindness in an unfamiliar color. One evening, as a particularly spectacular meteor shower painted silver streaks across the dome, Kalen turned to Pip. He didn't play a note. He simply looked at his friend, his dark eyes full of a warmth that needed no translation. Pip, in turn, did not flash a color. He simply leaned his fuzzy, warm side against Kalen's arm and glowed with a soft, constant, contented gold, the same hue as the heart of a friendly star. The starlight haven, once cold and silent, was now filled with a living symphony of light and sound, a testament to a friendship that had built a bridge across the stars. It was a gentle reminder that anywhere in the universe, no matter how far from home, a sanctuary can be built, and a friend can be found, through the universal, unspoken language of a kind and open heart. And as the nebula outside swirled in an endless, rosy dance, the two friends watched, together, peaceful and complete in their little haven among the stars. Story 13. Story 14. Story 15. Story 16. Story 17. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled fingers toward a sky veined with starlight, lived a world unseen by human eyes. Here the mossy earth breathed secrets, and the boundary between earth and enchantment shimmered like heat haze. Young Pip, a hedgehog whose quills still held the softness of youth, burrowed beneath the frost-kissed roots of Grandmother Willow. Her trunk, wide as a cottage, pulsed with the slow heartbeat of the forest. "Listen, little thorn," murmured Fern, an elderly badger whose silver-streaked fur mirrored moonlit snow. Her claws traced patterns in the loam, a map of seasons. When winter overstays its welcome, the heartstone slumbers too deeply. She pointed toward the glimmering glade, where the first crocuses should have pierced the snow weeks ago. Instead, an unnatural chill clung, silencing brooks and frosting spiderwebs into crystal lace. The seasonal dance was faltering. Pip shivered not from cold, but from the forest's unease. He felt it in his paws, the stifled hum of roots craving thaw, the drowsy frustration of squirrels whose nut caches dwindled. But why, Fern? The frostfire moths always wake the heartstone. Each winter's end, these iridescent insects emerged, their wings shedding ember-bright dust to melt the glacial seal guarding the forest's magical core. This year their cocoons remained frozen in ice-locked birches. Fern's nose twitched, catching the metallic tang of lingering frost. The balance is askew, old tales whisper of this. When snow drowns spring's song, courage must thaw what magic cannot. She nudged a withered acorn toward Pip. Seek Thistle the hare, her ears hear the wind's oldest stories. Thus began Pip's pilgrimage beneath a sky bruised purple with unseasonable cold. Crunching through snow like shattered quartz, he passed ice-encased ferns that tinkled like wind chimes. He inhaled the crisp scent of pine sap bleeding from frozen bark and touched hoarfrost that melted into dew on his paw pads. Near Mistfall Creek, now a ribbon of black ice, he found Thistle, her fur puffed against the chill. "The north wind gossips," she whispered, ears pivoting toward distant mountains. A rock slide buried the sunstone caves. No dawn warmth reaches the frostfire cocoons. Her eyes, liquid amber in the gloom, held generations of weather wisdom. Only warmth born within the woods can rouse them now. Pip's heart sank. How could tiny creatures stir such cold? Yet Thistle nudged him onward. Find Bramble the bear. His den holds the emberblooms. In a honeycomb cave veiled by icicles, Bramble snored amidst dried herbs. Pip hesitated before the mountain of fur, then sneezed from the dust of crushed petals, imbursant, smelling of cinnamon and sunlight. Bramble's rumble shook the earth. Emberblooms. He yawned, revealing teeth like ancient standing stones. Aye, they store summer's fire, but their glow fades without. He lumbered to a clay pot brimming with luminous orange petals. Song the frostfires hatch to cricket choruses, silence starves them. Threefold wisdom now braided in Pip's mind, thaw the cocoons with inner warmth, revive them with song, guide them with emberbloom light. But who could sing in this frozen hush? Pip remembered the fireflies, minstrels of the midsummer nights, dormant in their root-cellar haven. Digging through snowdrifts with Bramble's help, Pip reached the firefly grotto. Inside, 1,000 tiny bodies glittered like captive stars. "Wake," Pip pleaded, placing emberblooms among them. The petals pulsed, casting coppery light on translucent wings. One firefly, Zelda, flickered awake. "The long dark," she buzzed weakly. Pip explained, his breath fogging the air. "Sing spring back, for the crickets sleep too deeply." Zelda rallied her kin. Soon the cavern shimmered with bioluminescent music, a chorus of clicks and hums that vibrated through stone, up roots into the frozen birches. Pip led them out, carrying emberbloom bouquets in Bramble's woven grass satchel. Their combined light painted the snow in molten gold. At the cocoon grove, Pip pressed his small body against the ice-clad trunks. He thought of fern stories, sun-dappled ferns, the kiss of rain on petals. Warmth bloomed in his chest, radiating through his quills. Ice wept. Cocoons split like ripe fruit. Frostfire moths struggled free, wings crumpled and damp. Zelda's choir swelled. The moths trembled, antennae lifting to the sound. Pip scattered emberbloom dust over them. It fused with their wings, igniting veins of liquid topaz. With a collective sigh, they took flight, a constellation ascending toward the Heartstone glade. Pip followed their comet trails. In the glade, the Heartstone, a monolith of mossy quartz, lay entombed in glacial blue ice. The moths circled it, shedding glowing dust that hissed where it touched frost. Pip joined them, pressing his paws to the ice, pouring every memory of warm earth and wildflower perfume into the stone. Cracks spiderwebbed. Light erupted, not blinding, but a gentle effulgence like dawn breaking underwater. Ice melted into rivulets that sang as they flowed. Snowdrifts sighed into moss. Crocuses erupted like violet applause. Fern arrived with thistle and bramble, their eyes reflecting the rekindled Heartstone. "Well done, little thorn," Fern rumbled, nuzzling Pip's head. "You wove many threads into one tapestry." As spring unfurled, crickets chirping, brooks babbling, leaves unfurling like shy green hands, the creatures gathered beneath Grandmother Willow. Pip nestled against Fern's flank, watching fireflies paint the dusk. "Balance isn't stillness," Fern murmured to all, "but the courage to mend what's broken. Remember, the forest's song needs every voice, the moth's glow, the firefly's tune, the hedgehog's warmth, even an old badger's tales." Stars blossomed overhead, their light filtered through newborn leaves. Pip closed his eyes, lulled by the symphony of peepers and rustling ferns. The heartstone pulsed softly, its rhythm syncing with his breaths, a promise that in the whispering woods, harmony would always find its way home, season after season, as long as kindness kept watch beneath the ancient trees. And in that certainty, deeper than roots, sweeter than wild honey, every creature drifted into dreams woven with the quiet magic of renewal. In a quiet valley tucked between the shoulders of ancient, sleeping mountains, there lived a young woodcarver named Rowan. His cottage stood at the edge of a whispering pine forest, its stone chimney almost always breathing a soft, gray plume into the sky. Rowan was a quiet soul, his hands more comfortable with the grain of wood than with the words of people. He spent his days carving small animals and useful things, spoons, bowls, and little trinkets that held the warmth of his careful touch. But of late, a strange restlessness had settled in Rowan's heart. It was a quiet ache, a feeling that something was missing, though his life was simple and good. Each evening, as he sat by his own crackling hearth, he would look into the flames and feel a longing he could not name, a pull towards something just beyond the edge of his understanding. One autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the tree-teens and painted the sky in shades of violet and gold, Rowan decided to walk deeper into the forest than he ever had before. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and decaying leaves, a smell that spoke of endings and hidden beginnings. He carried with him a small lantern, its light a warm, bobbing companion in the growing dusk. As he walked, the world seemed to soften and change around him. The familiar path gave way to less trodden ground, where ferns curled like sleeping creatures and moss clung to stones in velvety blankets. It was there, beneath the gnarled roots of an oak so old, it seemed to hold the memory of the world in its bark, that Rowan saw it. A soft, pulsing glow, the color of hearth embers, emanated from a hollow in the tree's trunk. Curiosity, gentle but persistent, drew him nearer. He knelt, setting his lantern aside, and reached into the hollow. His fingers brushed against something smooth and warm, like a stone left in the sun. He drew it out. It was a small, oval object, no larger than his thumb. It looked like a polished river stone, but it held within it a deep, inner light that pulsed rhythmically, like a sleeping heart. As he held it in his palm, a sense of profound calm washed over him. The restlessness in his own heart quieted, soothed by the gentle thrum of the stone. He knew with a certainty that felt older than the oak itself, that this was no ordinary thing. He called it a glow ember. For a long time, Rowan simply sat there, cradling the glow ember in his hand. Its light was not bright or harsh, but a soft, rosy gold that made the shadows dance in friendly patterns. The forest, which had moments before felt vast and unknowable, now felt like a comfortable room. He decided to take it home, a secret treasure to keep by his hearth. But as he stood to leave, a sound gave him pause. It was a soft, melodic chirping, filled with a note of distress. It came from further within the forest, in a direction he rarely ventured. Holding the glow ember before him, its light now seeming to push back the darkness with a will of its own, Rowan followed the sound. The trees grew closer together, their branches weaving a canopy that hid the emerging stars. The glow ember's light became his guide, casting a path of warm light at his feet. The chirping grew louder, more frantic. Finally, he pushed aside a curtain of hanging ivy and stepped into a small clearing. There, trapped in a thicket of brambles, was a small fox. But it was unlike any fox Rowan had ever seen. Its fur was not red or gray, but a deep, dusky silver, and its eyes, wide with fear, shone with their own faint, amber light. It was struggling against the thorns, each movement only tightening their grip. "Hush now, little one," Rowan said, his voice a soft murmur. "I won't harm you." He approached slowly, holding out his empty hand to show he meant no ill intent. The fox stilled, watching him with intelligent, wary eyes. Rowan set the glow ember carefully on a nearby stump, where its light pooled around them like liquid gold. Then, with the patience his woodcarving had taught him, he began to carefully work the brambles apart, his fingers deftly avoiding the sharp thorns. It took time. The night deepened around them, the only sounds the rustle of leaves, Rowan's soft breathing, and the occasional whimper from the fox. But finally, with a last gentle tug, the fox was free. It scrambled back, shaking its silver coat, and then turned to look at Rowan. The fear in its eyes had been replaced by a deep, thoughtful curiosity. It did not run away. Instead, it took a tentative step forward, then another, until it stood before the stump where the glow ember rested. It nudged the stone with its nose, then looked up at Rowan and chirped again, but this time the sound was different. A questioning, grateful chirp. Rowan smiled. "You're welcome," he said softly. The fox sat down, curling its brush-like tail around its paws, and seemed to settle in as if it had always belonged there. Rowan retrieved the glow ember and sat on the mossy ground, leaning against the stump. The fox crept closer until it was nestled against his side, a warm, silvery weight. Together they sat in the quiet clearing, illuminated by the gentle pulse of the magical stone. Rowan's earlier loneliness felt like a distant memory. He must have dozed off, for when he opened his eyes, the first pale light of dawn was filtering through the trees. The fox was gone, but nestled in the moss where it had been lying was a single, perfect feather, the color of moonlight. Picking it up, Rowan felt a strange connection, a thread of friendship that stretched out into the sleeping forest. He placed the feather carefully in his pocket beside the glow ember and began the walk home, his heart feeling lighter than it had in seasons. This became the beginning of a new ritual. Each evening, Rowan would venture into the forest with his glow ember. And each evening, the silver fox would find him. They did not speak in words, but in a language of shared silence, gentle nudges, and the comfortable understanding that exists between true friends. Rowan learned the fox's favorite paths, the clearings where moonlight pooled like water, and the hidden thickets where the sweetest berries grew. The fox, in turn, seemed to understand Rowan's quiet nature, his love for the simple, deep magic of the world. One night, as a full moon hung heavy and silver in the sky, the fox led him on a different path. It was a trail Rowan had never noticed, hidden behind a waterfall that cascaded down a mossy rock face with a sound like endless, gentle applause. The fox slipped behind the water, and Rowan, holding the glow ember high, followed. On the other side was not more forest, but a cavern. The air within was warm and hummed with a soft, resonant energy. And the cavern was not dark. The walls, the ceiling, the very floor were studded with thousands of glow embers, all pulsing in a slow, harmonious rhythm. Their combined light was a breathtaking warm gold that illuminated wonders Rowan could never have imagined. Flowers made of crystalline light, pools of water that shimmered with captured starlight, and fungi that glowed with soft, bioluminescent patterns. This was the Emberwood, a hidden world nestled in the heart of the mountain. The silver fox chirped proudly and trotted ahead, its fur reflecting the magnificent light. It was here that Rowan met the others. They were creatures of gentle magic, a badger with fur like polished jet and eyes that held the wisdom of deep earth, a family of rabbits whose ears twitched to the rhythm of the glowing stones, and an old owl who perched on a crystalline outcrop, its feathers the color of aged parchment. They were not startled by his presence. They looked at him and at the glow ember in his hand, and nodded in quiet welcome. They had been expecting him. The owl, who the fox indicated was the elder of this place, spoke not with words, but with images that bloomed in Rowan's mind. He saw the history of the Emberwood, how the glow embers were the heart light of the mountain itself, stones of comfort and connection that nurtured all life in the forest. He saw that they were fading. The great rhythm of their light was slowing, their warmth dimming. The world outside was forgetting the old, quiet magics, and the Emberwood was slowly falling into a slumber from which it might not wake. The fox nuzzled his hand, the one that held his own glow ember. The image in his mind changed. He saw that his stone was a keystone, one of the first and brightest. Its rediscovery had been a sign of hope. But one stone was not enough. The harmony of the Emberwood depended on a song that needed to be played on the heartstone, the very first ember, which had gone silent long ago. A gentle mystery unfolded before him. The heartstone was not lost, but sleeping somewhere within the vast caverns of the Emberwood. It needed to be found, and its song needed to be reawakened by a heart that understood both stillness and connection. The creatures of the Emberwood, for all their magic, were bound to this place and could not wake it. They needed a bridge, a friend from the world outside. Rowan felt the weight of the task settle on him, not as a burden, but as a purpose. The restlessness he had felt by his hearth had been a calling, a pull toward this moment. He looked at his friends, the silver fox, the wise badger, the gentle rabbits, the ancient owl, and he nodded. He would help. The following days and nights were a time of quiet seeking. Rowan explored the beautiful, sprawling caverns of the Emberwood with his companions. The fox was his constant guide, its cheerful chirps echoing in the vast spaces. They discovered rooms where the glow embers pulsed in different colors, creating symphonies of light. They found libraries of glowing lichen that told stories in patterns of light and shadow. They rested by the star pools, eating sweet, glowing berries that tasted of moonlight and peace. Yet the heartstone remained elusive. Rowan began to understand that it would not be found by frantic searching. It would be found by listening. So he began to sit in silence in different parts of the cavern, holding his own keystone, feeling its pulse and trying to feel for an echo, a deeper song hidden beneath the beautiful harmony. During one of these moments of deep quiet, sitting in a small grove of light blossoms, he felt a tug, a faint, discordant thrum that was out of sync with the rest of the Emberwood. It was a note of deep loneliness. He opened his eyes and saw the silver fox watching him, its head cocked. It had felt it too. They followed the feeling, a thread of sorrow woven into the song of light. It led them down a narrow passage they had passed many times before, thinking it a dead end. But this time, urged by the faint pulse of wrongness, Rowan pressed his hand against the wall. To his surprise, it shimmered and became insubstantial, like a curtain of mist. On the other side was a tiny, secluded chamber. And in its center, on a pedestal of pure crystal, sat the heartstone. It was larger than the others, and its light was not a warm gold, but a dull, weary gray. It pulsed slowly, painfully out of rhythm with the vibrant life of the Emberwood. It was surrounded by a palpable aura of deep sleep and profound isolation. Rowan approached it slowly, his own keystone glowing brightly in his hand, beating in a quick, anxious rhythm. He understood now. The heartstone wasn't broken, it was lonely. It was the source of all connection, and in its solitude, it had forgotten how to connect to anything else. He did not try to grab it or force it to wake. Instead, he sat before it, just as he had sat with the fox in the brambles. He placed his own glow ember on the pedestal next to it. He simply sat and he listened. He poured all his feelings into the silence, his own former loneliness, the joy of his friendship with the fox, the awe of discovering this hidden world, his deep desire to help. He was a bridge offering the connection the heartstone had lost. For a long time, nothing happened. Then the gray stone flickered. Once. Twice. It gave a weak, thready pulse. Rowan's own ember glowed in response, its light stretching toward the heartstone like a comforting hand. The silver fox, who had been waiting patiently at the entrance, crept forward. It chirped a soft, encouraging sound and nuzzled first Rowan's hand, and then bravely the dormant heartstone itself. That was the key. It was not about one person or one act. It was about the friendship, the shared purpose, the woven tapestry of their connection. Rowan placed his hand on the hearthstone. It was cold. He poured his warmth into it, not the warmth of a fire, but the warmth of a hearth, the warmth of home and belonging. The fox pressed its warm body against his side, adding its own unique magic to the moment. A shiver went through the hearthstone. The gray light flaked away like old ash, revealing a core of the most brilliant, warm, golden light Rowan had ever seen. It swelled, brightening the small chamber until it was almost too bright to look at. Then it began to pulse. Thrum, thrum, thrum. It was a deep, resonant beat that vibrated through the very rock, through Rowan's bones, through his soul. It was the heartbeat of the mountain. The sound was picked up by his own keystone, which pulsed in perfect time. Then from beyond the chamber they heard it, a wave of light and sound as every glow ember in the Emberwood synchronized with the rediscovered rhythm. The song returned, richer, deeper, and more beautiful than before. The harmony was restored. The transformation was immediate. The light in the caverns grew warmer, brighter. The crystalline flowers bloomed larger, the star pools shimmered with new intensity, and the very air hummed with joy and vitality. The hidden world was awake, fully and completely. Rowan and the fox made their way back to the main cavern. The creatures of the Emberwood were waiting, their faces filled with a joy so profound it needed no words. The old owl dipped its head in a gesture of deep gratitude, and the images that filled Rowan's mind were of thanks, of renewal, and of an everlasting welcome. He would always be a friend of the Emberwood. He spent a little while longer with them, basking in the restored warmth and the happy chirps of his fox friend. But as the first hint of dawn approached, he knew it was time to return to his own world. His task was complete. The fox led him back to the waterfall. At the edge of the hidden world it stopped and chirped, its eyes glowing with affection. It nudged his pocket where the moon feather and his glow ember rested. Then it turned and disappeared back into the pulsing golden light of its home. Rowan stepped through the waterfall and into the cool, fresh air of the forest dawn. The world outside seemed different. The colors were richer, the birdsong sweeter, as if some of the Emberwood's magic had seeped into the very fabric of the valley. He walked home not with a restless heart, but with one that was full and peaceful. That evening and every evening after, Rowan would sit by his crackling fireplace. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a deep, steady contentment. He would take the glow ember from his pocket, its light now pulsed in a slow, steady rhythm, a quiet echo of the hearthstone's song, and hold it in his palm. Its warmth was a constant reminder of the hidden world, the unexpected friendship, and the journey that had transformed his own heart as surely as fire transforms wood. He was still a woodcarver, his hands still more comfortable with wood than with words. But sometimes, on nights when the wind howled outside or the moon was hidden behind clouds, he would see a flash of silver at the edge of the forest. And he would smile, knowing his friend was watching over him, a warm, silent promise in the darkness. And so, by the warmth of his hearth, with the gentle pulse of the glow ember in his hand, and the memory of golden light in his heart, Rowan found a peace that was deep and true. His story was one of quiet growth, of a heart learning to beat in time with the hidden magic of the world, and it was a story that burned steady and true, a gentle light in the vast, beautiful darkness, guiding all who heard it toward restful dreams. The attic had always been a place of whispers and mysteries, a kingdom of forgotten things beneath the slanted roof of the old house. On this particular afternoon, with a soft rain pitter-pattering against the window like tiny, insistent fingers, a young boy named Leo found himself drawn up the creaking pull-down stairs by nothing more than a feeling, a quiet, persistent hum that seemed to vibrate through the floorboards. Dust motes danced in the single slanted beam of gray light that cut through the gloom, and the air smelled of cedar, old books, and time itself. Leo's grandmother called it the memory smell. He was looking for a spare button for his winter coat, but his search had soon been abandoned for the far more important task of exploration. His fingers trailed over the spine of a photo album, the cool metal of a forgotten birdcage, and the rough wool of an army blanket. It was tucked behind a stack of National Geographic magazines, in a small, unassuming wooden box that felt as smooth as sea glass. There was no lock. With a gentle click, the lid lifted. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded blue velvet, was a pocket watch. It was not overly grand or flashy. Its brass case was warm and worn, the glass face slightly clouded with age. But when Leo picked it up, it felt alive. A soft, steady tick-tock, tick-tock emanated from it, a sound that was less a noise and more a heartbeat. He carefully pressed the tiny button on its crown. The lid sprang open with a satisfying pop. Instead of numbers, the watch face was a delicate painting of a starry night sky over a sleepy, moonlit village. And instead of two hands, there was only one, a slender arrow of silver that pointed not to an hour, but to a tiny painted word that read, "Listen." Leo held his breath. He listened. Beyond the rain and the comforting tick-tock of the watch, he heard something new. A faint, melodic jingling, like distant sleigh bells, seemed to be coming from the far, dark corner of the attic, behind an enormous, tapestry-covered trunk he'd always been too nervous to explore. This was the beginning of Leo's journey. It would not take him across oceans or through treacherous mountains. His journey was one of courage, measured in the steps it took to walk toward the unknown dark corner of a familiar room. He crept forward, the watch held tightly in his palm, its steady ticking a comforting companion. As he drew nearer to the trunk, the jingling grew clearer, and a soft, golden light began to emanate from behind it. Peering around the heavy fabric of the tapestry, Leo saw that the trunk wasn't pushed against the wall as he'd thought. There was a narrow space, and in that space was a small, round door, no taller than his knee. It was made of dark, polished wood, and a gleaming brass bell hung above it, jingling softly all on its own. He knelt down. There was no knob, only a keyhole shaped like a tiny star. Leo's heart sank. How could he possibly open it? A soft rustle came from a nearby hat box. A small whiskered face with bright, bead-like eyes peeked over the rim. It was a mouse dressed in a waistcoat made from a scrap of silk necktie. "Lost your way, have you?" the mouse squeaked, his voice crisp and polite. Most of the tall folk don't find the listening door. I have this," Leo stammered, showing the mouse the watch. "Ah," the mouse exclaimed, adjusting his tiny waistcoat. "The keeper's watch, well, that changes everything. I am Thimblewick, keeper of the lost buttons and occasional guide for the perceptive. You'll be wanting to get through, I presume." Leo nodded. "The key," Thimblewick said, tapping a tiny foot, "is not a thing you hold, but a thing you hear. The watch will guide you. It always points to what you most need to do. Right now it says listen, so listen." Leo held the watch to his ear. The tick-tock was still there, but beneath it, he could now hear a new layer of sound, a low, rhythmic, rumbling purr. It was coming from a large, wicker basket filled with old yarn. He walked over and carefully pushed aside a skein of lavender wool. Curled inside was a magnificent, fluffy ginger cat, fast asleep. The purr was emanating from her like a tiny, contented earthquake. "That's Marigold," Thimblewick whispered, climbing onto Leo's shoulder. "She's the guardian of the threshold. The door won't open unless she's truly, deeply happy, and she only gets that happy when someone untangles a particularly tricky knot of problems." Leo looked at the cat, then at the tangled mess of yarns surrounding her. It was a bird's nest of colors and textures, all twisted and knotted together. He thought of the watch's lesson. He didn't try to yank or pull. Instead, he sat down beside the basket, the rain providing a gentle soundtrack, and began to work. He used patience, his small fingers carefully tracing the path of a single blue thread, loosening it, then a green one, then a gold. It was slow, meditative work. Tick-tock went the watch. Pitter-patter went the rain. Purr went marigold, the sound growing deeper and more resonant with every knot he freed. After what felt like both a minute and an hour, the last knot came loose. The yarn lay in separate, neat coils of color. Marigold stretched, her purr now a thunderous roar of delight. She opened one golden eye, gave Leo a slow, approving blink, and then nudged a small, star-shaped object with her nose. It was a key made of light, and it floated gently to the keyhole of the little round door. With a soft snick, the door swung inward. A wave of warm, cinnamon-scented air washed over Leo. He peered inside. It was not a dusty crawl space. It was a room, a cozy, circular room with walls that looked like stacked books and a ceiling that swirled with painted clouds. A merry fire crackled in a little hearth, and sitting in a high-backed armchair was a tiny, ancient woman with spectacles perched on the end of her nose. She was knitting with a thread of what looked like moonlight. Come in, dear boy," she said, her voice like the rustling of pages. "The watch has found a good listener. I am Alara, the memory keeper." Leo stepped through the door, Thimblewick still on his shoulder, and found that the room was just his size. He sat on a plush footstool near her chair. "This watch," he began, "what does it keep?" Alara smiled, her needles click-clacking a gentle rhythm. "It doesn't keep time, not the kind that rushes and hurries. It keeps the right time, the time for listening, the time for patience, the time for courage. It points to what the heart needs to remember when the head has forgotten." She nodded toward the watch in his hand. "Look." Leo looked. The single hand had moved. It no longer pointed to listen. Now it pointed to a new word, remember. "The greatest challenge in any journey," Alara said softly, "is not outside of you, but within. There is a memory here in this attic that has been waiting for you, a sad one. It's gotten itself stuck, like a sad little song on a broken record. It needs a kind heart to help it find its way to peace." She pointed a bony finger toward a forgotten dollhouse in the corner of her cozy room. But it wasn't a dollhouse anymore. Through its little windows, Leo could see a scene playing out like a silent movie. It was a memory, his own. He saw a younger version of himself, sobbing, holding a broken model airplane. He saw his grandfather, whose hands were now still and gone, looking down with infinite sadness. I was angry," Leo whispered, the memory flooding back with a sharp clarity. "Grandpa and I had built that plane together. I was showing it to a friend, and I dropped it. I yelled at him. I said it was his fault for making the wings too weak. I never said I was sorry." A single hot tear traced a path down his cheek. "He died before I could." The little scene in the dollhouse froze on the image of his grandfather's sad, kind face. "This is your challenge, Leo," Thimblewick squeaked gently from his shoulder. "Not to fight a dragon, but to heal a hurt." "But how?" Leo asked, his voice thick. "He's gone." Alara's knitting needles never stopped their soothing click-clack. "Kindness is not bound by time, dear child. A kind word spoken now can reach a moment in the past if the heart is true. The memory is stuck because it is waiting for the kindness it was denied. Give it that kindness now." Leo looked at the frozen scene. He looked at the watch, which still pointed firmly to remember. He took a deep, shaky breath, filling his lungs with the cozy, cinnamon-scented air. This was the true journey, the dozen steps across the room to the dollhouse feeling longer than any road he'd ever walked. He knelt before the little house. He looked at the face of his younger self, red and angry, and then at the face of his grandfather, full of love and quiet hurt. "I'm sorry, Grandpa," he whispered, his voice firm and clear. I was angry and scared, and I took it out on you. It wasn't your fault. You made the wings perfectly. Thank you for building it with me. I love you." As he spoke the words, a wonderful thing happened. In the little dollhouse, the frozen scene began to move. The younger Leo's angry face softened. He looked up at his grandfather and whispered the same words. His grandfather's face broke into a beautiful, sunny smile. He knelt down and hugged the young boy tightly. Then the entire scene dissolved into a shower of golden dust that settled gently over the dollhouse, making it glow with a soft, peaceful light. Back in the memory keeper's room, Leo felt a weight lift from his chest, a weight he hadn't even known he was carrying. The pocket watch in his hand gave a warm pulse. He looked down. The hand had moved once more. It now pointed to a single word, peace. The distant bells jingled one last, soft time. Marigold's purr was a quiet rumble from the other room. The fire in the hearth crackled contentedly. "The journey is complete," Alara said, setting her knitting aside. "You were very brave." Leo spent a little while longer in the cozy room, drinking imaginary tea from a thimble with thimblewick, and listening to Alara tell a story about a quilt made from forgotten laughter. But soon he felt a gentle pull, a sense that it was time to return. He thanked them both, gave Marigold one last stroke behind her soft ears, and stepped back through the little door. In the attic, everything was just as he had left it. The rain had softened to a drizzle. The pocket watch in his hand was still and silent, its magic spent for now. But Leo knew it wasn't gone, only sleeping. He placed it carefully back in its velvet-lined box and closed the lid with a soft click. He didn't need the watch to tell him what to do next. He climbed down the attic stairs, the familiar creaks sounding like welcome home, and went to find his grandmother. He found her in the kitchen, rolling out dough for pie crust. "Grandma," he said, wrapping his arms around her waist. "Will you tell me a story about Grandpa, a happy one?" She looked down, her eyes twinkling, and wiped a floury hand on her apron before stroking his hair. "Of course, my dear," she said. "I have the very best one." And as she began to speak, with the fire crackling in the kitchen hearth and the world outside growing dark and soft, Leo knew that the most extraordinary adventures were not always in far-off lands. Sometimes they were waiting in the quiet corners of our own hearts, measured not in miles, but in the courage it takes to listen, to remember, and to be kind. And that, he thought, was the coziest secret of all. The village of Stillwater Bend was a place where the ordinary and the extraordinary wove together like the threads in old widow Hemlock's tapestries. It was nestled in a gentle curve of the Whisperwood River, and its nights were usually a velvet blanket pricked with the silver pins of 1,000 stars. But one autumn evening, as the clock tower chimed 7 times in its soft, bronze voice, the people of Stillwater Bend looked up and noticed something peculiar. The constellation of the Silver Lyre, which always hung directly above the old stone bridge, was missing. Not a single star of it remained. The sky seemed a little darker, a little emptier, right in that one familiar spot. The first to notice was a young baker named Rowan, who was taking a moment to rest on her back step after a long day of kneading dough and pulling fragrant loaves from her brick oven. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of her cinnamon apple tarts and the gentle, rhythmic plinking of rain chimes hanging from the eaves of every cottage. She looked up, expecting the comforting shape of the lyre, and found only a void. She wasn't frightened. In Stillwater Bend, peculiar happenings were less a cause for alarm and more an invitation to a puzzle. The next morning the news had spread, carried on the breeze that rustled the turning leaves and played with the copper wind chimes outside the library. "Perhaps the stars are just tired," suggested the elderly clockmaker, Mr. Breyer, as he wound the great clock in the square. "Even stars need a rest now and then." But Rowan, whose hands were used to feeling the truth of things in the spring of a doe, felt there was more to it. She decided she would look into the matter. Her method was not one of forceful inquiry, but of quiet observation and gentle questions. She spent her days in between batches of bread, watching and listening. The first clue came from a most unexpected place, a nursery rhyme. She was delivering a basket of still warm scones to the little schoolhouse when she heard the children singing an old verse their teacher, Miss Linden, had taught them. When the lyre's strings fall still and mute, and silence grips the silver lute, seek the weaver's backward glance, where river and remembrance dance. Rowan stopped in her tracks, the wicker handle of her basket creaking softly in her grip. Miss Linden, she asked, where does that rhyme come from? The teacher, a woman with kind eyes and a scarf the color of autumn oak, smiled. Oh, it's very old. My grandmother used to sing it to me. She said it was about the time the stars played hide and seek. This was a thread, however slender. Rowan began to look for a weaver. The most obvious candidate was Widow Hemlock herself, whose tapestries depicted the entire history of Stillwater Bend, from the founding families to the day the rain chimes first sang. Rowan visited her in her cozy, thread-filled cottage, the air thick with the smell of lavender and old wood. The widow listened, her fingers never ceasing their work on a loom that depicted the very constellation in question. A backward glance, you say, she mused. I once wove a map of the stars as they were a century ago. It's in the library archives, I believe, but why would that help? It felt like a solid lead. Rowan, her heart beating a little faster with the thrill of the hunt, went to the library, a quiet place filled with the scent of old paper and the soft rustle of turning pages. The librarian, a tall, quiet man named Elms, helped her find the old star map. It was beautifully detailed, but as they compared it to the current sky, minus the lyre, nothing seemed out of place. It was a red herring, but a delightful one, for in the margins of the map, Rowan found a tiny, painted flower she had never seen before, a bloom with petals that shimmered from deep blue to soft silver. What's this? She asked Mr. Elms. Ah, the moondrop lily, he said, his voice a soft whisper. It's said to only bloom in the light of the silver lyre. We haven't seen one in the Whisperwood for, 100 years. A new clue. The missing stars were connected to a missing flower. The mystery was deepening, not solving, but Rowan felt she was getting warmer. She took to walking in the Whisperwood in the late afternoons, her footsteps quiet on the mossy paths, the only sounds the gentle rain pattering on the canopy above, and the distant, comforting chime of the clock tower marking the hours. She was looking for the moondrop lily, or any sign of the backward glance. One evening, as the light began to fade into a soft, periwinkle twilight, she found herself by the Whisperwood River, right at the bend that gave the village its name. She watched the water flow, her mind turning over the rhyme, where river and remembrance dance. She looked at the water, and then she looked at the sky, reflected perfectly in the river's still, dark surface. And she saw it. There, in the reflection, was the silver lyre. It was perfect, whole, and shimmering. The stars weren't missing, they were only visible in the river's reflection. But why? Rowan sat on the riverbank, her chin in her hands, and simply observed. She watched a family of ducks paddle by. She saw the lights of the village cottages begin to twinkle, their warm gold joining the silver in the water. She listened to the empathetic murmur of the river and the wind in the reeds. And then she saw the heron. It was a tall, stately blue heron that often fished in the bend. It was standing perfectly still, and it was looking not into the water, but at the sky. And then slowly, gracefully, it tilted its head and looked at the reflection of the sky in the water. A backward glance. The weaver wasn't a person. It was the river itself, weaving the starlight into its current. The backward glance was to look into the reflection, but this still didn't explain why. Empathy, Rowan believed, was the key to any problem. What would make the stars hide their true selves and only show their faces in a reflection? She thought of the moondrop lily, which needed the lyre's light to bloom. She thought of the 100-year absence. She thought of remembrance. The next day she gathered the villagers not in the square, but by the riverbank as twilight fell. "Look," she said softly, pointing first to the empty patch of sky, and then to the perfect lyre shimmering in the water. A soft gasp rippled through the crowd. "The stars are remembering," Rowan explained, her voice gentle against the plinking of the rain chimes. The rhyme wasn't about us seeking a backward glance, it was an instruction for them. The lyre is looking back at its own reflection, remembering a time when its light helped the moondrop lily bloom in our woods. It's been so long, it had almost forgotten its own purpose. It faded from our sight because it was lost in memory. "But how do we help it remember for real?" asked a young child, clutching their mother's hand. "By remembering with it," Rowan said. She asked Mr. Elms to bring the old star map. She asked Widow Hemlock to bring her tapestry of the night sky. She asked everyone to bring a single candle. As full darkness settled, the villagers held their candles aloft, their flames flickering like captured stars. They didn't look up at the empty sky. They looked down into the river at the reflection of the silver lyre. And as they looked, Rowan, with the help of the children, sang the old nursery rhyme again, their voices soft and unified. When the lyre's strings fall still and mute, and silence grips the silver lute, seek the weaver's backward glance, where river and remembrance dance. As the last word faded, something magical happened. The reflection of the lyre in the water seemed to grow brighter, its silver light intensifying. Then, one by one, the stars in the water seemed to peel away from the surface and float upward. They rose, shimmering, until they settled back into their rightful places in the heavens above. The silver lyre was restored, brighter than it had been in a century. And as its true light fell upon the Whisperwood for the first time in so long, a soft, collective sigh came from the shadows between the trees. There, in a clearing by the water's edge, a patch of earth began to glow with a soft, silvery blue light. Dozens of moondrop lilies were pushing through the moss, their petals shimmering from blue to silver in the restored starlight. The mystery was solved. The peculiar happening was not a theft or a curse, but a moment of celestial nostalgia, a longing for a forgotten connection. Rowan had solved it not with force, but by watching the heron, listening to the river, and understanding the power of shared memory. The community of Stillwater Bend felt closer than ever. They now made a tradition of gathering by the river on clear nights, not just to look up at the stars, but to also look down and see their reflections, remembering the night they helped the stars remember themselves. The gentle sounds of the clock tower, the wind chimes, and the whispering river became the soundtrack of their shared contentment, a lullaby of belonging. And as you drift towards sleep, imagine yourself there on that soft riverbank, under the restored silver lyre, listening to the gentle, friendly night, safe in the knowledge that even the greatest mysteries are solved with a kind heart and a willingness to see the world from a different point of view. The first spark rose from the embers of the evening fire, a tiny, golden wisp that seemed to drink the starlight. It did not fade but floated upward, and as it rose it was joined by another, and then another, until a river of light was flowing from the hearthstone into the deep velvet of the night. A young boy who had been watching with wide, quiet eyes felt a gentle pull, not on his body, but on his very spirit. In his pocket, his fingers closed around a small, smooth river stone, worn by generations of his family's hands. It was his tether, his piece of home. He rose, not with a jump, but with a thought, and the river of sparks carried him upward. The world below, the thatched roof of his cottage, the sleeping village, the dark ribbon of the river, softened and blurred into a tapestry of shadows. The air grew cool and crisp, smelling of rain-washed sky and something else, something sweet and elusive like spun sugar and moonlight. He was floating, cradled in a current of warm, rising air, the sparks dancing around him like friendly fireflies. He arrived not with a jolt, but as a feather settles. His feet met a surface that was both firm and soft, like walking on dense moss that yielded gently with each step. He stood in a city woven from clouds. Streets were pathways of luminous, pearlescent vapor, and buildings were grand, billowing structures that shimmered with internal light, their walls looking like captured northern lights. This was Nimbus, the city in the sky. The air hummed with a low, melodic thrum, and the scent was of ozone and night-blooming jasmine. The inhabitants were the Nimbuli. They were tall, graceful beings whose forms seemed to be made of the same stuff as their city, shifting, gentle cloud stuff that glowed with soft colors. They did not speak with words, but with music. A passing nimbuli, its form a swirl of lavender and silver, greeted him with a cascade of bell-like notes that conveyed welcome and curiosity. The boy, unsure how to respond, simply bowed his head, and the nimbuli drifted on, its melody fading into the city's symphony. He wandered, marveling at the cloud gardens where flowers made of condensed light bloomed, their petals cool and silky to the touch, releasing a fragrance of honey and fresh dew. He crossed a bridge that was not stone or wood, but a solidified rainbow, its surface smooth and cool beneath his feet, humming with a deep, resonant chord. These were the singing bridges, and each one sang a different, foundational note of the realm's harmony. But as he explored, he noticed something amiss. The city's light was dimming at the edges. The luminous buildings seemed a little more translucent, the cloud paths a little more gray. The music of the nimbuli, while still beautiful, held a thread of sorrow, a minor key of worry. He saw a group of them gathered around a large central plaza, their forms pulsing with soft, anxious light. In the center of the plaza was a great crystalline spire that pulsed in time with the city's heart. It was the celestial spire, the source of Nimbus's light and music. And it was growing faint. A particularly old nimbuli, its form a deep, wise indigo, approached him. It did not play a melody, but instead reached out a hand of cool, mist-like substance. The boy, feeling no fear, reached out his own. As their fingers met, a understanding flowed into him, not in words, but in pure feeling. The spire was fed by starlight dew, collected from the petals of the starfall blossoms that grew in the caverns of echoing aurora, far below in the roots of the world. But the path was lost, the way forgotten. The blossoms were fading, and with them the spire and ultimately Nimbus itself. The boy knew with a certainty that settled deep in his bones that this was his purpose. He had been called here to help. He nodded to the old nimbuli, who responded with a single, clear, hopeful note that hung in the air like a promise. His journey downward was through the veil of mists, a swirling, silver expanse that felt like diving through a cool, silk curtain. When he emerged, the world had changed entirely. He was in a vast, subterranean cavern, so enormous its ceiling was lost in darkness. But the darkness was not empty. It was alive. Ribbons of light, emerald, sapphire, amethyst, and gold, draped from the unseen heights, shimmering and dancing in a silent, breathtaking aurora. This was the cavern of the echoing aurora. The air was still and cool, carrying the clean, sharp scent of ancient stone and a faint, electrical tang from the dancing lights. The ground was soft, covered in a blanket of phosphorescent moss that crunched softly underfoot, releasing a smell of damp earth and mushrooms. Here the inhabitants were the Glimmerwings, creatures that looked like manta rays woven from living stained glass. They floated silently through the cavern, their passage stirring the aural ribbons into faster, more complex dances. They communicated through these dances, their own light patterns weaving stories and questions into the air. One, smaller than the others, with wings of deep blue and silver, detached from the group and drifted toward him. It circled him once, then gently brushed against his arm. Its touch was like cool, smooth porcelain, and a feeling of guidance filled him. The Glimmerwing led him through forests of crystalline trees that chimed softly when he passed, their sound a cascade of glass wind chimes. They passed a silent black lake that perfectly reflected the aurora above, creating the illusion of an infinite tunnel of light. The Glimmerwing would occasionally swoop down, its wingtips tracing a pattern on the surface of the water, and the reflected lights would shift and swirl in response, showing him the way. Finally, they arrived at a grove, and here the boy's heart sank. The starfall blossoms were there, but they were wilted, their famous petals, which should have been collecting the dew of the aurora, were closed in gray, their texture like brittle paper. They gave off no scent, only the faint, sad odor of dust. The Glimmerwing pulsed with a soft, dim light, a clear expression of shared sorrow. The boy sat amongst the dying flowers, feeling the weight of the fading city above and the silent cavern around him. He felt a profound loneliness. It was then that his fingers found the river stone in his pocket. He pulled it out, its familiar, worn surface a comfort in this strange and beautiful, but dying, world. He held it tightly and thoughts of home flooded him. The crackle of the hearth, the smell of baking bread, the sound of his mother's laughter. A single tear born of this homesick love escaped and fell onto the stone. And then a miracle. The tear, infused with the memory of home, did not roll off. It soaked into the porous stone, and the stone began to glow with a soft, warm, golden light. It was the light of hearth and heart, a light this realm had forgotten. He knelt and held the glowing stone close to the stem of the nearest wilted blossom. The gentle, home fire warmth washed over it. Slowly, tremulously, the gray petal began to unfurl. A hint of its true silver color returned. Then a droplet of moisture, a tiny sphere of pure light, formed at its center. It was starlight dew. He moved from blossom to blossom, not with haste, but with reverence. He held his glowing homestone to each one, sharing its warmth, its memory of love and safety. One by one, the blossoms awoke. They unfurled like silver hands opening to the sky, their texture becoming velvety and cool. A fragrance filled the grove, a scent like cold starlight and vanilla, so beautiful it made him catch his breath. The dew gathered, each blossom cradling a tiny, perfect pearl of liquid light. The Glimmerwings gathered around, their own lights brightening, pulsing with joyous, swirling patterns. They dipped and dove, their smooth, glassy bodies gently brushing against the blossoms, collecting the dew on their wings. Then in a great, shimmering procession they rose, carrying the life-giving light back up toward the world above. The boy followed, his heart light. The journey back through the veil of mists was filled with the reflected glow of the Glimmerwings' cargo. When he stepped back into Nimbus, the city was in the midst of a rebirth. The celestial spire was blazing, a pillar of pure white light that pulsed with a powerful, joyful chord that resonated through every cloud brick and pearl path. The nimbuli were everywhere, their forms brilliant and vibrant, their music a triumphant symphony of gratitude. The lavender and silver nimbuli he had first met played a melody for him that felt like a hug made of sound. His work was done. He stood again at the edge of the cloud city, the river of sparks waiting to carry him home. The old indigo nimbuli approached for a final farewell. It placed its misty hand on the boy's chest, right over his heart. A feeling of profound thanks and an unbreakable connection flowed into him. He was now a guardian of both worlds, a bridge between the hearth fire and the starlight. The sparks carried him down, the melodies of Nimbus fading into a contented hum in his soul. He landed softly beside the dying embers of his own fireplace. The world was quiet, the village still asleep. He was home. He pulled the river stone from his pocket. It was no longer glowing, but it was warm, and when he held it to his nose, he could still smell, ever so faintly, the scent of cold starlight and vanilla. He knew then that the wonders were not far away at all. They were connected, his home and the Cloud City, by threads of light and friendship, and he carried a piece of that magic right in his pocket. He curled up in his bed, the warm stone clasped in his hand, and drifted into a sleep filled with dreams of silent, dancing lights and cities built on lullabies. In the heart of the whispering woods, nestled in a gentle valley where the moonlight pooled like liquid silver, lay the village of Stillwater. It was a place where cobblestone streets wound like sleepy serpents between cottages with thatched roofs, where gardens grew in spirals, and where the air always carried the scent of damp earth and blooming night-blooming jasmine. At the very center of the village stood the grandfather clock tower, its deep, resonant chime marking the hours with a sound so comforting it seemed to stitch the very fabric of the night together. Wind chimes, crafted from sea glass and polished river stones, sang a soft, random melody from every porch, and a gentle, mist-like rain often fell, not with a drumming insistence, but with a hushed patter, as if the clouds were sharing secrets with the leaves. The people of Stillwater were as gentle as their home. They mended one another's fences, shared soup on chilly evenings, and their greatest excitement was usually the annual Starlight Festival, where they would lay on woven blankets and watch the constellations perform their slow, celestial dance. But one autumn, a peculiar series of happenings began to unsettle the village's tranquil rhythm. It started with the stars. Old Finn, the night watchman, was the first to notice. Peering through his brass telescope, he saw that the constellation of the Silver Fox, a familiar sight with its bright, mischievous eye, was missing. Not clouded over, but simply gone, leaving a small, dark patch in the velvet sky. The next night the weaver's loom, a cluster of stars that formed a delicate square, had also vanished. A soft anxiety began to hum through Stillwater. Whispers fluttered in the bakery and the town square. Had the stars grown tired of their eternal watch? Were they falling? Then a second peculiarity emerged. Young Liam, the miller's son, swore that the stream behind his house was flowing backwards. The rest of the village laughed, but when they went to see, they found it was true. The water, which for centuries had tumbled cheerfully eastward toward the sea, was now sliding silently, dreamily, to the west. Leaves and flower petals floated upstream, defying all logic. The third and most beautiful mystery was discovered by Anya, the weaver. The luminous moonflowers in her garden, which always bloomed a pristine white under the moonlight, were now shifting through a spectrum of soft colors, lavender, pale blue, and a gentle, rosy pink. They were breathtaking, but their unpredictable hues were another thread in the tapestry of strangeness that had enveloped Stillwater. The village council, a group of well-meaning elders, gathered in the clock tower. They pored over old, dusty ledgers and debated theories of wayward magic and misbehaving sprites. They sent a delegation to the northern part of the woods, suspecting a reclusive sprite king of playing tricks. The delegation returned, not with a culprit, but with baskets of the sweetest blackberries anyone had ever tasted, a delightful discovery, but not a solution. Watching all this with quiet, thoughtful eyes was a young woman named Rowan. She was the village cartographer's apprentice, with a mind that loved patterns and a heart that listened more than it spoke. While others fretted, Rowan observed. She sat on her windowsill, her knees pulled to her chest, listening to the clock tower chime, the wind chimes whisper, and the gentle rain tap on the glass. She didn't see a crisis, she saw a puzzle. Her first clue came from a nursery rhyme, one sung to every child in Stillwater at bedtime. When the fox loses his sight, and the river takes flight, when the loom is undone, and the weaving's begun, seek the key in the glen, to make the world right again. Everyone knew the rhyme, but they thought it was just a silly verse. Rowan, however, saw it as a map. The fox was the missing constellation, The river was flowing backwards. The loom was the other vanished constellation. The weaving's begun. Could that be connected to Anya's color-changing flowers? That night Rowan took her own detailed star charts, drawn by her master, and a basket of warm oat cakes, and went to visit old Finn in his watchtower. "Finn," she said, her voice soft against the chime of the hour, "the rhyme says the loom is undone. What if the stars aren't missing? What if the pattern is just changing?" Finn, a kind man with a beard like a cloud, hummed. He adjusted his telescope. "A changing pattern, you say, but the stars have been the same for 1,000 years. Has the clock tower always chimed the same way?" Rowan asked. Finn looked thoughtful. "Well, no, we had to recalibrate it last spring after the great storm. The weights were off." Rowan's eyes lit up. She spent the next 2 nights with Finn, not just looking at the empty patches, but at the stars around them. She noticed that the stars of the hunter's bow seemed brighter, and the swan's wing had stretched. The pattern wasn't being erased, it was being rewoven. The backwards flowing river was her next puzzle. She followed it west, away from the sea, further than anyone had gone in a long time. The sound of the water was different, not a chatter, but a deep, resonant hum. She found that it was flowing towards the heart of the whispering woods, into a place known as the Silent Glen, a place the nursery rhyme had mentioned. The glen was usually avoided, not out of fear, but out of respect, for it was said to be a place where the earth itself dreamed. As she walked, she noticed something else. The color-changing moonflowers weren't just in Anya's garden. They grew in patches all along the riverbank, their colors pulsing in a soft, rhythmic pattern. She sat by the water, eating an oat cake, and simply watched. She saw a family of otters playing in the reverse current, tumbling joyfully upstream. She saw fish resting, facing what was normally the wrong direction, their gills pulsing peacefully. The backwards flow wasn't a disruption, it was a different kind of harmony. Her empathy allowed her to see what others, in their worry, had missed. The forest and the sky didn't seem distressed. They seemed expectant. The final piece of the puzzle came from the clock tower itself. Rowan was helping the clockmaster, a tiny bird-like woman named Alara, dust the great gears. The clock was an ancient, beautiful thing, its face depicting not just numbers, but the phases of the moon and the journey of the sun. "Alara," Rowan asked, "does the clock ever feel different?" Alara cocked her head, her eyes bright. "It has been ticking a little softer lately, almost as if it's listening for something." That was it. The clock, the stars, the river, the flowers, they were all connected. They were all part of a larger mechanism, a celestial clockwork that was recalibrating itself. The key in the glen from the rhyme wasn't a physical key, but an understanding. Rowan gathered the villagers in the town square as the soft rain began to fall. The wind chimes played their gentle song. "Friends," she said, her voice carrying on the quiet air. "We have not been cursed, we are being invited. The stars are not gone, they are moving to form a new constellation. The river is not broken, it is flowing to water a part of the woods that has been thirsting. The flowers are not confused, they are celebrating. The grandfather clock is slowing its heartbeat to match the rhythm of this change." She showed them her star charts, pointing out the subtle shifts. She described the peaceful animals in the reversed river. She explained that the old nursery rhyme wasn't a warning of doom, but a set of instructions for a time of transition, a time that came only once every few centuries. A sense of wonder replaced the anxiety. Instead of fear, they felt curiosity. Instead of isolation, they felt a shared purpose. The next evening, the entire village of Stillwater, carrying lanterns that glowed like captive fireflies, followed Rowan into the whispering woods. They followed the backwards flowing stream to the silent glen. There they found not a sprite or a monster, but a breathtaking sight. The glen was a natural amphitheater, and in its center, an ancient crystalline stone pulsed with a soft, internal light. The reversed river fed into a pool around it, and the color-changing moonflowers grew in concentric circles, their hues shifting in time with the stone's gentle glow. Above, the night sky was clear. And there, in the once empty patch of sky, a new constellation was finally complete. It was a magnificent creature, a stag woven from starlight, its antlers vast and intricate, touching the edges of the familiar swan and the hunter. It was a new guide for the heavens. The grandfather clock tower miles away chimed the hour, and its sound was deeper, richer, and more resonant than ever before, as if it had finally found its true voice. The wind chimes in the village rang out in a harmonious, joyous chorus. The people of Stillwater stood together in the glen, watching the stag take its place in the sky. They understood now. Their world wasn't breaking, it was growing. The peculiar happenings had been the groans and shifts of a universe expanding, not collapsing. They returned to their village not just as neighbors, but as guardians of a beautiful secret. The mysteries had drawn them closer, and Rowan's quiet observation and deep empathy had shown them the way. That night, as the gentle rain returned to wash the world clean, every person in Stillwater slept a little more peacefully, their dreams filled with shimmering starlight, backwards flowing streams, and the profound comfort that even the greatest changes are just part of a larger, kinder pattern. And in their dreams they heard the soft, constant chime of the clock tower, a steadfast heartbeat in the quiet, magical night. In the velvet-hued valley of Willowbrook, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping dragons, and the cobblestones remembered every footstep, there came a winter when the teacups began singing. Not the rowdy tavern songs that made apples ferment in their barrels, but soft, shivery melodies that left frost patterns on windows. Young Leela first noticed it while scrubbing the hearth in her aunt's bookshop, a porcelain cup trembling on its shelf, its handle quivering as it hummed a tune like wind through icicle teeth. By week's end, the entire village murmured with peculiarities. Milk pitchers filled with starlight instead of cream. Bootprints appearing on ceilings. The great copper weather vane at the town square spun not with the wind, but with the rhythm of distant laughter. "The frost fairies are restless," declared old Granny Heddleworth, her knitting needles clicking like beetle mandibles. But Leela, whose braids perpetually smelled of pine needles and curiosity, noticed the clues others missed, how the singing always began near the abandoned clock tower, how the frost patterns formed tiny arrowheads pointing northwest. Her investigation began with a lantern carved from a wintermelon, its light smelling faintly of candied rind. The trail led past Mrs. Bramble's bakery, where raisin buns levitated in apologetic formations, to the edge of the whispering woods. There, beneath a moon-washed oak, sat a hedgehog wearing a waistcoat of frost crystals. "You're smaller than the last troubleshooter," it observed, adjusting its pince-nez. "But your shadow has the right shape for mysteries." The hedgehog, introduced as Professor Quillen of the Northern Thorn University, became Leela's first ally. Together they discovered that the disturbances followed a pattern. Every odd hour, the chaos rippled outward from the clock tower like pond rings. During the quiet moments between, they found peculiarities: a family of field mice ice dancing in Mrs. Bramble's cooling pie tins, a colony of ladybugs polishing the weather vane with warmed honey. "They're not causing the trouble," Quillen noted, tapping his spectacles. "They are tidying up after it." The mystery deepened when they consulted the night librarian, an owl named Hootridge, who lived in the bookshop's rafters, his feathers dusted with the pollen of ancient stories. "What if," he mused, turning a page with his beak, "the clock tower isn't abandoned at all?" His talon tapped an illustration of frost sparrows, shy winter spirits who nest in forgotten places, their fluttering wings stirring up harmless mischief. Midnight found Leela and her companions at the clock tower's ivy-choked door. The stones hummed beneath her mittened palm, not cold but thrumming like a sleeping cat's purr. Inside, gears glimmered with hoarfrost constellations. And there, in the rafters, a nest woven from lost buttons and piano wires, sheltering 3 frost sparrow chicks whose breath crystallized into snowflake lullabies. Their parents, it seemed, had flown south to mend a broken aurora, leaving the hatchlings to accidentally stir the village into gentle disarray. The solution came not through magic, but compassion. Mrs. Bramble baked seed cakes that steamed like tiny geysers, keeping the chicks fed. The mice knitted minuscule scarves from dandelion fluff. Even Granny Heddleworth contributed, her needles clicking out a snug blanket patterned with cloud formations. By the time the parent sparrows returned trailing ribbons of green and violet light, the clock tower chimed again, its hands kept steady by a family of enthusiastic pill bugs who'd taken a liking to gear mechanics. Years later, when travelers asked about Willowbrook's weather vane, now spinning tales instead of wind directions, or the teacups that occasionally harmonized with passing songbirds, villagers would smile and say, "All homes have hearts, even those we think are empty." And if you linger near the clock tower at twilight, you might glimpse a young woman with pine-scented braids, reading aloud to a hedgehog in a frost-trimmed waistcoat, while owl wings turn the pages of a story that hasn't quite ended, only paused for tea. The distant star system of Lyra 7 held worlds as different as snowflakes in a nebulous storm. On the frozen, crystalline plains of Xylos, where auroras sang in silent ribbons of blue and silver, lived Vel. Vel was a Xylosian, tall and slender, their bodies seemingly carved from living ice that shimmered with internal light. Their thoughts were precise, logical, and flowed like glacial rivers, slow, deep, and immensely powerful. Communication for Vel was a series of intricate light patterns emitted from their core, a language of pure information. On the opposite side of the system, bathed in the perpetual golden hour glow of twin suns, orbited Florin. It was a world of immense, whispering forests, bioluminescent flowers, and warm, humid air thick with the scent of alien pollen. Here lived Kip, a Florinite no taller than Vel's knee, covered in soft, moss-green fur with large, luminous eyes the color of amethysts. Kip communicated in chirps, whistles, and expressive vibrations that resonated through their fur, conveying a kaleidoscope of feelings instantly. Fate, or perhaps a bureaucratic error in the Interstellar Exploration Guild, threw them together. Both were junior researchers assigned to survey the uncharted moon, Elysium Drift, a place of serene meadows, floating islands, and ancient, silent ruins. Their transport pod malfunctioned upon entry, crash-landing them gently but decisively in a field of giant, soft-glowing mushrooms that pulsed with a gentle lavender light. Vel emerged first, their crystalline form clicking softly as they scanned the unfamiliar, warm environment. The air felt thick and damp, uncomfortable against their normally frigid skin. Kip tumbled out next, chirping excitedly, immediately captivated by the glowing fungi and the sweet, honey-like scent on the breeze. Kip vibrated with pure delight, a low hum filling the air. Vel emitted a sharp, staccato burst of light, equals query, status. Damage assessment protocol initiated. Kip, mistaking the bright flashes for a friendly greeting, bounced closer, emitting a cheerful series of high-pitched whistles, equals friend. New place. Beautiful. Safe. Vel took a step back, their internal light flickering with confusion. The Florinite's proximity radiated uncomfortable warmth, and their chaotic sounds lacked any discernible data structure. Equals alert, unidentified organism, exhibiting erratic behavior. Maintain distance. Kip, sensing the retreat, tilted their head, their large eyes dimming slightly. Their vibrations shifted to a questioning, hesitant thrum. Equals cold one, scared. Sad. They cautiously held out a tiny, three-fingered hand, offering a piece of glowing blue lichen they'd scooped from a mushroom stalk. Vel analyzed the offering. organic matter. Non-toxic. Illogical gesture. Equals negative, offering unnecessary. Priority, repair communication array. They turned their back, focusing on the damaged pod, emitting frustrated pulses of orange light as their delicate tools sparked against unfamiliar components. The silence felt heavy, punctuated only by the soft hum of the mushrooms and Kip's quiet, confused chirps. The misunderstanding deepened as they tried to work. Kip, eager to help, tried to hand Vel tools based on what felt right: a smooth, warm stone when Vel needed a cold conductor, a fragrant flower when they needed insulation. Vel's light patterns grew sharper, colder. Equals inefficiency. Disruption. Cease interference. Kip retreated to a large mushroom cap, their fur drooping, emitting soft, mournful vibrations like the sigh of a distant wind. They didn't understand the cold one's anger. They only wanted to be friends in this strange, beautiful place. Night fell on Elysium Drift, bringing not darkness, but a breathtaking transformation. The floating islands above began to glow with soft internal light, casting shifting patterns on the meadow below. The air cooled slightly, carrying the scent of night-blooming crystal vines. Then, a low rumble echoed through the valley. Not thunder, but something deeper, more resonant. The ground vibrated. Vel's sensors spiked. Equals warning, seismic activity detected. Origin, subterranean geothermal vent instability. Probability of surface rupture, 87.4%. As if on cue, the ground nearby cracked open with a sound like shattering glass. Steam hissed out, superheated and dangerous. Glowing orange fissures snaked across the meadow towards their pod. Panic, a cold, sharp sensation Vel rarely experienced, flared within them. Their logical mind calculated escape routes, all too slow. A frantic chirping erupted. Kip. The small florinite was dashing towards the largest cluster of glowing mushrooms near the encroaching fissure. Equals foolishness. Vel pulsed, believing Kip was panicking blindly. Equals evade. Evade. But Kip wasn't fleeing. They skidded to a halt beside a particularly large, pulsing mushroom with thick, fibrous roots sunk deep into the soil. With surprising strength, Kip began to push against the massive stalk, vibrating intensely. Equals help. Push. Strong roots hold. Safe ground. Understanding dawned on Vel, cutting through the panic like a laser. Kip wasn't acting erratically. They were sensing the stability of the ground through the interconnected root systems of the giant fungi, something Vel's sensors couldn't perceive. The florinite wasn't offering random gifts. They were trying to communicate comfort and help in their own way. The lichen, it had been a peace offering. Shame, warm and unfamiliar, washed over Vel. They abandoned the pod and surged forward, their crystalline body surprisingly strong. Together, Vel pushing with glacial strength and Kip vibrating with focused energy, they shifted the massive mushroom just enough to reveal a solid shelf of bedrock beneath its roots, untouched by the fissures snaking around it. They scrambled onto the safe ground just as the area where the pod sat cracked open, swallowing it with a hiss of steam. Safe but stranded, they huddled on the small rocky island, surrounded by glowing steam vents and pulsing lavender light. Their initial silence was heavy. Vel's internal light flickered erratically, processing the near disaster and their own misjudgment. Kip shivered slightly, the adrenaline fading, leaving exhaustion and residual fear vibrating through their small frame. Slowly, hesitantly, Vel extended one crystalline hand. Not a tool, not a demand. Just an open gesture. They emitted a soft, steady pulse of pale blue light. Equals gratitude. Assistance acknowledged. Error, misinterpretation. Kip looked up, their large amethyst eyes wide. They cautiously reached out a small, furry hand and placed it gently on Vel's cool, smooth surface. A wave of warmth, not physical, but emotional relief, forgiveness, and tentative understanding flowed through Kip's vibrations into Vel's perception. Equals friend. Kip chirped softly. Equals affirmative, equals Vel pulsed, the light warming to a gentle gold. Equals friend. The shared challenge had shattered the walls of misunderstanding. In the days that followed, working to salvage what they could and signal for rescue, their communication transformed. Vel learned to interpret the subtle shifts in Kip's vibrations, the quick trill of discovery, the low hum of concentration, the soft purr of contentment. Kip learned to recognize the meaning in Vel's light patterns, the steady blue of focus, the soft green of approval, the warm gold of reassurance. Vel used their logical mind to devise solutions. Kip used their innate connection to the moon's vibrant life to find edible glowing berries that replenished energy and soothing sap from the crystal vines that healed minor scrapes from salvaging. One chilly evening, as they huddled under a makeshift shelter woven from giant, flexible fern fronds, Kip's design, Vel's structural reinforcement, Kip shivered violently. The florinite body built for Florin's warmth struggled with Elysium Drift's cooler nights. Vel observed, their core light dimming with concern. Logic dictated preserving their own energy. But something else, a new, warm current flowing beside the glacial rivers of thought, prompted action. Vel carefully positioned themselves beside Kip. Then, with a deep, resonant hum, they focused their internal energy. Slowly, the air immediately around Vel warmed, radiating gentle, dry heat like sun-warmed stone. Kip's shivering subsided. They looked up, their eyes glowing softly, and emitted a deep, resonant vibration of pure, profound gratitude and comfort. Equals warm, safe, a thank you, friend. They leaned gently against Vel's side. Vel pulsed a soft, steady gold. Equals preservation of vital unit, friend. Priority. When the rescue ship finally descended, drawn by the homing beacon they'd painstakingly repaired together, the guild officers found them sitting side by side on a sun-warmed rock. Vel was patiently holding components steady while Kip, vibrating with focused intensity, used their natural resonance to fuse microscopic fractures in a salvaged communicator circuit, a technique Vel had calculated and Kip instinctively executed. Back on the guild station, they became something of a legend, the ice and the moss. Where Vel went, Kip was often perched on their shoulder or tucked into a specially woven pouch, radiating warmth. Where Kip explored vibrant hydroponics gardens, Vel was a steady, watchful presence nearby, their cool light a comfort in the artificial heat. They had discovered the true meaning of friendship not in their similarities, but in the beautiful, challenging space between their differences. It was the warmth offered in the face of cold logic, the steady light provided in moments of chaotic fear, the patience to learn a new language of the heart, and the profound understanding that sometimes the strongest bonds are forged not in ease, but in the shared warmth of a campfire on a strange, glowing moon, where an open hand and a soft pulse of light said more than any shared language ever could. Their friendship, like the singing auroras of Xylos and the honey light of Florin, became a beacon, a quiet testament to the universe that understanding, kindness, and warmth could bridge any distance, melt any ice, and make even the vast, starry unknown feel like a place called home. And as they sat together in the station's observation deck, watching the swirling colors of the Lyra Nebula, Vel's core pulsed a serene gold, and Kip snuggled closer, purring a soft, contented vibration that echoed the peaceful hum of the stars themselves. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the worn rug. Outside, the wind whispered through the old oak tree beside the cottage, where young Ben lived. Ben wasn't particularly loud or adventurous, but he noticed things. He noticed the way sunlight caught dust motes, making them look like tiny stars. He noticed the different songs the wind sang through the chimney. And one chilly autumn afternoon, while helping his grandfather clear out the dusty attic, Ben noticed something else entirely. Tucked away in a forgotten corner, behind a box of moth-eaten scarves and a broken rocking horse, sat a small, unassuming wooden crate. Inside, nestled in yellowed tissue paper, was a teacup. It wasn't grand or gilded. It was simple porcelain, painted with delicate, faded blue forget-me-nots. But as Ben carefully lifted it, a strange warmth spread through his fingers, not the warmth of the sun, but a gentle, comforting glow that seemed to hum softly against his skin. "Granddad," Ben called softly, his voice echoing slightly in the dusty space. "Look at this teacup. It feels different." His grandfather, wiping grime from his spectacles, peered at it. "Ah, the forget-me-not cup belonged to your great-aunt Millicent. Always said it was special, but never said why. Bit of an odd duck, Millicent, bless her. Probably just like the pattern." He chuckled, returning to his sorting. Ben wasn't so sure. He carried the cup downstairs, washed it gently, and set it on his windowsill. As dusk painted the sky in shades of lavender and peach, Ben decided to try it. He filled it with warm milk and a drizzle of honey, just as he imagined great-aunt Millicent might have done. As he lifted the cup to his lips, he didn't just smell the sweet honey and warm milk. He smelled something else entirely: damp earth, wood smoke, and the faint, sweet scent of unfamiliar flowers. And when he took a sip, the world didn't dissolve, but it shimmered. Suddenly, the steam rising from the cup wasn't just steam. It swirled and coalesced, forming a miniature, glowing landscape right above the rim. Tiny, luminous mountains rose, veiled in mist. A path no wider than a thread of silk wound through a forest of impossibly small, glittering trees. And standing on that path, looking impossibly real yet impossibly tiny, was a creature. It resembled a badger, but its fur shimmered like moonlight on snow, and it wore a tiny, worried frown. "Hello," Ben whispered, utterly astonished. The tiny badger jumped, clutching a minuscule satchel. "Oh, you can see, most can't, you know, not unless the cup truly chooses. I'm Thistle." His voice was like the rustle of dry leaves, yet clear as a bell. "And you, big one, you hold the cup of echoes." "The cup of echoes," Ben breathed. "Indeed," Thistle nodded gravely. "It doesn't hold tea, not really. It holds echoes of places lost or forgotten, echoes of journeys not taken. Right now, it holds the echo of the Whispering Glen, my home. But—" his small shoulders slumped. "The glen is fading, the great echo is weakening. Without it, the glen will vanish entirely, and all its echoes, memories, stories, little bits of quiet magic will be lost forever." Ben felt a pang of deep sadness, as if he'd heard a beloved story end too soon. "The great echo, what is it? How can it fade?" "It's the heart song of the glen," Thistle explained, pacing the tiny path in the steam. "A deep, resonant sound that holds everything together, but it's grown faint, muffled. Something is silencing it. We need to find the source and restore the song. But the path is perilous for one so small, and the silencer, well, it's big and loud and terribly unlistening." Ben understood the unspoken plea. "Can I help? Can I go there through the cup?" Thistle's eyes, like polished obsidian, widened. "Through the cup. Only if the cup allows it. But you felt its warmth. You saw the echo. Perhaps you are allowed. Take another sip, Ben. Think of the glen, think of helping." Ben closed his eyes, picturing the tiny mountains, the glittering trees, the worried badger. He took another sip of the honeyed milk. This time the warmth wasn't just in his hands, it spread through his whole body. The room seemed to stretch and blur. When he opened his eyes, he was standing on the thread-like path, surrounded by towering, luminous ferns that hadn't been there a moment before. He was Ben-sized, but the world around him was thistle-sized. The trees soared like skyscrapers, The pebbles were boulders. Thistle, now reaching Ben's knee, beamed. "You did it, oh splendid. Welcome to the Whispering Glen, Ben." The glen was breathtaking. Light didn't just shine, it danced soft blues and greens, filtering through leaves that chimed like crystal bells when touched. The air hummed, but it was a faint, strained hum, like a distant choir singing through wool. Ben could feel the sadness Thistle had spoken of, a gentle melancholy clinging to the shimmering moss and the glowing mushrooms. "We need to follow the fading song to its source," Thistle said, leading the way down the winding path. "But we shouldn't go alone. Echo places are tricky. We need friends." Their first helper appeared near a brook that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny chimes. A creature like a large, iridescent dragonfly perched on a glowing reed. Her wings were stained glass mosaics, and her large, multifaceted eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Greetings, Thistle, and a very large greeting to you, stranger. I am Zephyr. Are you lost or found?" "Both, perhaps, Zephyr," Thistle chuckled. "This is Ben. He's come to help restore the great echo. We need to find what's silencing it." Zephyr buzzed excitedly. "Silence, how dreadful. I know all the currents of the glen, the paths the winds take. The silence feels thickest near the old stone bridge where the deep roots gather, but it's guarded by Grumble, the stone toad. He hasn't listened to anyone in ages, too busy being grumpy." She fluttered onto Ben's shoulder, her touch light as dandelion fluff. "I can guide you." Further along, beneath a canopy of luminous weeping willow fronds, they met their second helper. Moss, a creature resembling a very old, very wise tortoise, moved with deliberate slowness. His shell was covered in glowing lichen that pulsed softly. He blinked slowly at Ben. "A groundwalker in the glen, how curious and troubled. I feel the echo's pain." His voice was the deep rumble of shifting earth. "We seek the source of the silence, Moss," Thistle explained. Moss pondered, the lichen on his shell dimming and brightening. "The deep roots beneath the old stone bridge hold ancient memories. They might know, but Grumble guards the bridge fiercely. He fears noise, you see, thinks it cracks the stones." Moss sighed, a sound like pebbles tumbling. "He forgets that silence can crack the soul. I know the old ways, the language of stone and root. I will come." The journey through the Whispering Glen was wondrous and strange. Zephyr darted ahead, her wings humming, scouting paths and whispering warnings about patches of shimmer quicksand or gloom vines that tried to dampen sound. Moss plodded steadily behind, his deep voice occasionally murmuring to the earth, causing glowing stepping stones to rise from glowing streams or stubborn roots to gently lower themselves. Thistle kept up a constant, reassuring chatter, pointing out echo fireflies that carried snippets of forgotten lullabies and whispering blossoms that sighed stories into the air. Yet the underlying hum remained distressingly faint. Finally, they reached the old stone bridge. It arched over a chasm filled not with water, but with swirling, silent mist. And sitting squarely in the center of the bridge, blotting out the soft light, was Grumble. He was immense, a toad carved from rough, dark granite, his eyes like dull, heavy pebbles. A low, continuous grumble vibrated from him, a sound that seemed to actively push away the glen's gentle music. "Go away." Grumble boomed, the sound waves making the bridge tremble. "Too much noise, cracks the stones, silence is safe." He shifted his massive bulk, blocking their path completely. Ben felt the grumble in his bones, a physical pressure trying to force him back. Fear prickled him. How could they move this mountain of grumpiness? Zephyr buzzed anxiously near Ben's ear. "See, told you, all boom and no listen." Moss slowly moved forward, placing a gentle, clawed foot on the bridge stone. "Grumble, old friend," he rumbled, his voice a counterpoint to Grumble's harsh tone, deep but soothing. "The stones are strong, they remember the song. Song is vibration, vibration is cracks. Grumble bellowed, refusing to look at Moss. Silence is solid, safe. Ben watched, his heart pounding. Force wouldn't work. Shouting back would only make Grumble louder, more stubborn. Thistle had said the challenge required wisdom. Ben remembered the cup's warmth, the feeling of listening to an echo. He thought of Grey Tant Millicent, who everyone thought was odd but who had known this cup was special. He thought about how sometimes the quietest things held the deepest truths. Grumble wasn't just guarding the bridge, he was guarding his fear. Ben took a deep breath. Instead of speaking, he knelt down on the bridge, ignoring the vibration through his knees. He placed his hand flat on the cool stone, just like Moss had done. He closed his eyes, trying to push aside his own fear, trying to truly listen, not just to the grumble, but to the stone beneath it. He felt the deep, slow pulse of the earth Moss had spoken of, a rhythm far older and steadier than Grumble's fear. He felt tiny vibrations, not cracks, but the gentle thrum of the deep roots Moss had mentioned, far below, like a slow, sad heartbeat. And beneath Grumble's oppressive grumble, Ben sensed something else, a deep, aching loneliness. He didn't shout. He didn't argue. He simply spoke, his voice as soft as the glen's fading hum, directed not at Grumble's ears, but at the stone beneath his hand, hoping the roots would hear. "The stones are strong," he murmured, echoing Moss. "They remember the song that held them together. The silence isn't making you safe, Grumble, it's making you alone, and the glen is fading without its song." He poured all his understanding, all his quiet empathy into those words, picturing the warmth of the teacup, the kindness he felt for Thistle and his fading home. For a moment, nothing happened. Grumble just grumbled louder. Then Moss rumbled again, his voice weaving with Ben's quiet plea, speaking directly to the stone and the roots below. "Hear the truth, old friend, the song is strength, not weakness, the silence, it hurts." Zephyr, understanding, flew not at Grumble, but down towards the swirling mist of the chasm. She darted and danced, her wings creating a soft, intricate hum, a counter-melody to Grumble's drone. She hummed the song of the wind currents, the chime of the brook, the sigh of the whispering blossoms, tiny fragments of the glen's true voice. Thistle added his own voice, not loud but clear and steady, telling a simple story of sunlight on moss and the comfort of shared burrows. Sound connects us, Grumble, silence isolates. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, the deep, continuous grumble faltered. Grumble shifted. One heavy pebble-like eye cracked open slightly, looking not at Ben shouting, but at Ben kneeling, hand on the stone, his face earnest and kind. He looked at Moss, steadfast and ancient. He listened to Zephyr's delicate hum, Thistle's gentle story. He felt the deep roots below stir, sending a faint, questioning pulse up through the bridge stones, a pulse of remembered music. A deep, shuddering sigh escaped Grumble, like boulders shifting. The oppressive pressure lessened. "Alone," he rumbled, but the sound was less harsh, more questioning. "The song hurt." "No," Ben said softly, still kneeling. "The wrong sounds can hurt. Loud, angry sounds. But the glen's song, it's gentle. It's the sound of belonging. It holds the stones together like the warmth holds the tea in the cup." He thought of the cup's comforting glow. It doesn't crack, it comforts. Grumble was silent for a long moment. Then, with a sound like distant thunder softening, he slowly, ponderously, shifted his massive bulk to one side of the bridge, clearing the path. "Gentle," he rumbled, the word unfamiliar on his tongue. "Comfort." Moss nudged Ben gently. The deep roots beneath the bridge center, they hold the echo of the first heart song, touch them, remember for them. Ben walked carefully to the center of the bridge. Kneeling again, he saw a cluster of thick, glowing roots emerging from the stone, pulsing with a very faint, slow light. He placed both hands upon them. They were warm, vibrating with a deep, almost inaudible frequency. Closing his eyes, he poured his feelings into the roots, the wonder of the glen, the kindness of thistle, zephyr, and moss, the newfound understanding for grumble, and the comforting warmth of the forget-me-not cup. He thought of connection, of gentle sounds, of belonging. He didn't force a song, he offered a memory of what song felt like. The roots beneath his hands began to glow brighter. The faint pulse grew stronger, steadier. From deep within the earth, a sound began to rise. It wasn't loud, it was profound. A deep, resonant hum, pure and clear, like the lowest note of a cello played under starlight. It resonated through the stones of the bridge, through the air, through Ben's very being. The effect was instantaneous. The swirling mist in the chasm below began to sparkle with trapped light. The leaves on the luminous trees chimed more brightly. The faint melancholy lifted, replaced by a profound sense of peace and wholeness. The great echo, the heart song of the whispering glen, had been remembered. Zephyr danced in the air, her wings creating joyous harmonies with the renewed echo. Moss let out a deep, contented rumble that harmonized perfectly. Thistle jumped up and down with pure delight. And Grumble, the stone toad, simply sat. But his grumble had ceased. He tilted his head, his heavy-lidded eyes half closed, listening. A low, soft sound, almost like a purr, vibrated from his stony chest. It wasn't silence. It was the sound of deep contentment, a bass note joining the glen's symphony. Ben felt the teacup's warmth surge within him, not pulling him back, but acknowledging the completion. He looked at his new friends. "It's time for me to go," he said softly, the heart song filling him with serene joy. Thistle nuzzled his hand. "Thank you, Ben. The glen remembers. We all remember." Zephyr landed gently on his head, humming a farewell tune. Moss blinked slowly, a silent blessing. Grumble merely rumbled softly, a sound that now felt like a bedrock deep "thank you." Ben closed his eyes, holding the image of the singing glen, the feeling of the heart song, and the warmth of friendship. He felt the world shimmer once more. When he opened his eyes, he was back in his room, the empty forget-me-not cup cool in his hands on the windowsill. The last sip of honeyed milk was gone. Outside, the wind in the old oak tree sounded different, richer, deeper, as if carrying an echo of a faraway song. He carefully placed the cup back on the sill. It no longer glowed, but it held a deep, quiet warmth, like a cherished memory. Ben knew the Whispering Glen was safe, its stories and magic preserved. He knew that sometimes the greatest strength wasn't in being loud, but in listening deeply, not in force, but in kindness and understanding. And he knew that the most extraordinary magic could be found in the quietest, most ordinary of things, like a teacup painted with forget-me-nots, holding echoes of wonder. As he climbed into bed, the wind sang its lullaby through the eaves, a gentle, resonant sound that soothed him to his core. He smiled, picturing Thistle in his burrow, Zephyr dancing on moonbeams, Moss dreaming deep earth dreams, and Grumble, contentedly rumbling on his bridge, part of the song once more. The cup sat on the sill, a silent guardian of echoes, and Ben drifted into a sleep filled with the peaceful hum of a world where kindness had mended what fear had silenced. The fire crackled its own warm agreement, and the night held only gentle dreams. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the moon wove silver threads through the canopy, there lived a world that only awakened when the sun dipped below the horizon. This was a place of whispered secrets, where the very air hummed with the gentle magic of the night. The trees, ancient and wise, stood as silent sentinels, their bark etched with the stories of centuries. Moss-covered stones, soft as velvet, dotted the forest floor, and streams giggled over smooth pebbles, their babbling a lullaby for all who listened. On this particular evening, as a cool breeze rustled the leaves like pages turning in a great book, a young fox kit named Juniper felt a restlessness stir within her. She was small, with fur the color of autumn leaves, and eyes that held the curiosity of 1,000 stars. Juniper had noticed the days growing shorter, the air crisper, and the vibrant greens of the forest slowly giving way to hues of gold and amber. A subtle unease prickled at her paws, for she feared the coming winter, a time when the forest would sleep, and the warmth she cherished might fade. With a soft sigh, she padded through a clearing bathed in starlight, where bioluminescent fungi glowed like tiny lanterns along the roots of an ancient oak. The light cast eerie yet comforting shadows, and the air was filled with the soothing chorus of crickets and the distant hoot of an owl. It was then that Juniper remembered the tales her mother had told her of Elder Hoot, a great horned owl who resided in the highest branch of the grandfather tree, the oldest and wisest being in the forest. It was said that Elder Hoot understood the secret language of all things, the murmurs of the streams, the sighs of the stones, and the whispers of the trees. Perhaps he could ease her worries. With determination lighting her path, Juniper set off toward the heart of the forest, her paws making no sound on the carpet of pine needles. As she journeyed, the forest seemed to come alive with gentle sounds that wrapped around her like a warm blanket. The wind whispered through the leaves, creating a soft, shushing noise that calmed her racing heart. Rain began to fall, not a storm, but a gentle drizzle that tapped rhythmically on the broad leaves above, each drop a tiny drumbeat in the night symphony. Juniper paused by a babbling brook, where the water chuckled over stones worn smooth by time. She dipped her paw into the cool stream, and for a moment she felt as if the water were speaking to her, telling tales of journeys to distant lands where the sun always shone. After a while, Juniper reached a starlit clearing where the grandfather tree stood, its branches stretching toward the heavens like arms embracing the sky. Perched on a limb was Elder Hoot, his feathers speckled with moonlight and his eyes holding the depth of the night itself. He did not startle at her approach. Instead, he blinked slowly, a gesture of welcome. "Little one," he said, his voice a low, resonant hum that blended with the forest sounds, "I felt your footsteps on the earth. What brings you here on such a peaceful night?" Juniper sat at the base of the tree, her tail wrapped around her paws. "Elder Hoot, I am troubled," she began, her voice barely above a whisper. "The seasons are changing and winter approaches. I fear the cold and the silence. How can the forest bear to sleep for so long? It feels like an ending, and it fills me with sorrow." Elder Hoot ruffled his feathers gently. "Ah, the cycle of rest and renewal," he mused. "It is a dance as old as the stars themselves. But to understand it, you must learn to listen not just with your ears, but with your heart. The forest has a language all its own, and tonight, if you are willing, I will guide you to hear it." He spread his wings slightly, not to fly, but to gesture toward the path ahead. "Let us walk together, and I will show you how the trees, the streams, and the stones speak of the seasons." And so Juniper followed Elder Hoot as he led her deeper into the woods. Their first stop was a grove of silver birches, their bark gleaming like polished bone in the moonlight. Elder Hoot paused and placed a wing against the trunk of the largest tree. "Listen," he urged. Juniper pressed her ear to the cool bark and heard a faint, humming vibration, a slow, steady pulse that seemed to echo the heartbeat of the earth. "The trees are storing their energy," Elder Hoot explained. "They are not dying, they are dreaming. In their sleep they gather strength for the spring, when they will awaken with new leaves and blossoms. This is the language of patience, little one. It teaches us that rest is not an end, but a preparation for new beginnings." As they moved on, they came to a stream that wound through the forest like a ribbon of liquid silver. Elder Hoot gestured to the water. "Kneel and listen to its song." Juniper did as she was told, and the babbling brook seemed to form words in its flow. It spoke of the mountains where it began, of the rain that fed it, and of how it would slow to a trickle in winter, only to surge again with the melt of snow. "The stream knows that stillness is part of its journey," Elder Hoot said. In the quiet of winter, it reflects the stars above, gathering light for the days ahead. This is the language of resilience. It reminds us that even in silence there is beauty and purpose. Next, they approached a circle of moss-covered stones, arranged as if by ancient hands. Elder Hoot hopped onto the largest stone, which was warm from the day's sun. Place your paw here, he instructed. Juniper touched the stone and felt a deep, grounding warmth seeping into her. The stone seemed to whisper of ages past, of winters it had endured, and of the moss that clung to it like a soft blanket. Stones teach us constancy, Elder Hoot murmured. They do not fear the cold, for they know it is temporary. Their wisdom is in their stillness. They hold the memory of the forest, and in their silence they offer comfort. As they continued their walk, the forest revealed its bioluminescent wonders. Fireflies blinked in the darkness, their lights dancing like fallen stars, and patches of glow-in-the-dark moss illuminated their path with an ethereal green hue. Juniper felt her fears melting away, replaced by a sense of wonder. But then a new challenge arose. A young rabbit named Thistle, who was Juniper's friend, came hopping toward them, his eyes wide with panic. Juniper, I've lost my way, he cried. The paths look different in the dark, and I cannot find my burrow. Juniper's heart went out to her friend. She looked to Elder Hoot for guidance, but the owl simply nodded encouragingly. Use what you have learned, little fox. Listen to the forest, and it will show you the way. Remembering the language of the stones and streams, Juniper closed her eyes and focused. She heard the babbling brook to the east, its sound a familiar marker. She felt the alignment of the moss on the trees, which always grew thicker on the north side. With gentle confidence, she led Thistle through the starlit clearings, following the subtle cues of the forest. Along the way they were joined by other nocturnal creatures, a badger who shared a knowing nod, and a family of mice who whispered directions from the safety of their hollow log. Together they formed a chain of friendship, each contributing their unique wisdom. When they reached Thistle's burrow, safe and sound, the rabbit nuzzled Juniper gratefully. Thank you, he said. I was so scared, but you made the forest feel like home again. Juniper realized that in helping her friend, she had forgotten her own fears. The forest had not felt silent or cold. It had been alive with connection and care. Elder Hoot, who had watched from a distance, glided down to join them. You see, Juniper, the magic of the forest is not just in its cycles, but in the hearts of those who dwell within it. Winter is not a time of loneliness. It is a season of gathering, of stories shared by firelight, of roots deepening in the earth, and of friendships that warm the coldest nights. As he spoke, the first snowflakes of the season began to fall, drifting down like feathers from the sky. They landed softly on Juniper's fur, each one a tiny crystal of peace. The forest transformed around them. The bioluminescent fungi glowed brighter against the white snow, and the trees stood in serene silence, their branches adorned with icy lace. The babbling brook slowed its song to a gentle hum, and the wind whispered promises of spring. Juniper felt a deep contentment settle over her. She understood now that the cycles of rest and renewal were not something to fear, but a natural rhythm that held its own kind of magic. Elder Hoot led them back to the grandfather tree, where they huddled together at its base, sheltered by its mighty roots. The owls shared tales of winters long past, of how the animals would gather in harmony, and how the snow blanketed the forest in a hush that allowed for dreams to grow. Juniper listened, her eyes growing heavy as the sounds of the night, the soft crunch of snow under paws, the distant hoot of other owls, and the steady breath of the wind, lulled her into a state of tranquil peace. When the first light of dawn tinged the horizon with pale pink, Juniper awoke to find the forest blanketed in white, sparkling under the rising sun. Elder Hoot was gone, but his wisdom lingered in the air like the scent of pine. Juniper knew that winter had arrived, but instead of dread, she felt a quiet excitement for the days ahead, a time to rest, to reflect, and to cherish the warmth of community. As she made her way home, the forest seemed to whisper its gratitude. The stones felt warmer beneath her paws, the streams hummed a gentle farewell, and the trees swayed in a dance of approval. Juniper carried with her the understanding that every ending is a beginning in disguise, and that even in the deepest silence, the heart of the forest beats on, full of magic and hope. And so, under the watchful eyes of the moon and stars, the ancient forest settled into its winter slumber, cradling all its creatures in a cocoon of peace, waiting patiently for the renewal that spring would bring. In a quiet valley nestled between two sleepy mountains, there lived a young boy named Kalen, who often felt as small and unnoticed as the pebbles along the riverbank. While other children his age raced through meadows with boisterous laughter, Kalen preferred the company of mossy stones and whispering pines. His heart beat in time with the gentler rhythms of the world, the patter of rain on leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, the way morning mist clung to the hillsides like a soft gray blanket. One evening, as the sun dipped behind the western ridge and painted the sky in shades of lavender and peach, Kalen sat by the crackling hearth in his family's cottage. The fire popped and sighed, sending dancing shadows across the room. His grandmother, her hands busy with knitting, smiled at him over her spectacles. "You look thoughtful tonight, little one," she said, her voice like the rustle of dry leaves. "I was wondering," Kalen began, tracing the grain of the wooden floor with his finger, "if there are places in this world where quiet things become important." His grandmother's needles stilled. "Oh, there are, but one must know how to look." She leaned closer, the firelight catching the silver in her hair. "Have I ever told you about the Glimmerwood?" Kalen shook his head, curling closer to the warmth. "It's said that deep in the oldest part of the forest there grows a tree whose leaves hold the last light of day. They say that if you find it, and if the tree finds you worthy, it might grant you a single ember that never goes out, a little piece of perpetual twilight." That night, as Kalen lay in bed, the image of that glowing ember filled his dreams. He saw it pulsing softly like a heartbeat in the dark, warm against his palm, a tiny sun he could carry in his pocket. The next morning, with a small satchel of bread and cheese and his warmest cloak, Kalen set out toward the ancient forest. The path was familiar at first, past the babbling brook where he sometimes skipped stones, beyond old Mr. Higgins' sheep pasture, and into the thinning woods where the trees grew taller and closer together. But soon the way became less certain. The sunlight, which had been dappling the forest floor, now struggled to pierce the thick canopy overhead. The air grew cool and carried the rich, earthy scent of decaying leaves and damp soil. Kalen walked until his legs ached, following no path but the one his intuition carved. Just as doubt began to creep into his thoughts like evening chill, he noticed something peculiar, a faint, golden glow emanating from behind a curtain of hanging moss. Pushing it aside, he discovered not the legendary tree, but something equally marvelous. A small fox with fur the color of autumn leaves, and upon its forehead a mark that shimmered with a soft internal light. The fox regarded him with intelligent amber eyes, unafraid. "You're far from the beaten path," it said, its voice like the stirring of dry grass. Kalen, too surprised to be startled, simply nodded. "I'm looking for the tree that holds the daylight." The fox sat, wrapping its bushy tail around its paws. "Many seek it, few understand what they're truly looking for. I am Ember," it said, the glow on its forehead pulsing gently as it spoke. "I was once like you, a seeker. The tree granted my wish to become a guardian of these woods. Can you help me find it?" Kalen asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Ember tilted its head. "I can guide you, but the journey will change you, as all true journeys do. The path to understanding is never the same path one walks in." And so began an unexpected friendship between a quiet boy and a mystical fox. They traveled deeper into the forest, where the trees grew so close their branches intertwined like clasped hands. Ember taught Kalen to listen, not just with his ears, but with his entire being. Hear how the birch leaves tremble in a different rhythm than the oak, Ember would say. Notice how the light changes quality near the willow grove. Every living thing has its own song. Kalen learned to distinguish the subtle music of the forest, the low hum of ancient stones, the whispering chorus of roots beneath the soil, the delicate chime of spiderwebs beaded with morning dew. He began to see patterns in the lichen on north-facing rocks, to understand which mushrooms indicated underground springs, to feel the history in the gnarled bark of elder trees. Days blended into one another, marked only by the gradual deepening of their journey. Kalen shared his bread and cheese with Ember, who in turn showed him which berries were safe to eat and where the clearest water flowed. They slept beneath the stars, huddled together for warmth, with Ember's glowing mark providing comfort in the darkness. One evening, as they rested beside a stream that chuckled over smooth stones, Kalen confessed, "I used to feel invisible, like I didn't matter much." Ember's light pulsed softly. The quietest things often hold the deepest magic. The seed that grows unseen, the root that strengthens in darkness, the heart that loves without demanding attention. These are the forces that truly shape the world. The next day they arrived at a circular clearing where the air hummed with energy. In the center stood the most magnificent tree Kalen had ever seen, its bark silver white, its leaves holding the colors of sunset, even though the actual sun was high overhead. This was undoubtedly the tree from his grandmother's story. As they approached, the tree's branches swayed, although there was no wind. A voice, deep and resonant like earth after rain, spoke without words, communicating directly to their hearts. "Why do you seek the everlasting ember, child of the outer world?" Kalen, who had practiced answering difficult questions during his journey, responded honestly. "I thought it would make me feel important, but now I understand that importance isn't about being noticed, it's about noticing." The tree's leaves shimmered approvingly. "You have learned well. But the ember is not a prize to be won. It is a responsibility to be carried. It must be earned through service." "What service?" Kalen asked. "The forest suffers," the tree communicated, its branches drooping slightly. "A darkness has taken root in the heart of the Glimmerwood, not evil but forgetfulness. The creatures have stopped listening to each other's songs. They no longer remember how their lives are intertwined. You must help them remember." Ember nuzzled Kalen's hand. "This is the true test. The darkness manifests as a mist that dulls the senses and separates beings from one another." For 3 days and nights, Kalen and Ember traveled to the affected areas. The forgetfulness mist was indeed spreading. They found birds who had forgotten their migration songs, squirrels who couldn't recall where they'd buried their nuts, and a family of badgers who had forgotten how to dig proper tunnels. Kalen discovered that his quiet nature served him well. While others might have tried to fight the mist with noise and action, he simply sat with the affected creatures, listening to their confusion. He didn't try to solve their problems, but instead helped them remember their own solutions. To the birds, he hummed the melodies he'd learned from listening to the wind through pine needles. Gradually they began to join in, their own songs returning like dawn after a long night. For the squirrels, he drew maps in the dirt based on patterns he'd observed in their behavior, helping them rediscover their hidden stores. With the badgers, he patiently demonstrated digging techniques he'd seen other animals use, until their muscle memory returned. Each small victory pushed the mist back slightly, but the source remained. Following Ember's guidance, they traced the forgetfulness to a cave, where a lonely mountain spirit had been weeping for centuries, its tears creating the confusion mist. "Everyone has forgotten me," the spirit mourned, its form shifting like smoke. "Once the forest creatures would bring me stories and songs. Now I am alone." Kalen approached without fear. "I will remember you," he said simply, "and I will tell others to remember." He sat at the cave entrance and began to sing, a simple song about the interconnectedness of the forest, about how every creature, every plant, every stone had value and was remembered by the world. Ember joined in, its glowing mark brightening the cave. One by one the creatures they had helped arrived, adding their voices to the chorus. The mountain spirit's form solidified into something resembling starlight and moss. Its weeping ceased and the mist began to dissolve, replaced by a gentle, golden light that spread through the forest. When they returned to the twilight tree, it greeted them with branches outstretched. "You have done what many could not. You healed with listening rather than force, with remembrance rather than conquest." From its highest branch, a single leaf detached and floated down, transforming as it fell into a softly pulsing ember that glowed with the warmth of a hearth fire and the colors of sunset. It settled into Kalen's open palm, warm but not hot, light as a feather. "This is now yours to safeguard," the tree communicated. "It will light your way, but its true purpose is to remind you, and those you share it with, that even the smallest light can hold back the darkness, and that remembering one another is among the most powerful magics." The journey back felt both the same and entirely different. The forest Kalen had helped heal now seemed to recognize him. Trees bent their branches slightly as he passed. Animals paused to nod in gratitude. Flowers turned their faces toward the ember's gentle light. When he finally emerged from the forest edge near his home, the first stars were peppering the twilight sky. His grandmother was waiting on the porch, a knowing smile on her face. "You found it," she said, her eyes on the glowing ember in his hand. "I found more than that," Kalen replied, Ember sitting faithfully at his side. That night, as Kalen lay in his own bed, the ember pulsed softly on his bedside table, casting warm, shifting patterns on the walls. He realized the journey had indeed transformed him, not by making him important in the way he'd imagined, but by teaching him that importance grew from connection, from listening, from remembering. Ember curled at the foot of his bed, its glowing mark synchronizing with the ember's rhythm. "The forest will always remember you," the fox whispered, "and I will always be your friend." Kalen smiled, feeling a peace deeper than any he'd known. He understood now that the magical object wasn't the destination but the reminder, a tangible representation of the light we carry for each other, the memories we preserve, the friendships that warm us from the inside out. As sleep gently pulled at his consciousness, the ember's glow seemed to fill the room with soft, golden warmth. The last thing Kalen heard was the distant, familiar crackle of the hearth downstairs, and Ember's contented sigh as the fox too drifted into dreams. And in that space between waking and sleeping, in the gentle embrace of the light he'd earned not through conquest but through compassion, Kalen understood that the greatest journeys aren't measured in distance traveled, but in the depth of connection forged, and that sometimes the quietest among us hold the most luminous magic of all. Once, in a small village cradled between emerald hills and a golden sea of daisies, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes, sparkling like the morning dew on a spider's web, often wandered far beyond the horizon, where she imagined lands of untold wonders. Her favorite place was the edge of the whispering woods, where trees stood so tall and thick that their tops seemed to tickle the heavens. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of ripe apples and the sky was painted in hues of orange and pink, Lila felt a gentle tug at her heart. It was as if the woods themselves were calling out to her, whispering secrets through the rustling leaves. With a deep breath of courage and a heart full of wonder, she decided to venture into the unknown. As she stepped past the familiar boundary of the village, the forest enveloped her in a cool embrace. The path was lined with moss that felt like the softest velvet beneath her feet. Sunlight streamed through the branches in playful patterns, and Lila felt as though she was walking through a living cathedral of nature. The air was alive with the symphony of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook nearby. A little way into her journey, Lila stumbled upon a clearing where the ground was carpeted with mushrooms of all shapes and colors. Sitting atop one of the largest mushrooms was a peculiar creature with fur the color of twilight and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. It was a wisp fox, a creature as rare as it was wise, known for guiding lost travelers. "Welcome, dear Lila," the wisp fox greeted, its voice as soft as a lullaby. "I see you have a heart full of questions. Would you like some answers?" Lila, though surprised that the creature knew her name, nodded eagerly. "Yes, please. I wish to learn about the wonders of these woods." The wisp fox flicked its bushy tail and smiled. "Then follow me, for this forest holds more magic than you can imagine." As they ventured deeper, the forest unfolded like a storybook. They passed trees with bark that shimmered like silver and leaves that sang gentle tunes when the wind caressed them. They walked alongside streams that flowed with water as clear as crystal, reflecting the sky's ever-changing moods. At one point, they came across a glen where luminous butterflies danced in the air, their wings casting rainbows with every flutter. Lila reached out, and one alighted on her finger, its tiny heart beating in rhythm with her own. It was in that moment she realized the importance of gentle curiosity and respect for the wonders of the world around her. Suddenly, the path divided into three. Lila hesitated, unsure which way to go. The wisp fox looked at her kindly. "Sometimes, the right path is the one that calls to your heart, not your mind." Remembering the gentle tug she felt that morning, Lila chose the path to the right, which was lined with glowing fungi that lit up under her steps like warm, welcoming lights. The path led them to a serene pond, its surface like a mirror reflecting the sky. By the water's edge sat an elderly turtle, wise with the weight of centuries. The turtle looked up and spoke slowly. "Every journey brings new lessons, young one. It's the courage to take the first step that shapes who we become." Lila pondered the turtle's words, feeling a warmth spread through her. She realized that it was her curiosity and bravery that had brought her here, and that sometimes simply daring to explore could be the most rewarding adventure of all. As the sun began to dip behind the trees, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and gold, Lila knew it was time to return home. The wisp fox led her back to the edge of the forest, where the village lay in the gentle embrace of twilight. "Thank you for guiding me," Lila said, her heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom. The wisp fox nodded, its eyes twinkling. "Remember, Lila, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. Keep your heart open and your spirit curious." With one last look at the enchanting forest, Lila stepped back into the familiar world of her village. The evening air was cool and comforting, and the first stars began to appear in the sky. She felt a peaceful contentment, knowing that the magic of the whispering woods would always be with her, in her heart and in her dreams. And so, with a smile and a heart full of dreams, Lila returned home, ready to share tales of her wondrous journey, to inspire others to listen to the whispers of the world and explore the magic waiting just beyond the horizon. The first frost of the season had just begun painting silver lace across the window pane when young Cora discovered the acorn. Not an ordinary acorn, mind you, but one that glowed with a soft, buttery light from within its polished shell, nestled among fallen leaves in the crook of Grandmother Rowan's garden wall. When Cora cupped it in her mittened hands, warmth spread through her fingers like sipping hot cider, and a faint melody hummed against her palms, a song of rustling ferns and distant waterfalls. "Forest's heartbeat," Grandmother had murmured that evening, stirring honey into chamomile tea while firelight danced in her wise, crinkled eyes. Lost long ago when shadows grew jealous, the woods grow thin without it. Cora knew the stories, how the whispering woods bordering their village once shimmered with shared dreams between trees and townsfolk, how children used to follow foxfire lanterns to dance with mushroom-ring sprites. Now the forest stood silent and watchful, paths twisting into gloom. That night, as wind sighed through eaves like a lonely breath, the acorn pulsed against Cora's pillow. Not a demand, but an invitation. By dawn, with the acorn secured in a velvet drawstring pouch round her neck and Grandmother's knitted scarf smelling of rosemary and courage, Cora slipped through the garden gate. Winter's breath hung crisp in the air, turning each footstep on frosted grass into a tiny crunching symphony. The deeper she wandered, the stranger the woods became, not menacing but deeply alive. Birch trunks gleamed like polished bone in slanting sunlight, while ice-encased spiderwebs glittered like chandeliers. Yet an ache lingered beneath the beauty, brittle branches, two silent clearings where no birds sang, and a scent like forgotten rain. After hours of following the acorn's gentle tug, a compass in her chest, Cora stumbled into a clearing veiled by weeping willow tendrils. There, grumbling fiercely as he wrestled a thorny vine ensnaring his burrow entrance, was a badger. Blasted brambles, he huffed, his charcoal-striped fur fluffed in indignation. Grew overnight, thick as thief's lies. His name, he grumpily admitted when Cora offered help with her little pruning shears, was Thorn. And no, I don't need a human clattering about, especially one wearing a... He froze, black nose twitching toward her glowing pouch. Is that? It can't be. Wonder smoothed his gruffness like a stone worn by a river. The heartseed, they said it was gone forever. Thorn became her unlikely guide. His knowledge of route paths and squirrel highways was unmatched, but more precious was his dry humor that turned fearful shadows into mere tricks of the light. That creaking, he'd sniff as ancient oaks groaned overhead. Just old Oakheart complaining about his rheumatism. Tell him he's looking splendid and he'll quiet right down. When a sudden snow flurry blinded them near a ravine, Thorn unearthed a hidden badger tunnel smelling of damp earth and safety. Inside, bioluminescent moss coated the walls like emerald stardust, guiding their way. Forest remembers its own, Thorn murmured, his gruff voice softened. The acorn's light intensified as they journeyed, its song swelling into harmonies that made frozen streams sigh and icicles chime. It led them to a colossal hawthorn tree, its gnarled trunk split by a fissure veiled in cascading ivy. Impossible, breathed Thorn. The elders spoke of the veiled grove, but no one's found it in generations. As Cora pushed aside the ivy, warmth and the scent of sun-warmed apricots enveloped them. They stepped not into a hollow, but into a sunlit glade suspended in perpetual golden hour. Butterflies with stained glass wings drifted above flowers that chimed when touched. At the glade's heart stood a tree unlike any other, its bark shimmering like molten amber, roots cradling a hollow where a nest of woven moonlight pulsed with absence. Tiny figures emerged from blossoms and fern shadows, the verdant folk, no taller than Cora's hand, with skin like dappled sunlight and hair of spun moss. Their leader, Elder Mosshelm, stepped forward, his acorn cap hat trembling. The heartseed's return. Joy lit his leafy face, then dimmed. But see, it is wounded. He pointed a twiggy finger. A jagged piece was missing from the acorn's base, its light flickering unevenly. Stolen long ago by a creature of the deep shade, Mosshelm explained sadly. Envy turned its heart cold. It craved the seed's warmth, but only knew how to break. Without that missing shard, the seed cannot heal the whispering woods. Thorn's ears flattened. The deep shade, that's no place for sensible creatures. It was a realm of tangled, lightless roots where the forest's oldest sorrows festered. Yet Cora felt the acorn's plea resonate within her, not for itself, but for the lonely thief. Everyone deserves a chance to return what they took, she said softly, meeting Thorn's worried eyes. Even shadows. Their descent into the deep shade felt like sinking into cold ink. Bioluminescent fungi provided ghostly blue guideposts, but oppressive silence pressed down, thick as wool. Strange, mournful echoes skittered just beyond sight, whispers of lost things. Thorn pressed close, his warmth a steady anchor. Remember Oakheart's rheumatism, he muttered, attempting levity though his fur bristled. This place just needs better decorating. Deep within a cavern woven from thorny roots, they found it, a creature of shifting obsidian smoke, curled around a shard of light that burned its ephemeral hands. It hissed, coiling tighter, eyes like dying embers flaring defensively. Cora knelt slowly, ignoring Thorn's warning rumble. She didn't reach for the shard. Instead, she opened her pouch, letting the heartseed's gentle radiance spill out. "It misses its piece," she said, her voice steady despite her trembling hands. "And I think you miss not being alone in the dark." The creature recoiled, smoke swirling in agitation. Cora hummed the seed's melody, the song of rustling ferns and waterfalls. The creature stilled. Tentatively, Cora placed the glowing acorn on the cold earth between them. Its warmth isn't meant to be hoarded, it's meant to be shared, like friendship. A long, silent moment stretched. Then a thin, smoky tendril extended, not toward the seed, but toward Cora's outstretched hand. It didn't touch, but hovered, trembling with a profound, aching loneliness that mirrored the brittle woods above. Slowly, achingly, the creature uncurled. It nudged the stolen shard of light toward the heartseed with its shadowy muzzle. As the shard clicked into place with a sound like a sigh of relief, the acorn blazed with pure, golden light. The creature flinched, but the light didn't burn. It washed over its smoky form, revealing not a monster, but a slender being with skin like twilight velvet and eyes, now holding the soft gleam of distant stars. Shade, they learned its name was. Not a creature of malice, but of forgotten corners, starved for connection. The return to the veiled grove was a procession of light. Shade walked hesitantly beside Cora, Thorn padding protectively close. As they emerged into the amber glow, the verdant folk gasped, then burst into joyous, tinkling laughter like wind chimes. At the heart tree, Cora placed the whole acorn back into its cradle of moonlight. The effect was instantaneous. Light pulsed outward in a wave, up the amber trunk, through the branches, and out into the whispering woods beyond the veil. Snow melted from pine needles, revealing vibrant green. Frozen streams gurgled back to life. Birdsong, tentative at first, then triumphant, erupted from every tree. The forest breathed deep, shaking off its long slumber. In the days that followed, Cora walked familiar paths transformed. Sunlight dappled through a vibrant canopy, alive with chattering squirrels and flitting sprites. Foxfire lanterns winked invitations from mossy hollows. Thorn, now a frequent visitor to grandmother's garden, especially when berry tarts were cooling, regaled them with tales of Shade, helping the verdant folk tend to the deep shade, coaxing shy glowworms and healing wounded roots. "Turns out," Thorn chuckled, crumbs on his whiskers, "a bit of kindness makes even the gloomiest places bloom." The night before the first true thaw, Cora stood at her window. The whispering woods shimmered under the moon, no longer a wall of secrets, but a friend breathing softly in the dark. In her hand, warmed by her touch, lay a single leaf gifted by the heart tree, its veins traced with permanent, gentle gold light. She pressed it to her cheek, breathing in the scent of damp earth and possibility. Outside, an owl hooted a lullaby, joined by the distant, contented purr of a badger settling into his burrow, and the soft, chiming laughter of tiny folk dancing in moonlit clearings. The forest's heartbeat, strong and steady, echoed her own. As she climbed into bed, the golden leaf glowing softly on her nightstand, Cora smiled. The greatest magic, she knew as sleep gently pulled her under, wasn't in glowing seeds or hidden groves. It was in the courage to offer warmth to shadows, the wisdom to listen to forgotten songs, and the boundless, quiet strength found in an unexpected friend's steadfast presence beside you on the path home. The woods whispered their ancient lullaby, a promise carried on the warm spring wind rustling the newly green leaves, a promise of belonging forever renewed. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where mist clung to the meadows like cobwebs at dawn. It was a quiet place where days unfolded with the gentle rhythm of rain on rooftops and the scent of baking bread. Young Theo, with eyes the color of storm clouds and a quiet disposition, often felt like a misplaced stitch in its comfortable tapestry. While others chased butterflies or built forts, Theo found solace in the dusty corners of his grandmother's attic, drawn to forgotten things. One rainy afternoon, while seeking shelter from a sudden downpour, Theo unearthed a small, unassuming wooden box tucked beneath a pile of yellowed lace. Inside, cushioned by velvet as soft as a moth's wing, lay a teacup. It wasn't grand porcelain or gleaming silver. It was simple earthenware, the color of warm honey, with a single hairline crack running from its rim. But as Theo's fingers brushed its surface, a shiver ran through him, not cold, but a hum, like the low note of a distant bell. He felt a warmth spread up his arm, carrying with it the faint scent of cinnamon and sunshine. Curiosity, a quiet but insistent friend, tugged at him. Theo filled the cup with rainwater dripping from the eaves. As the first drop touched the crack, something extraordinary happened. The water didn't leak. Instead, the crack shimmered faintly, like trapped starlight, and the water inside changed. It wasn't just water anymore. Looking into the cup, Theo saw not his reflection, but a miniature scene. A sun-drenched meadow he'd never seen, filled with flowers that pulsed with soft, internal light. A wave of profound peace washed over him, settling into his bones like warm honey. This was the cup of whispers, his grandmother later murmured, her voice hushed with reverence. It showed not just places, but the hidden heart of things, their truest, calmest essence. Theo felt a shift within himself, a connection to the cup's quiet magic. But the village began to change subtly. Flowers in Widow Hemsley's garden wilted overnight, their colors leaching away. The cheerful babble of the brook behind the mill became a fretful murmur. The comforting warmth of freshly baked bread seemed to vanish too quickly. The cup of whispers, Theo discovered, showed him the lack of peace as well. When he peered into it near the wilting flowers, he saw only gray mist and heard a faint, discordant sigh. The heart of Willowbrook was fading. The journey began not with footsteps on a road, but with a growing conviction in Theo's own heart. He needed to understand why the village's quiet magic was unraveling. His first helper arrived unexpectedly. Bartholomew, a portly badger with spectacles perched precariously on his snout, emerged from the roots of the ancient oak by the brook one twilight. Bartholomew was the keeper of deep roots, possessing an encyclopedic, if somewhat slow and methodical, knowledge of the valley's hidden history and natural rhythms. He spoke in measured tones, punctuated by thoughtful snuffles. "Disturbance," Bartholomew rumbled, adjusting his spectacles as he peered at the wilting flowers. "The balance is askew, the ley lines beneath us, they hum a troubled tune." He explained that the valley's magic, woven from the land's natural peace and the villagers' quiet contentment, was like a tapestry. A thread had snapped. The second helper was Pip, a skittish finch with feathers the color of spun gold and a voice like tinkling bells. Pip was the messenger of sunbeams, flitting everywhere, seeing everything in bright, fleeting glimpses. The old stone. Pip chirruped one morning, landing on Theo's windowsill. By the north field, it looks sad. Dark moss grows where sunlight used to kiss it. Pip's perspective was fragmented, but vital. She noticed the small things others missed. Theo, Bartholomew, and Pip became an unlikely trio. Bartholomew provided the slow, deep understanding, the history of the standing stones that anchored the ley lines, the way the brook's song reflected the village spirit. Pip brought bright flashes of insight, a patch of unnaturally dark earth near the mill, the way the wind soughed mournfully around the old well. Theo, guided by the cup of whispers, learned to interpret its visions. Near the standing stone Pip mentioned, the cup showed only jagged shards of darkness where once there had been a warm, amber glow. The heart of the stone was wounded. The challenge wasn't a dragon or a dark wizard. It was a fracture, a deep, unseen crack in the ancient foundation stone of the northern boundary, likely caused by a recent, unnoticed tremor. This fracture was draining the valley's inherent peace, its quiet magic seeping away like water from a broken vessel. Force was useless. Trying to mend the stone physically would be like trying to glue back a shattered dream. Wisdom was needed. Theo gathered his friends under the gnarled branches of the oak. Bartholomew snuffled thoughtfully. The magic is the land's breath, the village's calm heart. The fracture is a wound in that calm. Pip flitted nervously. Can we sing to it, make it happy again? Theo looked into the cup of whispers. He saw the valley not as it was, but as it could be, vibrant, peaceful, whole. He saw the fracture not as a jagged scar, but as a line waiting to be filled with light. Not force, Theo murmured, understanding dawning. Connection, we need to remind the valley of its own peace, its own wholeness. We need to weave the calm back together. It wasn't about fixing the stone. It was about healing the feeling the stone represented. Bartholomew nodded slowly, a deep rumble of approval in his chest. Pip chirped excitedly. Their plan was gentle, woven from the very essence of Willowbrook. On the night of the full moon, when the hidden currents of the world flowed strongest, they gathered at the fractured stone. Theo placed the cup of whispers carefully on the ground before it. Bartholomew, connecting his paws to the earth, began a low, resonant hum, a sound like roots growing deep into bedrock, steady and grounding. Pip, fluttering above, sang a melody pure and bright as sunlight on dew, weaving threads of joy and hope into the air. Theo closed his eyes, holding the image of the valley's heart from the cup, the peaceful meadows, the singing brook, the warm kitchens. He poured his own quiet wish for wholeness into the cup. As he focused, the hairline crack on the cup of whispers began to glow, not with the trapped starlight of before, but with a soft, golden radiance. This light spilled out not as a beam, but as a gentle mist, flowing towards the fracture in the standing stone. It wasn't an explosion, but a sigh of relief. The golden mist seeped into the dark crack in the ancient stone. Where it touched, the jagged darkness softened, filled with a warm, honey-colored light that pulsed gently, like a heartbeat. Bartholomew's hum deepened, resonating with the stone. Pip's song soared, clear and sweet. Theo felt the cup of whispers grow warm in his hands, a conduit for their combined intention not to force, but to remind, to reconnect. Slowly, steadily, the light filled the fracture completely. It didn't vanish, it became a luminous seam, a beautiful scar of mended magic. As the last tendril of mist settled, a wave of profound peace washed outwards, silent but immense. It flowed through the grass, rustled the leaves, and settled over Willowbrook like a warm blanket. Theo opened his eyes. The standing stone stood whole, the luminous seam fading to a soft, warm glow that matched the earthenware cup. In the cup of whispers, the water now showed the meadow bathed in moonlight, flowers glowing softly, utterly serene. The heart of the valley was whole again. The next morning, Widow Hemsley's flowers bloomed with impossible brilliance. The brook sang its cheerful song. The scent of baking bread seemed richer, warmer, lingering longer. Willowbrook hadn't changed drastically, it was simply more itself. More peaceful, more content, more deeply woven with quiet magic. Theo understood now. His journey hadn't taken him far in miles, but deep within himself and his connection to the world. He learned that the greatest magic wasn't in grand displays, but in quiet attention, in gentle connection, and in the courage to mend what was broken with understanding rather than force. He learned that even a crack like the one in the cup or the stone could hold light and become a thing of beauty, a testament to healing. Bartholomew returned to his roots, his spectacles glinting with quiet satisfaction. Pip continued her sunbeam messages, her song a little brighter. And Theo. He still visited the attic, but now he often sat by his window, the simple honey-colored cup in his hands. He'd fill it with water or tea and gaze into its depths, not always seeing visions, but always feeling the deep, resonant peace of his mended home, a gentle hum in his heart. The cup of whispers rested beside his bed, a quiet guardian, its hairline crack a luminous thread in the moonlight, a reminder that even the smallest things and the quietest hearts can hold extraordinary secrets and the power to heal. And with that comforting warmth settling around him like the softest quilt, Theo drifted into a peaceful sleep, the scent of cinnamon and sunshine a gentle lullaby in the quiet night. The nebula outside the viewport swirled in gentle tendrils of violet and gold, like spilled watercolors dancing in zero gravity. Inside the small, orbiting habitat they called the Starlight Haven, two very different beings watched the cosmic ballet unfold. Kalen, from the crystalline world of Lyra, had skin that shimmered with soft inner light, changing hues with his emotions. When he was thoughtful, he glowed a deep indigo. When amused, flecks of gold danced across his cheeks. His long, slender fingers could weave light into temporary shapes, stories told in shimmering holograms that hovered in the air before fading like morning mist. His companion, Rin, hailed from the oceanic planet of Maris, where communication happened through complex harmonies. Her body was covered in delicate, overlapping scales that caught the light like mother of pearl, and when she moved, she created a soft, musical rustling. Her voice wasn't spoken but sung, gentle melodies that conveyed meaning through pitch and rhythm. They had found each other quite by accident when both their ships needed repairs at the same remote way station. What began as shared space in a maintenance bay had blossomed into something far more precious, a friendship that spanned star systems. Their sanctuary, the Starlight Haven, was a forgotten observation deck they had discovered and restored together. It floated at the edge of the Calaxian Nebula, where star formation painted the darkness with newborn suns. They had filled the circular room with floating gardens of bioluminescent plants from Kalen's world that pulsed with soft light, and Rin had brought singing crystals from her oceans that hummed when starlight touched them. The air smelled of stardust and the sweet nectar from the glowing flowers. In the center of their haven hung their greatest collaboration, the Harmony Weaver. It was a delicate structure of crystalline filaments and resonant chambers that translated Kalen's light patterns into music and Rin's songs into cascades of color. Through this beautiful invention, they had learned to understand each other beyond their native ways of communication. One evening, as the nebula outside deepened to a rich plum color, Kalen noticed Rin's usual cheerful melody had taken on a somber, minor key. Her scales had dulled to a muted gray-green. He glowed a soft, questioning blue and created a hologram of a question mark floating between them. Rin responded with a melody that spoke of longing and distance. Through the Harmony Weaver, her song transformed into swirling silver lights that formed images of vast oceans under twin moons. Kalen understood. She was homesick. In response, he began weaving light into stories, tales of the crystal forests of Lyra, where light dancers performed for the auroras, and of the great singing mountains that hummed with the planet's rotation. As he painted with light, Rin's melody gradually brightened, her scales regaining their iridescent shine. Their days together were filled with such moments of shared discovery. Rin learned that when Kalen flashed bright orange, it meant he had discovered something wonderful. Kalen discovered that Rin's highest-pitched harmonies expressed delight, but not all their interactions were seamless. Their different biologies and cultures sometimes led to amusing misunderstandings. One morning, Kalen noticed Rin gathering moisture from the air with her scales, a normal hydration process for her species. Concerned she might be thirsty, he brought her what he considered the ultimate gesture of care on his world, a cup of liquid light, shimmering with captured starlight. Rin, touched by the gesture but unfamiliar with the substance, attempted to drink it. The result was a symphony of sneezes that sent musical notes bouncing around the room, each sneeze accompanied by Kalen flashing bright pink with surprise and concern. When they realized what had happened through the harmony weaver, Rin's laughter came out as a cascade of bell-like notes, and Kalen's light show turned to dancing rainbow patterns of amusement. Another time, Rin tried to share her people's traditional greeting, a gentle humming that created soothing vibrations in the water back home. She didn't realize that the particular frequency she used made Kalen's light patterns temporarily go haywire, causing him to flash like a malfunctioning sign. Once they sorted out the misunderstanding, they spent the next hour experimenting with different frequencies, discovering which harmonies complemented which colors, turning a moment of confusion into a game of cosmic synesthesia. Their quietest, most cherished moments came during what they called star watches. They would float near the great viewport, sipping their respective nourishments, Kalen absorbing ambient light, Rin drinking reconstituted mineral water, and simply watch the universe unfold. During one such watch, a meteor shower painted silver streaks across the nebula. Rin began a soft, wordless lullaby that seemed to match the rhythm of the falling stars. Kalen, in turn, created gentle light patterns that danced in time with her melody. For that timeless hour, their two forms of expression became one seamless conversation, a duet of light and sound celebrating the beauty beyond their window. As weeks turned into months, they developed their own blended culture within the Starlight Haven. They created new traditions, like first light, when they would greet the reflection of the nearest star rising behind the nebula, Kalen weaving intricate light patterns while Rin sang the sun's awakening song. They celebrated tide turn, marking the movement of Maris's oceans, by floating in the center of the room while Rin hummed the deep songs of her home, and Kalen created watery light simulations on the walls. One day a problem arose that tested their unique friendship. The harmony weaver began malfunctioning, the lights flickered unpredictably, and the music came out distorted. At first they tried to fix it together, but their different approaches only made things worse. Kalen, whose people solved problems through silent contemplation, retreated to a corner to glow thoughtfully. Rin, whose culture addressed challenges through collaborative singing, began increasingly complex melodies aimed at troubleshooting. The more she sang, the more Kalen's lights flickered with overwhelmed confusion. The more he withdrew, the more frantic her songs became. For the first time since they'd met, there was discord in their sanctuary. Finally, Rin fell silent, her scales dimmed with frustration. Kalen, noticing her distress, glowed a soft, apologetic lavender. He floated over to her and did something he'd never tried before. He gently placed his luminous hand on her shoulder. The contact sent warm pulses of light through her scales, a simple gesture that needed no translation. In that moment of reconnection, they realized the solution wasn't in their respective ways of problem-solving, but in creating a new way together. So they began again, slowly. Kalen would create simple light shapes, showing what he observed was wrong. Rin would respond with single, clear notes of understanding. Piece by piece, note by shimmering note, they recalibrated the harmony weaver, their patience with each other mending what was broken far beyond the machine itself. When the final crystal was aligned, the harmony weaver blossomed to life with a spectacular display of color and sound more beautiful than before. They had not just repaired it, they had improved it, their combined wisdom creating something stronger than what either could have made alone. That night, as they watched the nebula swirl in cosmic splendor, Rin began a new song, one that spoke of gratitude and enduring friendship. Kalen's light glowed in warm amber waves, weaving patterns that told of bonds that span light years. Through their shared creation, their two separate languages became one poetry of understanding. They came to understand that the universal language wasn't light or sound or any specific form of communication. It was the patience to listen beyond words, the courage to express beyond familiarity, and the kindness to bridge the space between different worlds. Their starlight haven had become more than a shelter. It was a living testament that any beings, no matter how different, could create something beautiful together. As the central star of the system began its cycle of rest, casting long shadows through their sanctuary, Kalen created one final light story, a simple image of their two forms side by side, watching the stars, surrounded by the blended beauty they had made together. Rin answered with a soft, soothing melody that promised tomorrow would bring new wonders to share. And in the quiet hum of their orbiting home, surrounded by singing crystals and glowing gardens, two friends from different stars watched the universe turn, knowing that no matter how vast the darkness between worlds, the light of friendship could always find its way home. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the Mistywood Mountains, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle murmur of the river lullaby could be heard on quiet evenings, there lived a young woman named Isla. Isla was known far and wide for her kindness and gentle demeanor, yet she found herself struggling with the winds of change that seemed to swirl ever more insistently around her. Isla cherished her life in the village, where each day was a familiar pattern of tending to her flourishing garden and assisting the villagers with her herbal remedies. But as the seasons turned, she felt a stirring within her, a restlessness she couldn't quite name. It was as if her heart whispered of adventures beyond the fields she knew so well, yet her mind clung to the comfort of the known. One particularly serene afternoon, as golden rays of sunlight filtered through the rustling leaves, Isla sat by the riverbank, her fingers trailing lazily through the cool water. It was here she often found solace and clarity, and today was no different, for as she watched the play of light on the ripples, a curious thing happened. The water began to shimmer with an ethereal glow, and from its depths emerged a small, luminescent creature, a water sprite, no taller than a foot, with wings that glinted like moonlit dew. The sprite, whose name was Sylvie, was a guardian of the river, entrusted with maintaining its harmony. "Dear Isla," Sylvie chimed in a voice as melodic as a chime, "I sense your heart's yearning for something beyond. Change is a part of life's grand tapestry, and it need not be feared." Startled yet comforted by Sylvie's presence, Isla listened intently as the sprite continued. "Embrace these winds of change, dear one, for they carry with them opportunities for growth and transformation." Despite Sylvie's words, Isla felt a knot of uncertainty tighten within her. "But what if I'm not ready? What if I fail?" she murmured, gazing into the sprite's wise eyes. Sylvie smiled, her glow warming the air. "Remember, Isla, you are never alone. The forest itself is alive with those who care for you, ready to lend their wisdom and aid." Heartened by Sylvie's assurance, Isla thanked the sprite, who vanished with a soft splash into the river, leaving a trail of sparkling droplets in her wake. With a newfound resolve, Isla rose and made her way back to the village, determination blossoming alongside the lilacs. The following morning, Isla awoke with the sun's first light, a gentle breeze carrying the scent of pine and promises of new beginnings. She decided to seek counsel from Elder Rowan, the village's wise sage, whose wisdom was as deep as the roots of the ancient trees. The path to Elder Rowan's cottage wound through lush meadows and under arching boughs, where birds sang of dawn's beauty. As Isla approached, she noticed the warm glow of a fire crackling within, its smoke curling up like a dragon's breath into the morning sky. Elder Rowan greeted her with a kind smile, his eyes twinkling like stars in the twilight. "Ah, Isla, I've been expecting you," he said, gesturing for her to sit beside the hearth. "The winds of change have whispered of your coming." Isla poured out her heart, speaking of her fears and the sprite's counsel. Elder Rowan listened with the patience of a timeless oak, nodding thoughtfully. "My dear, change is indeed daunting, but it is also a great teacher," he mused, his voice a soothing balm. "Consider the caterpillar, who must surrender its form to become a butterfly. It is through transformation that we discover our truest selves." Isla pondered his words, the flickering fire casting gentle shadows that danced across the walls. "But how do I find the courage to embrace it?" she asked softly. Elder Rowan handed her a small, intricately carved wooden box. "Within this box is a seed," he explained. "Plant it in your garden, and let it be a symbol of your journey. Nurture it with care, and watch how it mirrors your own growth." Grateful for his guidance, Isla returned home with the seed, feeling a sense of purpose kindling within her. She chose a special spot in her garden, where the sun's warmth lingered longest, and gently pressed the seed into the earth. Days turned to weeks, and Isla tended to the seed with devotion, watering it with clear river water and surrounding it with the rich soil of the forest floor. As she cared for it, she found herself changing too, her heart opening to the possibilities that lay beyond her comfort zone. During this time, Isla often visited her dear friend Aiden, a gentle-hearted blacksmith whose laughter was as infectious as springtime. Aiden had faced his own fears of change when he took up his father's smithy, and he offered Isla his unwavering support. "You're stronger than you know, Isla," Aiden said one afternoon, the rhythmic clang of his hammer a steady backdrop. "Just as iron must be tempered by fire to become steel, so too must we face challenges to grow." As the village cycled through the seasons, Isla's seed began to sprout, its tender leaves unfurling toward the sky. With each new leaf, Isla felt her confidence bloom, and the knot of uncertainty within her began to loosen. One moonlit night, as Isla sat in her garden, the air heavy with the fragrance of night-blooming jasmine, she heard a soft rustle among the leaves. Sylvie, the water sprite, appeared once more, her wings casting a silvery glow. "Look at how you've grown, Isla," Sylvie remarked, her voice a gentle whisper. "Just like this plant, you've stretched beyond your limits, reaching for the light." Isla smiled, a quiet joy filling her heart. "I think I'm ready now," she said, her voice steady, ready to embrace whatever lies ahead. Sylvie nodded, her wings fluttering softly. "Remember, dear one, the journey is as important as the destination. Trust in yourself and in the friendships that support you." With those parting words, Sylvie vanished into the night, leaving behind a shimmering trail that lingered in the air like a promise. As dawn broke the next day, Isla awoke with a sense of peace and clarity. She knew she could face the unknown, for she had grown stronger and wiser through her journey. With her heart open to the possibilities of the world beyond the village, Isla embraced the winds of change, ready to spread her wings and soar. And so in the gentle embrace of the Mistywood Mountains, a young woman discovered the beauty of transformation, guided by wisdom, friendship, and the magic of her own heart. As she stepped into the world, she carried with her the lesson that change, though daunting, was the very essence of life's wondrous journey. In the quiet expanse of the cosmos, where stars twinkle like distant fireflies and nebulae swirl in soft, pastel hues, there was a small, forgotten corner of the universe that held a secret garden. This garden was not on any planet, but nestled within the heart of a gentle space station, one that had been abandoned long ago by its builders. Its walls were made of crystalline panels that shimmered with a light of their own, casting rainbows across the floor whenever a star passed by. It was here in this haven of peace that two unlikely friends found each other. The first was a being named Kaelin, who hailed from the planet Verdantia, a world where everything glowed with bioluminescent life. Kaelin's skin was like living velvet, and it changed colors with his emotions, soft blues when he was calm, warm golds when he was happy, and gentle purples when he felt curious. He communicated not with words, but with these shifting hues, and his eyes held the depth of 1,000 forests. Kaelin had journeyed to the station in a small pod that hummed like a drowsy bee, seeking solace after feeling lonely among the stars. The second was Lyra, from the harmonic world of Melodia, where the very air resonated with music. Lyra's form was slender and graceful, with delicate tendrils that swayed like seaweed in an ocean breeze. She spoke through melodies, soft hums for greeting, rising scales for excitement, and low, soothing notes for comfort. Her ship was a vessel that sailed on sound waves, leaving trails of harmonic echoes in its wake. Lyra had been drawn to the station by a faint, lonely frequency she had sensed from light years away. Their meeting was accidental, yet felt destined. Kaelin was tending to a patch of star moss that grew in the station's garden, its leaves glowing with a soft, silvery light. Lyra entered, her footsteps creating a gentle chime against the crystalline floor. At first they froze, uncertain. Kaelin's skin flushed a nervous indigo, while Lyra emitted a questioning trill that echoed through the hall. For days, they circled each other warily. Kaelin would leave offerings of luminous berries from Verdantia, placing them on a smooth rock, and Lyra would respond with a gift of harmonic crystals that sang when touched. But misunderstandings arose from their differences. Once Kaelin, feeling joyful, turned a bright yellow, but Lyra misinterpreted it as a warning signal from her world, where sharp colors meant danger. She retreated, humming an anxious melody that made Kaelin's skin shift to a confused gray. Another time, Lyra tried to share a story through a complex symphony of notes, but the volume overwhelmed Kaelin, whose ears were sensitive to sudden sounds. He flinched, his colors dimming, and Lyra fell silent, her tendrils drooping. Yet in their solitude, a spark of curiosity remained. They began to observe each other's habits. Kaelin noticed how Lyra's harmonies softened when she watched the nebula outside the station's dome, and Lyra saw how Kaelin's colors brightened when he nurtured the garden. Slowly, they started to experiment with communication. Kaelin would point to objects and let his skin glow in a specific pattern, while Lyra would mimic the color with a corresponding melody. It was clumsy at first, a dance of trial and error, but it led to moments of shared laughter. When Kaelin accidentally turned a comical shade of orange while slipping on a wet leaf, Lyra responded with a playful giggle-like trill, and they both understood the humor without words. Their breakthrough came when they decided to create a shared shelter within the station. The garden was overgrown with cosmic flora, vines that pulsed with light, flowers that bloomed in sync with passing comets, and trees with leaves that rustled like whispering stars. Together they cleared a cozy nook near the largest crystalline window, which offered a panoramic view of the Orion Nebula, its pink and blue gases swirling in an eternal dance. Kaelin used his knowledge of living light to weave benches from glowing fibers, while Lyra arranged harmonic stones that hummed a gentle lullaby when sat upon. They called it the Starlight Sanctuary, a place where they could feel safe and connected. As they worked, they learned each other's quirks. Kaelin discovered that Lyra's people expressed affection through duets, so he learned to change his colors in rhythm with her songs. Lyra found that Kaelin's kind showed trust by sharing food, so she began to brew teas from starlight-infused petals that steeped in harmony with her melodies. Their misunderstandings became lessons in empathy. Once Lyra brought a device that projected dreamlike patterns of light, thinking it would delight Kaelin, but it flickered too rapidly, causing his skin to ripple with discomfort. Instead of frustration, Lyra adjusted the device to pulse slowly, and Kaelin responded with a grateful lavender hue. They realized that kindness was a universal language, one that needed no translation. Quiet moments became their favorite times. In the Starlight Sanctuary, they would sit for hours, watching distant stars being born and dying in silent spectaculars. Kaelin's colors would melt into a serene azure, and Lyra's harmonies would drop to a whisper, blending with the station's gentle hum. During one such evening, as a meteor shower painted streaks of silver across the sky, Lyra sensed a deep sadness in Kaelin through the empathic connection they had built. She didn't need words, his skin had faded to a somber gray. In response, she hummed a melody from her childhood, one that spoke of hope and reunion. Kaelin understood, and he shared a memory through a cascade of colors, a story of losing his family to a cosmic storm, but finding courage in new beginnings. Lyra listened, her tendrils brushing his arm in comfort, and for the first time they felt truly understood. Their friendship was tested when a minor crisis arose. A solar flare from a nearby star caused the station's systems to flicker, threatening the garden's delicate ecosystem. Panic might have driven them apart, but instead they worked together. Kaelin used his bioluminescent abilities to create a soft light source, guiding Lyra to the control panels, while Lyra used her harmonic skills to recalibrate the energy fields with precise frequencies. It was a dance of cooperation, Kaelin's colors signaling directions, Lyra's melodies fine-tuning the controls. When the crisis passed, the garden glowed brighter than ever, and they shared a moment of triumph, their bond strengthened by adversity. As time flowed like a gentle river, the Starlight Sanctuary became a beacon of peace. Other travelers, drawn by rumors of this harmonious place, occasionally visited. A silent rock being who communicated through vibrations, a fluttery insectoid from a gas giant who spoke in pheromone clouds. Each encounter brought new misunderstandings, but Kalen and Lyra acted as bridges, teaching others the language of kindness they had forged. They learned that every being had a unique way of seeing the universe, and that differences were not barriers, but opportunities for wonder. The story of their friendship spread like starlight, touching hearts across galaxies. But for Kalen and Lyra, the greatest joy was in their simple routines, tending the garden, sharing meals under the nebula's glow, and watching the stars in comfortable silence. One evening, as they sat in their sanctuary, a rare alignment of planets cast a golden path across the cosmos. Lyra hummed a new melody, one she had composed just for this moment, and Kalen's skin shimmered in harmony, creating a spectacle of light and sound that felt like a prayer of gratitude. In the end, they knew that no matter how far they traveled or how many worlds they encountered, the memory of their time together would be a constant comfort. The universe was vast and often lonely, but in a crystalline garden among the stars, they had found a home in each other's hearts. And as they drifted to sleep under the watchful eyes of distant suns, they dreamed of futures filled with more laughter, more learning, and the endless, gentle language of kindness. The attic always smelled of cinnamon and old paper, a scent that seemed to linger no matter the season. On this particular afternoon, with rain tapping gentle fingers against the roof, a young girl named Clara had been sent to find her grandmother's old sewing box. The air was still and thick with memories, and the only light came from a single dusty window pane, through which the gray afternoon spilled like weak tea. Creak went the floorboards beneath her feet, a familiar song she'd known since childhood. She moved past towers of hat boxes, a dress form draped in a ghostly sheet, and a wicker trunk full of mothball-scented woolens. In the farthest corner, tucked behind a fractured mirror and a stack of National Geographic magazines, was an old sea chest she'd never noticed before. It was made of dark wood, banded with tarnished brass, and on its lid was a carving of a compass rose, though the directions were marked not with letters but with tiny, intricate symbols. A teapot, a book, a key, and a feather. Her curiosity, a much stronger force than her mission, took over. With a soft thump, she sat before it. The latch was stubborn, but after a moment's struggle, it gave way with a satisfying clunk. The lid opened on groaning hinges, releasing a puff of air that smelled of cedar and distant, rain-washed streets. Inside, nestled in a bed of faded velvet, was not a treasure of gold or jewels, but a simple, beautifully crafted compass. Its case was made of warm, honey-colored wood, and its face was of creamy porcelain. The needle, a sliver of shimmering mother-of-pearl, did not point north. Instead, it quivered and spun, finally settling not on a direction, but on the little carved teapot on the lid of the chest. Clara picked it up. It was warm to the touch. As her fingers closed around it, a soft, silvery chime echoed through the attic, seeming to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. The needle glowed with a faint, milky light. "Well now," said a voice, dry and rustling like autumn leaves. "It's been an age." Clara nearly dropped the compass. Peering from behind a stack of books was a ginger cat of impressive size and dignified bearing. He had one eye of gold and one of green, and his tail twitched with an air of mild impatience. You can talk," Clara whispered, her heart thrumming like a hummingbird's wings. "Everyone can talk," the cat replied, meticulously washing a paw. "Most simply choose to say very dull things. I am Alistair, and you have awakened the Hearthstone compass. It doesn't do that for just anyone, you know. It requires a certain quality of quiet." "What does it do?" Clara asked, her voice full of wonder. "It doesn't point to where you are," Alistair explained, leaping gracefully onto the sea chest with a soft thud. It points to where you need to be, a much more complicated business. Currently, it seems you are in dire need of a cup of tea. The needle indeed was steadfastly aimed at the teapot symbol. But how do I follow it? Clara asked. You hold the intention in your heart, take a step and listen, said a new voice, small and quick as a mouse's heartbeat. From a hole in the wainscoting, a tiny mouse with spectacles perched on the end of her nose emerged. She clutched a minute, leather-bound notebook. The compass measures journeys of the spirit, not the stride. I am Pip, the cartographer of inner realms, delighted to make your acquaintance. And so, with the hearthstone compass glowing in her hand, Clara took a step forward in the dusty attic. The world did not blur or spin, but shifted. The rain-tapped window seemed to stretch, the shadows deepened, and the air grew stiller. With another step, the towers of boxes and trunks rearranged themselves into a corridor of towering, cloth-bound cliffs. The familiar attic had become an unknown landscape. The first challenge is always the veil of whispers, Pip chirped from Clara's shoulder, making notes in her book. Don't listen too closely. A wind Clara couldn't feel began to rustle the papers stacked high on either side of her. At first it was just a sound, like the pages of 1,000 books being turned all at once. Then the rustling formed words. You'll never find your way back, one whisper hissed. The sewing box is all that matters, why are you wandering? Sighed another. This is just a silly dream, a third chuckled, dry and brittle. Clara felt a knot of anxiety tighten in her chest. The needle on the compass wavered. Alistair, walking regally at her side, purred, a sound like a tiny, contented motor. Ar-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. The whispers have no power, he rumbled, unless you lend them your fear. They are just old stories no one bothered to finish. Pay them no mind. Clara took a deep breath, focusing on the warm, steady purr and the gentle glow of the compass. She held the intention of kindness in her heart, kindness for her own curiosity, for this strange adventure. She took another step, and then another. The whispers faded, becoming once more just the innocent rustling of forgotten papers. The corridor opened into a vast, circular space. In the center stood a grand, cobweb-choked clock, its hands frozen at a minute to midnight. All around its base was a tangled, glistening web, and in the center of the web sat a large, sorrowful-looking spider, dabbing at her many eyes with a tiny lace handkerchief. Sniffle. Sob. The keeper of lost time, Pip whispered. She's always so upset. She can't get the clock to chime, and until it does, this part of the journey remains stuck. The spider looked up, her eyes gleaming like dewdrops. Oh, hello, she wept. Don't mind me, it's been so long since it made a sound. A proper clock should sing, but the mechanism is jammed with regrets and if-onlys, and my legs are too clumsy to fix it. The compass needle now pointed directly at the spider. This, then, was where Clara needed to be. Perhaps I can help, Clara said softly, kneeling at the edge of the web. What seems to be the trouble? The spider, whose name was Arabella, gestured with a delicate leg to the clock's interior, visible through a glass panel. Inside, among the gears and cogs, were tangled gossamer threads that shimmered with sad, gray light. They're all the little sorrows that get caught in the works, she explained. Every I wish I had, and I'm sorry I didn't, they've gummed up everything. Clara didn't have tools or magic, but she remembered the lesson of the veil. She had kindness and she had patience. Would you like to tell me about them? Clara asked. Sometimes giving a sorrow a voice is the first step to untangling it. So Arabella did. She spoke of lonely evenings and unfinished webs, of missed connections and conversations that never happened. As she spoke, Clara listened, her presence a quiet, steady comfort. And as each small sorrow was acknowledged, one of the gray, glistening threads inside the clock would loosen, then unravel into a soft, silver dust that drifted away. Alistair sat nearby, his purr a constant, soothing rhythm. Pip made encouraging notes. Tick-tock went the clock as a gear, suddenly freed, shifted a fraction of an inch. Finally, the last gray thread dissolved. There was a deep, resonant click from within the clock's heart. The frozen hands shuddered, then began to move. They swept up to the 12, and the attic was filled with the most beautiful, melodic chime Clara had ever heard. It wasn't a loud, jarring sound, but a soft, profound note that vibrated in the chest and seemed to set everything right. Bong. Arabella the spider wept again, but this time they were tears of joy. "Thank you," she whispered, her web now gleaming with happy, diamond-like dewdrops. "You fixed more than the clock." The way ahead was now clear, leading to a cozy nook under the eaves that Clara was sure hadn't been there before. A small round table was set for tea, with a steaming pot and 2 china cups. The compass needle glowed brightly, pointing at the teapot. The journey was complete. Sitting in the chair was a kind-faced woman who looked familiar, her image faded like an old photograph. It was Clara's grandmother as a young woman. She smiled. "You found your way," she said, her voice like the chiming of the clock. "The compass always leads you where you need to go. Sometimes it's to a place of help, like dear Arabella. Sometimes it's to a quiet moment of understanding. And sometimes," she said, pouring a cup of chamomile tea that smelled of honey and sunlight, "it's simply to a nice cup of tea." They sat for a while in comfortable silence, the only sounds the gentle clink of china and the soft, rhythmic purring of Alistair, who had curled up at their feet. Pip was contentedly sketching the scene in her tiny book. "The greatest adventures," her grandmother said finally, "are the ones that teach us how to be brave in our own hearts, to be kind when we are afraid and patient when we are lost. You measured your journey well today, my dear." The image of her grandmother began to fade, along with the cozy nook. The world shifted back, the shadows retreating, the towers of clutter returning to their familiar, dusty places. Clara found herself sitting once more before the old sea chest, the warm hearthstone compass still in her hand, though its light was now gentle and dormant. She wasn't in the strange, expanded attic anymore, but she felt different inside. Larger, somehow. Braver. The rain had stopped, and a sliver of golden evening light pierced the dusty window. She carefully placed the compass back in its velvet nest and closed the lid of the chest with a soft, final thump. She knew it would be there if she ever needed it again. Then she stood, brushed the dust from her knees, and walked to the other side of the attic, where she found her grandmother's sewing box right where it was supposed to be. As she carried it downstairs, the ordinary sounds of the house, the hum of the refrigerator, the distant chatter of the television, felt like a warm blanket. She had traveled far without ever leaving the attic. She had faced whispers with courage and untangled sorrows with kindness. And she knew with a certainty that settled deep in her bones that no matter how ordinary a place might seem, it could always hold the most extraordinary secrets, waiting for a quiet heart to discover them. In a cozy valley where the rivers flowed backwards and the trees grew their leaves in polka-dot patterns, there lived 3 peculiar friends. First was a dragon with scales the color of a stormy twilight who collected teacups. Not gold or jewels, mind you, but delicate porcelain teacups with floral patterns and gilded edges. His name was Ponder, and his sneezes made little puffs of lavender-scented smoke. His best friend was a cloud shepherd named Nimbus, who wore a sweater knitted from actual sunset colors and carried a crook that hummed when it rained. Nimbus tended a flock of fluffy, docile clouds that drifted over the valley, occasionally dripping gentle rain that tasted faintly of lemonade. The third friend was a dream painter called Lumina, who carried a palette of soft, glowing colors and painted dreams onto children's windowsills at night. Her brushes were made of dandelion fluff and spider silk, and she always had a pocket full of stardust for particularly vivid nightmares that needed extra softening. One afternoon, the three friends gathered at the upside-down tea shop, where the tables hung from the ceiling and the chairs clung to the floor, and the teapots poured upwards. Ponder was particularly excited. He had just added a splendid new teacup to his collection, one with butterflies that seemed to flutter when steam rose from the tea. "Oh, it's simply splendid," Ponder exclaimed, holding the cup delicately between his claws. "I found it near the Whispering Wells, where the puddles reflect yesterday's weather." Nimbus nodded, sipping his tea which, true to the shop's nature, flowed upward into his mouth. "Lovely," he murmured. "But my clouds have been acting rather peculiar today. They keep hiccuping." As if on cue, one of Nimbus's clouds drifted too close to the tea shop and let out a soft hic-hic whoosh, releasing a shower of tiny, shimmering raindrops that tinkled like wind chimes as they fell. Lumina smiled, stirring her tea with a brush. "Perhaps they've caught a case of the giggles," she suggested. "It's going around. I had to paint extra laughter into little Milo's dream last night." But just then, Ponder felt a tickle in his snout. "Oh dear," he said, his nostrils twitching. "I think I'm about to achoo." Now, a dragon's sneeze is no small thing. This one came with a puff of lavender smoke and a sound like a confused trumpet, honk-shom, and it sent Ponder's new teacup flying from his claws. The cup soared through the air, spinning gracefully, before landing right side up on a floating saucer that had been drifting lazily near the ceiling. For a moment, everything was still. Then the butterflies on the cup began to flutter in earnest, and the teacup lifted gently into the air, floating like a tiny porcelain hot air balloon. "Oh my," said Ponder, his eyes wide. "I didn't know it could do that." Nimbus chuckled. "It seems your sneeze enchanted it." But their amusement turned to concern when the teacup drifted out the open window, bobbing merrily on the breeze. The three friends rushed outside, which, in the upside-down tea shop, meant climbing down from the ceiling and up from the floor, and watched as the cup floated toward the inside-out forest, where the bark grew on the inside of the trees and the leaves rustled on the inside of the branches. "We must retrieve it," said Ponder anxiously. "It's one of my favorites." So off they went, following the floating teacup on its whimsical journey. Nimbus whistled, and one of his clouds, a particularly fluffy one named Cumulo, drifted down to carry them. They climbed aboard, and Cumulo set off with a soft whoosh, floating after the enchanted cup. As they sailed over the backwards river, which flowed from the sea to the mountains, much to the confusion of the fish, they noticed something odd. The teacup seemed to be leaving a trail of sparkling, steam-like mist behind it. Where the mist touched the water, the river burbled happily and began flowing sideways for a moment before remembering itself and continuing backwards. "It's causing quite the stir," Lumina observed, her dream painter's eyes noticing the way the mist made the world just a little dreamier. Soon they reached the inside-out forest. The trees were indeed inside out, with the smooth, pale wood on the outside and the rough bark hidden within. The leaves rustled softly from inside the trunks, creating a sound like far-away whispers. The teacup floated gently between the trees, occasionally pausing as if admiring the view. But then disaster. Well, a very gentle, silly disaster. The cup drifted too close to a sneezy, snapping tulip, a flower that, when approached, would let out a pollen sneeze that sounded like a tiny achoo-boing. The tulip sneezed, and the burst of pollen sent the teacup spinning off course, right into a thicket of giggle grass. Now giggle grass is exactly what it sounds like, grass that giggles when touched. As the cup landed among the blades, the whole patch erupted into soft, tinkling laughter. Tee-hee-hee-hick. The grass giggled so hard that it tangled around the teacup, holding it fast. "Oh dear," said Ponder, as they landed Cumulo nearby. However will we get it out? Nimbus tried using his crook to gently untangle the grass, but the grass just giggled harder and wrapped itself tighter. Lumina attempted to paint a calming dream onto the grass, but the giggles were too contagious, and soon she was chuckling too. Ponder had an idea. Perhaps if I sneeze again, he suggested. The first sneeze made it float, maybe another will reverse it. So he concentrated, thinking of ticklish feathers and fuzzy caterpillars, until he felt a sneeze building. Chew. This sneeze was even more powerful than the last. It came with a burst of peppermint-scented smoke and a sound like a kazoo being sat on, FOOMP honk. The force of it blew the giggle grass flat, and the teacup, freed from its tangled prison, shot straight up into the air. But now it had too much energy. Instead of floating gently, it zipped around like a confused bumblebee, buzzing past their heads and leaving loops of sparkly mist in its wake. "It's gone hyper," cried Nimbus, ducking as the cup whizzed by his ear. Lumina watched the cup's chaotic path, her head tilted. "You know," she said thoughtfully, "I think it's not the sneeze that's the problem. It's their excitement. The cup is overstimulated." Ponder blinked. Overstimulated? How do we calm down a teacup? "With tea, of course," Lumina replied, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. So they hurried back to the upside-down tea shop, with a hyperactive teacup zipping and zooming behind them. Once there, Ponder quickly prepared a pot of his most soothing tea, sleep-a-time lavender with a hint of honeyed moonbeam. As the tea steamed upwards from the pot, Lumina gently guided the frantic cup with her brush, herding it toward the soft, rising steam. The cup hesitated, then dipped slightly, as if sniffing the aroma. Slowly it descended until it was hovering right above the teapot, basking in the warm, calming vapors. The butterflies on its surface stopped their frantic fluttering and began to move in slow, graceful patterns. The sparkly mist trailing behind it faded to a gentle glow. With a soft plink, the cup settled onto the table, right side up and perfectly calm. Ponder let out a sigh of relief. Oh, thank goodness. He carefully poured tea into the cup, and they all watched as the steam rose in lazy curls. Nimbus smiled. "It just needed a little stillness," he said. Lumina nodded. "Sometimes when things get too hectic, all we need is a warm cup of tea and a quiet moment." They sat together, sipping tea as the upside-down shop gently swayed. Outside, Nimbus's clouds drifted peacefully, no longer hiccuping. The backwards river flowed serenely on its confusing but cheerful path, and the inside-out forest whispered its inside-leaf secrets. That night, as Lumina painted dreams onto windowsills, she made sure to include a little floating teacup in each one, drifting calmly through a starlit sky. And if the children smiled in their sleep, well, that was exactly as it should be. And so, in that valley where rivers flowed backwards and trees wore polka dots, three friends learned that even the most frantic of days could be softened with patience, friendship, and a good cup of tea. The fire crackles softly now, and the stars twinkle outside your window. May your dreams be gentle, and your rest be deep. Good night. The little village of Willowbrook nestled between misty hills and whispering rivers, where chimney smoke curled like gray ribbons against the evening sky. In a cottage with ivy-laced windows lived a quiet boy named Ben. While others rushed through their days, Ben noticed things, the way dew clung to spiderwebs, how sunlight turned dust motes into dancing stars, and the secret patterns in old wooden floorboards. Yet he often felt invisible, like a forgotten bookmark in a well-loved story. One rain-slicked afternoon, while helping his grandmother tidy the attic, Ben discovered a small brass chest beneath a pile of moth-eaten quilts. Inside lay an object that seemed utterly ordinary, a magnifying glass with a handle of worn oak and a lens as thick as a dragonfly's wing. But when Ben lifted it, the attic bloomed with warmth. The lens didn't just enlarge things, it revealed hidden layers. Faded ink on a dusty letter shimmered into glowing words. Seek where shadows kiss the light, and answer what is kept from sight. Beneath the words, a map unfurled in delicate gold lines across the parchment, showing a path deep into the whispering woods. Ben's heart fluttered like a trapped bird. Here was magic, not the roaring, flashy kind from tales, but quiet and patient, waiting to be noticed. That night, as owls hooted outside, he packed a small satchel with bread, cheese, and the magnifying glass. At dawn he slipped into the woods, the map glowing faintly in his mind. The journey began gently. Sunlight filtered through emerald leaves, painting dappled patterns on mossy stones. But soon the path vanished, swallowed by thorny vines as thick as Ben's wrist. He lifted the magnifying glass. Instantly the thorns shimmered, revealing tiny, glowing runes carved into their stems. Before he could decipher them, a soft voice rasped from below. "Patience, child, rushing scratches the story." Beneath a toadstool sat a tortoise with a shell patterned like aged parchment. His name was Thorn, and he moved with the slowness of melting honey. "Those runes," he wheezed, "ask a question. What grows without rain, shines without flame, and heals without touch? Answer wrong, and the thorns tighten." Ben frowned. He traced the runes with the magnifying glass, watching them shift like living ink. Kindness, he guessed. The thorns remained. Starlight. Still no change. Then he remembered his grandmother's voice, humming lullabies when he was ill. "A smile," he whispered. The vines sighed and unraveled like loosened thread. Thorn blinked his milky eyes. "Wisdom blooms in stillness. Walk with me." For days, Thorn guided Ben, teaching him to read the language of lichen and the songs of streams. The woods deepened, shadows stretching long and cool. One evening, as dusk painted the sky lavender, a tiny light zipped past Ben's ear, a firefly named Pip, whose glow pulsed like a cheerful heartbeat. "Lost your way." Pip chimed, her voice a tinkle of bell-like notes. "I know every hidden glade, follow my light." With Pip darting ahead, casting pools of gold in the gathering dark, and Thorn offering slow, steady counsel, Ben felt less alone. The magnifying glass revealed wonders, flowers that hummed melodies only visible as swirling colors in the lens, stones etched with stories of ancient rains, and a brook whose current spelled out riddles in liquid silver. But the map led them to the cavern of echoing stone, where the air grew cold and still. Inside, the challenge wasn't a monster, it was a towering door of obsidian, seamless and silent. Carved into it was a single, enormous rune. When Ben raised the magnifying glass, the rune fractured into 1,000 shimmering fragments, each a different question. Why do stars fall? Where do forgotten dreams go? How do you mend a broken trust? Overwhelmed, Ben sank to the floor. Pip landed on his shoulder, her glow dimming. "So many questions, but no answers fit," she fretted. Thorn nudged Ben's hand with his nose. "The door isn't locked by knowledge alone. Look deeper." Ben closed his eyes, breathing in the scent of damp stone and earth. He thought of Willowbrook, the baker sharing warm rolls with the hungry, his grandmother stitching quilts for newborns, neighbors tending each other's gardens after storms. He lifted the magnifying glass not to the rune, but to his own heart. The lens warmed, projecting a soft, golden light onto the door. It wasn't an answer that flowed out, but a feeling, a tapestry of gratitude, hope, and the quiet courage of small daily kindnesses. The obsidian dissolved like mist, revealing not treasure, but a garden. Moonflowers glowed with inner light, their petals etched with constellations. At its center stood a figure made of woven shadows and starlight, the guardian who had slept for centuries, waiting. "You woke me not with force," it murmured, its voice like wind through reeds, but by showing that wonder lives in gentle hearts. My task is done. The guardian faded, leaving behind a simple clay pot filled with seeds that shimmered like captured twilight. Plant these where shadows kiss the light, whispered the fading voice. The journey back was a blur of joy. Pip lit their path with exuberant loops, Thorn shared tales of stars, and Ben carried the pot like a promise. In Willowbrook he planted the seeds in the village square, where the old oak's shadow met the setting sun. Overnight a garden sprang forth, flowers that sang soft lullabies at dusk, herbs that healed with a touch, and vines bearing fruit sweeter than honey. Ben wasn't invisible anymore. Villagers sought his quiet wisdom, his knack for seeing what others missed. But the greatest change was inside him, a deep, humming certainty that magic wasn't in distant mountains or flashing spells, but in noticing, in kindness, and in the extraordinary secrets hidden in ordinary things. Now, as fireflies dance outside your window and the moon climbs high, remember Ben's magnifying glass. Hold it in your heart tonight. Look closely at the world around you, the fold of your blanket, the shape of shadows on the wall, the rhythm of your breath. Wonder is waiting, patient and bright, in the quiet spaces between dreams. Sleep softly, little one. Tomorrow's ordinary moments hold their own gentle magic.